What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Spotify, Apple, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, September 2nd, 2024. It's Labor Day for most of you, but the Buck and I are here with you on a Monday morning, talking all things Texas football as we give our thoughts on the Longhorns' season opening victory over Colorado State, a dominant shutout performance by the Horns on Saturday. We'll break everything down. Plus, we'll talk about all of the action from week one of the college football season, which actually ends tonight as Bucky's Boston College Eagles will play in the final game of the opening week, the 2024 season. We've got winners, we've got losers, we've got Heisman odds, we've got some golf to talk about as Scotty Scheffler took home the FedEx Cup yesterday. We'll give some love to Texas volleyball. We've got some NFL to discuss as the National Football League kicks off its season in 3 days. Plenty to get into. And, I know the Buck's going to love the fact that we've got some Aggie message board meltdown.
Wow.
For the people on a Monday morning. Oh, yeah. It's only one game in for the Aggies, but they're already ready to find a new coach in College Station. We've got a lot to talk about, my friend. How are you this morning?
I'm doing fantastic. Got up after a night of some rain here in the metropolitan area here at Dripping Springs around 10:30, 11 o'clock last night. I was awakened by I'm listening. I'm like, oh, it's not raining yet. It's too early. I just kind of went to bed. So next thing I know, I had to go open up the garage, let the dogs in the garage. They came flying in and they were soaking wet. So we got some rain. We were spared really Saturday of rain. I mean, there are parts that it rained, and boys, you're going to get it. Boys and girls, you're going to get rain today, tomorrow, Wednesday until Thursday, and then we're going to be in the 80s this week. Thank you very much, because Saturday it was not steaming hot. It was just steaming on Saturday. I'll just say that. I mean, I walking around Schultz's, it was just going back to the car in the garage. I was kind of chapped going in there. It was warm. And I know for the fans at the stadium, you didn't get sun drenched, I think, until the later on that second half. But my goodness, it had to be humid in that stadium. Man, oh man.
Yeah, 99,171 was the announced attendance at DKR on Saturday. I feel like by the end of that game, there may have been 40 to 50,000 left. Yeah. And I'm not going to get mad at anybody for leaving. It was hot. It was humid. It was gross. Obviously, Texas had the game in hand. If you decided to bail out a little bit early, hell, I didn't even go to the game. I didn't even try to tough it out. I watched from my apartment, so I sure as hell won't be talking any trash to you. But, yeah, it wasn't as hot as it could have been, but it was still a pretty typical late August, early September day here in Austin, Texas.
Yeah, it was steaming. And for those that made it through that game, congratulations to you, because I know you had I know the hydration level. I know they didn't sell. I bet you they sold a lot of water there, a lot of drinks. Yeah, well, okay, they still sold a lot of beer too. Sorry about that.
Of course.
That doesn't stop the Warriors from getting after it. So, but it was warm. It was festive. It was a great win. It was an awful lot of fun for an opening day there. A lot of Colorado State fans where we were at Schultz's. It was fun to be had there. And to the football team, it was one of those games that, your team, as good as your team is, and they're pretty good, around the third quarter, when you're up in the 30s, a lot of teams would say they would just kind of play okay football and just kind of, let's just play. We'll have some silly penalties. We'll get through the game. We'll still win, and they won't score. But this was a football team that I thought that everybody that got in the game played really, really hard. And that the energy level on the football team stayed high for 4 quarters because, as you said, the fans could have bailed out on you at halftime because it was so hot. But the team never bailed out, which was good to see. Everybody that played in that football game, I thought, got their money's worth as a player, because you don't have many opportunities with this football team. There's so many good players. If you get in there, you better perform, because if you didn't perform up to the level of what the coaches thought in that football game, you're going to have problems through the year. And I thought the entire team played hard for 4 quarters, and that's good to see of this football team. It really was.
Yeah, it's an overreaction Monday, so I might be using a little too much hyperbole with this statement. but I legitimately feel like Texas's second team would be a top 25 team in college football. Like, I'm not saying a playoff team. I'm not saying an SEC championship caliber team, but I am saying like a group with Arch Manning, Trey Wisner / Garrett Gibson, the second team of receivers that Texas has, the second team defense that this has. Like that could be an 8-4 football team, which is top 25 team in college football. That's how much depth Texas has right now. And that
Well, yeah. It's tough. I'll say this. First of all, let me say good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. We do appreciate it, and do be safe out there. I just thought that everybody that played in the game did a fantastic job. And as tough as I thought Colorado State would try to be physically, it never lived up to that. They just couldn't match the strength, the speed. They didn't have the depth. They didn't have the depth on the starting offensive group for Colorado State, much less when they had to bring substitutions, and they had to because it was so warm and humid. They didn't have any choice. They don't get weather like that there. So the starters couldn't last, and the backups really couldn't last. But physically, as tough as Jay Norvell has tried to get his team to be, they couldn't match that in this kind of heat against Texas kids. And those kids for Texas played hard throughout the game. I was really impressed by what Sark put out there in all levels of the football team.
Yeah, an easy win and an easy cover for the Longhorns, 52-0, the final in Texas's season opener. Buck, before we deep dive into this game, though, look, I got to tip my cap to you, number one, for being as humble as you're being this morning.
Yes, I haven't started in on what I'm all about right now.
The cap tip is because you went 4-0 on your Gold Star locks this weekend. Okay, you had 10,000 units on Notre Dame +3.
And that hurt me.
What do you mean that hurt you?
It hurt me to watch that game. I really was rooting for – it was hard for me to root to go 4-0, but there was times where I was going, come on, Aggies. But then again, I kept watching that, understanding why they didn't bring that damn quarterback to SEC media days. Yeah, good move leaving him at home.
Oh, that guy should be left on the bench. Connor Wigman looked horrible. And Notre Dame's a top 10 team. They've got a great defense and a great defensive-minded coach. But, yeah, Connor Wigman looked in over his head. And all of that talk about, if he stays healthy, A&M is a playoff.
And then you think that's a pro quarterback? I don't think so.
No, that guy looked like XFL quarterback at best on Saturday. You had 10,000 units on the Irish. You had 5,000 units on Georgia, who obviously pulled away from Clemson.
See you, Dabo.
You had 5,000 units on the U against Florida.
Wow, how about that butt whipping?
And then 5,000 units on Oklahoma State against South Dakota State, which was a popular upset pick considering SDSU is your reigning FCS national champ. You had all four of those games. You got them all right.
I don't know if I had Oklahoma State. I think I had Penn State.
Oklahoma State. I wrote it all down on Friday.
Really?
Either way. I mean.
Oh, either way. Yeah. Give me 5 then. Because I thought I had Penn State.
No, you didn't have both.
Give me 5.
I'll give you one or the other. I ain't giving you both of them. But how about that? You were down 15,000 units going into Saturday, and now you are up 10,000 units because of your plus 25K performance.
Dude, over the weekend. And then if I would have had a cousin there, boy, I had a couple others with OU who covered late. So, I mean, if I had Oklahoma State, that's fine because in my mind, I knew Penn State was going to beat West Virginia. And Penn State coming back after halftime, after almost a 2-hour rain delay. They came back and just stuck it to West Virginia, who is going to win some games in the Big 12, I believe, and keep their coach's job again. But boy, there was some really good football this weekend. Even last night, I was impressed with USC, LSU, and boy, it's like the sky is falling for LSU this morning all over college football. But dude, let me tell you something. That team is going to be. But by the time as the season rolls on, that's still going to be a top 12 team before it's all said and done.
That's a playoff team?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow, they started outside of the top 12 and they lost their first game, and you still think they're a top 12 team?
Yeah, there's gonna be some teams that get mowed over in their wake right now. Yeah. Brian Kelly pounding. He needs to fix some stuff on his sideline and get control of his football team. But boy, they get that running back that they brought in late in the game. the kid who was hurt before. Like, why didn't that guy starting and playing and just running? That offensive line can mow you over. They spend a lot of time trying to be cute, throwing it down the field, but man, oh man, they can run the ball. And that was a good USC defense. For them, it was a good USC defense.
Dude, that's the story right there. Like, if this is the USC defense we're going to get all season long, then USC is going to be a playoff team. Without question. Like, that was a great showing by them. Yeah, they gave up a lot of yards, but they didn't give up a lot of points. And you think of Lincoln Riley's defenses over the years, both at USC and at Oklahoma. It's like, if you could just hold teams under 30, hell, there were some games, if you could just hold them under 40, you felt like they had a chance to win. And they've never been able to get that timely stop. And they got a few timely stops last night against a top 15 team at a neutral site. So
I was impressed with that game. That was a good physical football, because I wasn't expecting USC to be that physical on defense. They've got good athletes. I thought they'd be a little still finesse, but a little bit better. They were a lot better. They were physical. They were big. The players looked bigger.
You know who their new defensive coordinator is?
Where's that dude from?
He's the old Chargers coach, Anthony Lynn.
Oh, the hobo?
The Texas Tech grad, Anthony Lynn.
No.
Yeah.
He shaved his beard. That was Anthony Lynn. Wait a minute. That guy looked like a young guy. Looked like a guy who was in his 30s. Isn't Anthony Lynn like 50 years old?
Oh, no, it's not Anthony Lynn. It's Anthony Lynn's kid, isn't it?
Oh, okay. Okay, that's different. That's what I'm thinking. That couldn't have been. Anthony Lynn's an old dude with gray like me.
Yeah, I'm messing with you. Anthony Lynn's with the Commanders in the NFL.
So is that his son, really?
I think it's his son, yeah.
Nice job.
I got to double check that, though. Otherwise, I'm just assuming all Lynns are related, and maybe that means Jeremy Lynn is a part of that family, too. Cannot confirm nor deny. But, yeah, that was a fun one last night. So we'll get to all of these games, but just wanted to give you your flowers, my friend, on a 4-0 weekend for the people.
Oh, the people were scared. They were probably scared. That was easy pickings.
We do have one more game tonight that you could pick for the people.
I'm not touching that. Sorry.
Come on, it's your alma mater.
I'm not getting involved in that.
Yeah, what a dud to end the weekend, right? I'm glad we have a game. I won't complain too much because it's the only football we're going to get today, but we couldn't do better than Boston College, Florida State. Really?
Wow, a couple of has-beens. Doug Flutie doesn't play there anymore.
No.
Come on.
Is Bill O'Brien that big of a storyline that we've got to get him in prime time? What are we doing here?
How many points are they getting? Like 11?
Oh, I think it's like 16 or 17.
That's interesting. That's a
Yeah.
lot. That Florida State team that I saw, can they score enough to cover 16 points, though? I don't know.
That's the question, right? Everyone's been betting up FSU because,
Of what happened?
Yeah, they're going to be pissed. They started the year with a loss. They're going to be looking for some revenge. They're going to take out their anger on Boston College. But, yeah, are they good enough to beat anybody by 16.5, which is the current line?
Okay, I'm going to have to give a 5,000 unit play on Boston College.
Yes.
I got to give. That's a lot of points. That team can't get that good from one week to the other. I don't care about you get better in the second week, but from what I saw of Florida State, they can't cover. They may be able to cover 10 or 14, but I can't see them covering 16.5. And there's a hook on there. Nice.
Yep. So there you go. Sweet. Starting us off right with a 5,000 unit play on Bill O'Brien and Boston College.
Oh, my God, on Bill O'Brien.
Yep.
That's asking a lot, isn't it?
That's asking for trouble is what it's asking for. But, hey, the people appreciate your service. Thank you very much, Buck.
Are you your thoughts on what you saw from Texas on Saturday and the way you viewed it right from the beginning?
Yeah, I mean, damn near flawless, right? Like, that's about all you could have asked for if you're a Texas fan. 52-0 against a decent Colorado State team who I think is going to make a bowl game. I'm not going to sit here and tell you Colorado State is like a G5 contender for the college football playoff, but that is a Colorado State team that's going to win some games this season. And the fact that you looked that good in all three phases of that game, very impressive.
They look like a team, BK. They look like a team that didn't want to get hurt. They look like a team that didn't want to get some of their guys hurt in the game because they know how long the season is for them too. Thought it was smart of the coach.
My two favorite things from Saturday, one on offense, one on defense. We'll start with the offense. 7 of 7 in the red zone with 7 touchdowns. we talked about that all last week. That's been a huge topic of conversation for us and for Texas fans everywhere all off season long. How does this red zone offense get better in 2024? Because Texas ranked 120th out of 133 teams in red zone touchdown percentage last year. So what do they look like this year? Yeah, it's Colorado State. You're going to be playing a lot better teams, including one this weekend. But the fact that they started with a perfect 7 for 7 inside the 20-yard line, that's all you could have asked for there. And then on defense, Buck, we talked about it. Colorado State was a top 10 passing offense in the country last year. Their starting quarterback had 59 yards on Saturday. That star receiver, Torrey Horton, who is an NFL player, 5 catches, 31 yards.
Yeah, that was done well.
To pitch a shutout against what was one of the best passing offenses in college football last year, that's incredible. Like, that's, the defense, was it perfect? No, but can you complain? They didn't give up a single points. Like, with what the secondary looked like the last time we saw them. Yeah, Michael Penix is better than Fowler Nicolosi. Yeah, Washington's receivers were better than what Colorado State had. But still, the last time we saw this Texas secondary, they were getting picked apart, and their opponent got everything they wanted. The fact that we saw what we saw on Saturday from this unit in game 1, I was very, very impressed and very pleased with the secondary's performance the other day.
Yeah, I picked Jahdae Barron to be the defensive player, and it's good to see him healthy. He looks totally different. He's playing cornerback. I was like, because I had questions if he could be a corner because of his body type. He's kind of stout and thick thighs, really, really solidly built, looked more like a safety or a little outside linebacker. But he was fluid in that game, in his back pedal and his movements and his hip move. He's healthy. I mean, to have that guy healthy, that guy played hurt last year. I mean, he put himself out there for that football team playing hurt last year, not playing to his best when he was hurt. But he felt like, I guess the team felt like it, and he felt like he had to still give everything he could, and he did. But he looked fantastic in this football game. His movements looked really good. He looked like the guy that we're used to seeing around the ball.
Yeah, well, Jahdae Barron switched his number to 7, which is obviously the number Michael Huff donned during his time at Texas. And Jahdae Barron looked like Huff Daddy playing center field on that interception.
Oh, yeah.
On Saturday. But you're right. Like, he's such a versatile piece. You could play him at star, which is what he played last year, but you could put him at corner. You could put him at safety. Like, that is a weapon. He's been in college. He's been in this program for a long time, so he knows what to do. He's an incredibly smart young man and a smart football player, but he's got the talent and versatility to line up all over the field.
Yes.
And he's going to make stuff happen. So, yeah, we were pumped when he announced he was coming back for one more year, and I think we deserved to be pumped with what we saw from him. He looked great.
Yeah, but all the rest, and he made all the rest of the guys around him better. They look good. They look very competent in the secondary. They did some good things. They made some good tackles. The tackles that they had to make, I was really, really impressed with what I saw from the secondary for the first time in a long time, and I hope that can sustain. And I think they have backups. I think they have other players that came in the game throughout the game that looked pretty good themselves.
It was pretty cool to see Wardell Mack, the true freshman who was a one-time Florida commit, with that diving interception in the end zone to preserve the shutout at the very end. Like, that goes to show you the depth that Texas has, right? Like, that was a really, really cool moment where a true freshman can make that great play. I mean, that was better. That was a better catch than any catch the receivers made on Saturday. The diving toe tap INT in the back of the end zone to preserve that goose egg. That was impressive. But yeah, I mean, the starters look great. Your backups look great. I'll say this, man, I know it's one game. I know it's Colorado State, but Manny Muhammad looks like the real deal. Like, you barely heard that guy's name called on Saturday, which if you're a number 1 corner, that's what you want, because that means the other team is going the other way. Like, Manny Muhammad damn near shut down half of a field on Saturday.
Yeah, they've got some good players in the secondary right now. So, and they understand whatever the schemes were, you're going to see a bunch of guys running loose for sure. And they also had a lot of pressure on the quarterback too, right up the middle. They did a good job in the middle where I was wondering if they could get that push. They did. They were in his face. He didn't have very much time. Now, he stood in the pocket tall, which we thought he was, but there was just too much pressure for him. And plus, their guys couldn't shake the guys in the secondary. They couldn't get loose to do anything.
Couldn't get loose. Yeah, no sacks technically for Texas, but once again, I mean, Colorado State's game plan was to try to get the ball out of Braden Fowler-Nicolosi's hands pretty quickly. Texas did get pressure. They did hit BFN a few times. But look, I mean, they made life miserable for him. 10 of 18 for 59 yards, 0 touchdowns, and an interception. It's a guy who threw for almost 3,500 yards a season ago, who couldn't crack 60 against a pass defense that ranked in the 100s last year. Like, that's, once again, one game. You're going to play better quarterbacks. You're going to play better teams than Colorado State. There's no debate there. But that's an A++ for the Texas secondary in game one, I think, Buck.
Yeah, the running back got his, which, you know, they got plenty of opportunities. They got a lot of kickoffs. The ball got kicked off to him a lot. So he played pretty well. He's a decent running back. They're going to see much better running backs throughout the year, but he got his. You have to give up something. And if you're going to give up something, you give up something in the run game, because you know you can't give it up to him in the passing game. So I'm fine to give up a guy. I can give that guy 100 yards all year long. If you played him 11 times, I'd give him 150, 160. They wouldn't win.
Yeah,
it's just not enough. They can only run him enough to get him nice stats, but they can't score off of the run game. So
yeah, keep running the ball down 38-0 in the third quarter. Colorado State will give you those.
He had plenty of opportunities. So
yeah, if you are going to complain about something, and it's nitpicking, right? You won 52-0. Right. So any negative you're going to have is going to feel like a bit of a stretch. But yeah, Justin Marshall for Colorado State did go over 100 yards, 25 carries, 106 yards. That's 4.2 yards a clip. And I guess that's the one thing, if you're a Texas fan, you know what's coming up 5 days from now. And
yeah, because that 125 can be 265.
Yeah, exactly. Then, you look at Michigan stats, Donovan Edwards, the guy on the cover of the video game with Quinn Ewers, 11 carries, 27 yards against Fresno State. And maybe you're like, all right, maybe that O-line is not where it should be yet. Maybe that
they were a little sluggish. They didn't move quite as well as the 5 guys that graduated last year. They're not in tandem right now. But once again, week 2 is a little bit different. Atmosphere will be a little bit different in Michigan with Texas rolling in there. So they'll be a little bit more pumped up. And Donovan Edwards will be ready to crank up. So this is a nice test for Texas, but the real season starts this week.
For sure. So yeah, I could see some Texas fans saying, "How we gave up 100 yards rushing to this kid on Colorado State? What are we going to do at Michigan?" Like you said, Buck, I mean, you got to give up something. Colorado State had less than 200 yards of total offense on Saturday.
Yeah, you're not going to stop there's something that there's some give and take, and you weren't giving up in the second where you really, really knew you struggled. You didn't give them crap in that. So somewhere along the line, you got to give up something, and a little bit of the run game. I thought I thought the defensive line was okay. I didn't think they were great. They'll have to be great this weekend, but they were good enough that, okay, your secondary was fantastic. Your secondary played fantastic. So once again, give up something. It's not going to be perfect every week, and the game's not going to be perfect. It wasn't a lot of silly penalties. I thought it was a well-disciplined team, as I said, but it was well-disciplined by all the participants. You know what I mean? The second-string guys, the third-string guys, the second-team running back, the second-team quarterback. I thought they were all pretty well-disciplined, which shows me that they're listening to what the coach says. They don't have any problems on the sideline where guys are playing outside the box. I thought they all played together pretty well. That was good to see in a game one. I mean, I thought I saw that throughout. I didn't see that from LSU last night. That's a silly-ass group, that LSU, and their coach is pounding the table because they got guys dancing, spinning balls in the end zone, getting stupid, shooting guns off. Come on. That's not going to happen. You're not going to be able to get away from that stuff. I know you want to play your video games and you want to act out what you see on your video games and stuff, but they're going to be guys in stripes, guys. They're going to take a flag and throw it up in the air and throw it on you. That's on your coach. Their coach is mad because, I got to do a better job. Well, you got to do a better job during the course of the week when guys do that shit on the practice field and shooting guns and doing stuff and acting stupid. You stop it then so it doesn't happen in the game. You don't pound the table after the fact and start saying, I got to do a better job of discipline on the sideline. That's every day. That doesn't just happen in the games.
Texas had 3 penalties for 25 yards.
Yeah.
Two of the penalties were snap infractions on Jake Majors early in the game, which was just weird to see, but you're not worried about him because we know what he is.
Sure.
And then the last penalty was a horse collar tackle on the last defensive series of the game, called on like your 8th string corner. And it was a terrible call. It wasn't even a horse collar. Like it looked like it in real time, but when they slow-mo showed the replay, it was like, no, it was close, but it wasn't a horse collar. So 3 penalties for 25 yards. Like that's about as clean of a week 1 game as you could realistically ask for. And you didn't put the ball on the ground. You had 1 turnover, which was, Quinn Ewers stepping up in the pocket, trying to throw it last minute. The ball got tipped. Like you give credit to the defensive lineman. He stuck his hand out. He made a play. But it's about as clean of a game as you could have asked for.
Yeah, it wasn't I was surprised. I was just happy to see that once you got up, that you really didn't take your foot off the gas pedal. Everybody played like, hey, like we're down. And that's good to see from a team. They could have put 70 up on a group if they really, really wanted to. Yeah. They could have put the Mississippi numbers up if they wanted to. Good job, SEC, throttling these bad teams this weekend.
Oh, man. Yeah, we'll get to some of the other games around the SEC and around college football later in the show, but there were some ridiculous numbers put up by a few of the other SEC contenders this weekend, including Ole Miss, who put up, 76?
Yes.
Against
76 trombones they put up.
Against whatever Furman is. Congrats to Ole Miss for their win. So we'll deep dive further into the Texas victory against Colorado State. More good, bad, and we'll try to find some ugly, but thankfully there wasn't much of it from Saturday, and we'll take your thoughts as well. But before we continue the conversation, let's give some love to some of our great sponsors.
First of all, thank you to all the wonderful sponsors in our show, the pregame show, and thank you to Schultz's Beer Garden and Dan Smith and the gang there. Fantastic. It was good to see a bunch of people there, and I love the air-conditioned room. Damn, I can't imagine being on that stage. Oh, my. I'm not saying I wouldn't like to be there for Georgia or Florida. That's fine with me, too. We just sweat through your stuff. But my goodness, that air conditioning in Zigarunde Hall was fabulous. Yeah, absolutely. And thank you to all the folks over there and all the help. But our good friends over at Relax the Back, folks, let me tell you, my back was humming after my trip. I went up to Arlington on Friday, drove up 281, and then came back, got home around 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. And my back was humming from the road trip. But I got back to my Relax the Back chair, and I feel great. Now, Relax the Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle. And as I said, my back couldn't be healthier. Now, if you want to find that relaxation for your back, whether it's at work or just around your home, get yourself a nice recliner. Head on over to Relax the Back. They have it all. Tempur-Pedic pillows, Tempur-Pedic mattresses. As I said, zero-gravity recliners are there. And they've got those office chairs that you are just going to love it. And all the accessories. They got the vibrating ball. They got the vibrating machine. They've got it all over at Relax the Back. 2 great locations in the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yeah, they've got all the vibrators you need at Relax
Vibrating machines, yes.
Vibrating machines. Okay, that's what you like to call them, huh?
Yes.
All right, good move there, Buck. Shout out to Relax the Back. Also, some love to Centex Tickets. Hey, hopefully you bought your tickets for Saturday from centextickets.com. If you want to be in Ann Arbor this weekend, they've got tickets for Texas, Michigan online right now at centextickets.com. All right, if you don't want to make that trip, but you want to be at DKR the next time the Longhorns are playing in Austin a couple of weeks from now, they've got your tickets. Are you following every Texas game all season long? There's tickets for right now at centextickets.com. And it's not just the Longhorns. You Aggie fans, I don't know if they're buying tickets today, but they've got Aggie tickets. Red Raider fans, I don't know if Tech fans are buying tickets. Did you see what happened to Tech on Saturday?
Oh, they played the Christians.
They almost lost to the Christians from Abilene.
Wow.
They needed overtime.
Overtime?
2-point conversion stopped.
Did they tear the goalpost down? Did they storm the field?
They did have a championship belt that they were donning after the game.
Good job there, Joey McGuire. Yeah, way to hang tough. Way to hang some big numbers on Abilene Christian.
Yeah. Well, if you want to watch, maybe you want to watch Abilene Christian this year instead of Texas Tech. Get tickets, centextickets.com. Centex10 is the promo code. Make sure you use that. They're hooking you up with the 10% discount. All you have to do is type in Centex10 at checkout. Many thanks to our friends at centextickets.com.
Love them. You know what I got caught watching, BK, this weekend that I couldn't get my eyes off of? Idaho versus Oregon. I'm like, wait a minute. The Vandals are hanging like this? Are you kidding me?
That Okay, you have to tell me more about that because I was watching some of it, but I didn't watch much of it. If you look at the box score of that
The
game,
numbers that Oregon put up, but they couldn't score.
yeah, it looks like Oregon should have won 60-0. And instead, the final score was 24-14. What the hell happened there?
Dude, they kept getting down in the scoring zone, throwing interceptions, fourth down, miscues. I mean, they couldn't score.
Like,
Their quarterback puts up all these outrageous numbers, and still will probably be the leader for the Heisman Trophy, but they just couldn't score. Idaho's defense played. I'm like, wait a minute. This shouldn't be this way. They should be killing this group. But Idaho hung in there tough. They played pretty good offense. I don't know if it's a new coach. I don't even know who the hell the coach is. I didn't know Vandal football. This wasn't in the Kibbe Dome. I mean, this was ridiculous. This was at Oregon, right?
At Oregon.
They should have hammered that team. But Idaho physically hung in there with them. That was the big surprise. Oregon's not as physical as you think.
Maybe everyone was overhyping Oregon going into the year.
Let us move up and push them back to 4, please.
I bet that happens. Honestly, when the AP poll, I think the AP poll comes out tomorrow because there's a game tonight, right? Whoa, I don't know what happened to my voice there for a half second. But normally the AP poll comes out Mondays. I think because Florida State and Boston College are playing later today.
Okay.
The poll will be tomorrow. But I think Texas will jump to number 3, and I think Oregon will fall to number 4.
Yeah, slip them on back there, please.
Hell, Oregon might. I mean, Alabama was 5. They beat the crap out of Western Kentucky. Ole Miss was 6. They beat the crap out of Furman. Like, Oregon was supposed to do something similar to Idaho, and they only won by 10. So maybe Oregon drops to like 5
and they
or 6.
were in it. I mean, they were in it late.
It was a 10-point game. Like, look at these numbers, man. Or I'll just tell you the numbers because people can't see my screen right now. Oregon had 31 first downs. Idaho had 10. Oregon had 487 yards. Idaho had 217.
Wow.
Oregon held the ball for 39 minutes. Idaho had it for 20. And yet, it was a 10-point game. Dylan Gabriel, 41 of 49, 380 yards passing.
Now that should be right there is telling me that that's 5 touchdowns by that dude.
Only 2. And they only scored 3 as a team.
That's weird. It was a weird game, but I'm like, what I was surprised was the physicality of Idaho. I'm like, this is Idaho. Come on, man.
Yeah. Oregon's got some bigger fish to fry. Oregon has to play Boise State, who's got maybe the best running back in the country, Ashton Jeanty, who scored 6 touchdowns.
Trying to get to Howard's 8 touchdowns, getting close.
I'm telling you. And they also have Oregon State in the non-con, which is weird to say that Oregon State's now a non-conference game, but it is. And then they've got a full Big Ten schedule ahead. So, like, they've got a lot better teams than the Vandals of Idaho on their slates. And only beat them by 10 at home is like, that's a head scratcher for sure. Very weird.
Yeah. That's we'll see. Once again, week 1. We'll see if they wake up in week 2. They probably got nobody this week, so that should work out for them. They probably lay the wood to somebody in another home game.
It's maybe it's Boise this week for Oregon. Let me do a quick check of their schedule since we're talking about them. Boise State this week. It's home game.
Where's that game at?
Home game for Oregon.
Okay.
And then at Oregon State next week. So
yeah, they need to wake up in a hurry.
Yeah, they do. All right. Texas looked like they were awake on Saturday. Let's hear from Steve Sarkisian. We've got plenty of Sark sound from his post-game press conference on Saturday. We'll start with the end of the opening statement following Texas's 52-0 win over CSU.
The one thing that made me probably most proud, you get the first shutout in school history to start in a season opener since 2004. And what did it take for that to happen? He's a guy diving on a muff punt on our own 5-yard line to secure that, and then an interception by a true freshman in the back of the end zone, so that our guys all of them were playing for the entire ball game. As we say all the time, everybody's got a role on our team to contribute to the success of the team, and that definitely shined through today. So proud of the guys. We definitely, in all 3 phases, have things to work on to get better at as a team as we continue to forge forward. And we're going to need to. Obviously, we got a heck of a challenge next Saturday.
Very nice. I think he's got an incredible amount of talent at the wide receiver position, and I think more than they did last year. 3 guys. They've got about 5 or 6 guys that are going to play. I don't know if he's going to get to that rotation. It'll be interesting to see if he gets to a rotation, but I think he's still on the lookout for who's going to fit his starting three, I believe. I think Isaiah Bond had a couple drops early, and then he made up for him with some really nice play. He just looked a little nervous in the game, but he's a stud. But they've got a lot of studs, so I think he's still it's going to take a while to figure out who's who. Yeah. It really is. I mean, now when you're that talented, I know one thing: the freshman has to play, and he has to play in some key moments. That big son of a gun catching the ball and running with it. I mean, that guy looked like. He looked out of control. Like, how are you going to tackle this guy once he catches the ball? He looks like Benny Malone, falling down a flight of steps when he starts running with the ball. I mean, he's a big running back. He looks like Henry taking the ball and running when he catches the ball.
Derrick Henry?
Yeah, he's a big dude. He looks bigger than he is. I know he's 6'2" and he's only like 210, but he looks like he's like 230 when he catches and runs, because those other guys look little around him.
You're saying he looks like Karl Malone chasing after a high school girl?
No, Benny Malone, the old fullback with the Miami Dolphins. Benny Malone, when they said he looked like a beer barrel falling down a flight of steps when he was coming at you. I mean, he's
it sounds like you're insulting Ryan Wingo.
No, I'm not trying to insult, because he's got great feet. I mean, he made a cool little move too on a one-on-one in some tight quarters. I just like the way he plays, and I like the way the other guys play. And I still think they got some work at running back, except for the starter. The starter's good. That dude's good. Jaden Blue's everything we thought he was. He can run inside, outside. He's got speed. He's got power to finish. I think Trey Wisner, it's still out on him, but he's good enough to be a backup if the starter stays healthy. Gibson got his taste of college football. I know he can finish a run. He's got some power behind him. He's not all finesse. He's got good speed, but he finishes runs at the end like a kid that's, hey, now I'm in the big time. I think you'll see some different run game types of stuff. I don't think they can stay in the shotgun and go sideline to sideline and then make a cut. I think they need more downhill stuff with that big offensive line, where against a team like Michigan, BK, you'll take the hard 3-yard runs, 3 or 4-yard runs. Mm-hmm. You're not. I think that whole thing of that shotgun stuff where you go sideways and try to get off tackle and stuff, I don't know if that's going to fit against a team like Michigan. I think Michigan is going to be a little bit more penetrating and push you more sideways. I don't think you'll be able to get the corner against Michigan. So I'll take the 4-yard runs downhill with this offensive line. So I think you'll see some different type of runs. I'm not saying that they can't do that against everybody. I just don't think they can do that next week. I don't think that style of the run game, you just got to show some different things that are more downhill oriented, because I think Wisner is more of a downhill guy he is a guy who plays bigger than his size too. He's nifty, but he's not nifty enough inside. So give him 2 cuts and say, go, make a decision. The freshman is going to have to play. He's going to get better as the weeks go on. He'll be your number 2 before it's all said and done.
I think you're right. I liked what I saw from Jarrett Gibson a lot on Saturday. He actually led Texas in rushing yards, 10 carries, 67 yards, had a touchdown late in the game as well. Quintravion Wisner, almost felt like the announcers were playing Jeopardy or Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah, why don't you make it easy on yourself? If he's calling himself Trey, why don't you just say that?
Right. Like Sark calls him Trey. It feels like you didn't have to call him Quintravion, but maybe they were getting paid, or maybe
his mom called in. Maybe his mom called in.
That's what I was going to say. Maybe Trey Wisner's mom called in and was like, hey, you call my son Quintravion. That's what I call him. That means you call him that. We're coming to America here. Whatever mama say, that's what I'm going to say.
Absolutely. So, I just thought they were that group is okay. The starter has to stay healthy. And, dude, I saw him in the third quarter, like in the middle of the third quarter, when he fell on the sideline and came up a little. I'm like, damn, why is this guy still – where is this walk-on? Bring in that walk-on. Get him in the game. I'm like, this game is over. Why is that dude still getting carries in the middle of the third quarter? There's no reason for him to get carries.
Yeah, that was a slightly terrifying moment.
I know. Did you kind of hold your breath when he was laying down on the sideline thinking, oh, shit, really?
I held my breath, and I also sharded myself. I mean, I
was like, come on, Sark, get that guy out of the game.
Yeah.
And they did. And I'm like, it took that to get him out?
Well, that was the scary part, right? Because we didn't see Jaden Blue after that, and we're thinking, uh-oh, what is going on here?
Did he just fall on the ball? Is that what that was?
Well, Sark in the post-game presser said it was cramps.
Oh, okay. I mean, I know he was kind of bent over. I didn't see anything hit to the lower, but I thought when he fell down on the sideline, he landed on the ball maybe. And I was like, God, go sit him on the bench and give him a Gatorade or something, please.
Yeah, apparently it was cramps for Jaden Blue. Best case scenario, because I think every Texas fan's heart skipped a beat when Jaden Blue was laying on the ground for a couple of extra seconds along that Texas sideline.
So let me ask you this. So is Niblett part running back now?
I guess. He did have 3 carries for 12 yards. I mean, a bunch of guys got carries. Like, you did see the walk-on Colin Page from Anderson High get a couple of carries. You did see Velton Gardner, the late grad transfer addition, who was literally added to the roster 9 days before
he knew his 1 or 2 running plays, didn't he? Because they gave it to him.
He had 3 carries on Saturday. Isaiah Bond obviously got a carry in a reverse on Saturday. I think there were 8 or 9 different guys, if you include the 2 quarterbacks who played, because they ran it at least once. I think 8 or 9 different Longhorns had at least 1 carry on Saturday. So, yeah, even though Jaden Blue, you could argue, was maybe in the game a little bit longer than he should have been, Texas was still able to get a ton of different guys run.
Good.
On Saturday. And how about the receivers? Going back to that, you mentioned Ryan Wingo. He led the team in receiving, 4 catches, 70 yards, but 11 different receivers caught passes on Saturday. And you could say, well, they won 52-0. A lot of that was in garbage time. Texas had 10 different pass catchers in the first half.
Yes.
So it was early and often where you saw the ball being spread around the yard. Here was Steve Sarkisian, talking about the fact that, Texas had 11 different guys catch a pass in that first game.
That's a really comforting thing, where we didn't have that the last couple of years, where we almost had to keep guys on the field that were probably too tired to really play at optimal level. And now that we have a really good rotation and they've earned our trust. And I've been saying that throughout training camp. Like, I'm very comfortable with those 6 guys going out there and just playing football. And really Ryan Niblett is the 7th because he's kind of cross-training at both spots. But those 6 guys, when they go out there, it's kind of hard to tell the difference sometimes of what it really looks like. Obviously, Matt and IB had really good games, but Ryan Wingo made plays. Jonte Cook made plays. Silas made plays. The one guy who probably may have played the most, or at least when we were 11 personnel, was DeAndre Moore. He didn't have a catch, and he was probably the most spirited guy out there. Blocking, doing everything, and that's what he provides. And I think a lot of that comes from he really was a great understudy to Jordan Whittington last year in learning that role and what that looked like. And so we're very confident in those guys, comfortable, and I think you could probably see Quinn was too, and Arch was when he got in there. It never felt like uncertain to throw it to anybody. It was like, that was the read, I'm going to make my throw, and those guys made majority of the plays.
Oh, no, Coach. I can tell the difference between Wingo and the rest of those guys. There's a difference.
Wingo's clear. You think Wingo's clearly the best?
I think he's clearly a guy who is in that rotation. He's in that 3 rotation. That guy is – you just got to find more ways to get him the ball. I can't wait to see that big sucker if they give him a reverse. Got to give me that fly sweep one time with that guy.
Yeah, give me that drunk dude stumbling down the stairs.
Oh, yeah, man. Let that guy go down that stairs like a beer keg falling down a flight of stairs, man. That is – God, that guy's big. He looks good.
Yeah.
I don't want to say he's mentally like this one guy, but he reminds me of a guy, LaVelle Pinckney, back when I was coaching. He's big like that and powerful like that, and he looks like he's got that. He looks like he has that straightaway speed, too, once he gets cranking. I know one thing. If you stick your face down there in his thighs, that's going to hurt. By the way, I can't probably do the show for the first half of the game because I went in to give my wife a hug this morning, and we went helmet to helmet. We went head to head. And she goes, what she said? She goes, that's targeting. She goes, you're out. You're out for a game.
Whoa, we had
just the first half of a game.
I didn't realize.
I went in to give her, and we went, bam. She goes, that's targeting.
Today?
I mean, targeting this morning, yes.
I didn't realize you were married to Kevin Moore.
I mean, come on. I'm like, I just barely grazed you. She goes, oh, no. She goes, that's head-to-head contact. And she goes, and you're going to miss a half of a game. So when we get ready to play a little game, you're going to miss the first half. And I'm not. She goes, you're going to be out.
What does that mean?
I don't know. It doesn't sound good for me.
That's hilarious. Well, shout out to your wife for knowing the targeting rules. That's fantastic.
Yeah, she saw one the other game, and then I said, that's not head to head. She goes, no, that's a shoulder blow. I said, it's a player that's not protected. So it doesn't matter if you go in with your shoulder or head. And I said, but it looks like the helmet hit. She goes, well, aren't the helmets always going to make contact? And I said, yeah, most of the time they're going to make contact. And she goes, so this was a head to head this morning for sure. She goes, that's targeting.
Did you lower the crown of your helmet?
I did. I went head to head. I went in for a little hug, but my head she dipped her head. Not my fault. What is she dipping her head for?
Well, that's how it goes when you're a defensive player. Life's tough on you.
She shouldn't be on the defensive. She should be giving it up offensively to me.
Giving it up offensively.
Yes. Don't be ducking your head when I'm coming in for a hug.
That is hilarious, though, because she is just as confused with the targeting rule as everybody else.
That's right. She's going to say, no, that was totally head to head. She's going to say anybody can make the call. I did tell her that was who was the Big 12? They were last night, right?
Yeah, it was Kevin Moore, the Asian ref who every Big 12 fan can't stand, not because he's Asian, but because his crew always does a terrible job.
What are you saying about the Asians this morning on a Labor Day?
I love the Asians. You hate the Asians, all right?
No disrespect.
Yeah, thank you, Coach.
There, Coach.
But Kevin Moore, that's just a descriptive term. That's how people will know who we're talking about. But, yeah, he was on the call, and his crew was on the call of that USC-LSU game last night.
I thought maybe that's why Coach Kelly was pissed last night more than anything. I was waiting. When I heard he slammed his fist, I'm like, I saw Kevin Moore, and I'm thinking maybe he's pissed at that group. I said, if there's anything to be pissed at, it's that group of officials.
Are you saying that Brian Kelly hates the Asians?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
reporting that this morning.
No, I'm not. I was just wondering why he was pissed. He should be pissed at his team and his ability to be the head coach during the week instead of worrying about what happens after the game.
I think he was pretty pissed at himself. He did take accountability in his post-game press conference, which
said, I got to do a better job. Thank you.
That's different.
Here's $11 million. Yeah, do a better job.
Well, yeah, no, he wasn't offering up his game check or anything. He wasn't going to be willing to give that back. He wasn't that accountable. But he did take the blame for LSU coming up short last night against Southern Cal. Yeah, that's funny. Targeting at home. You don't see that every day.
What did you see from the Texas defensive line? I saw a lot of guys that I thought were very aggressive. Like I said, I thought that that team was going to get an opportunity to run the ball because they got the ball so many damn times.
You know who was?
I said you can give up something, but you can't give it all up. And they gave a little bit up to a single player in the run game, and that was, like I said, that's fine because you can't take away everything.
Yeah.
You took away what you needed to take away from this team, and I thought that was good. But I saw those guys. I saw them moving around. I thought they were in good position. You know, I don't really have much to say against what I saw defensively.
I'll start with the negative on the defensive line. And once again, when you win 52-0, you're really using a magnifying glass to find negatives. Trey Moore did not look very good on Saturday. And I don't know how much Trey Moore is going to play this Saturday because to me, it looks like Trey Moore is not a very good run defender. Now, it's one game, very small sample size, and it's not like he was on the field for every single snap on Saturday. There was a big-time rotation going on up front. But I thought Trey Moore got pushed around more than I would.
Move him around a little bit.
Yeah, and we know Michigan's a run-first team. I mean, their quarterback play was abysmal against Fresno State Saturday night. If you watched any of that game, you know what I'm talking about.
So they're going to pick on him if he's in the game.
Yeah, it's like get Ethan Burke and Barron Sorrell out there because Ethan Burke was one of the best defensive ends against the run in all of college football last year. So to me, like the Michigan game, when you're playing run-first teams or when we're in early down situations where teams are more likely to run the ball, like, once again, one game for Trey Moore, but I did not love what I saw from him, especially against the run on Saturday.
They kind of bounce outside a little bit on him.
Yeah, I mean, I went back and rewatched it yesterday. I'll probably rewatch this game again today just to make sure, like, I'm not imagining things. But I thought, like, once again, 52-0. I'm not going to sit here and tell you he played poorly because no one really played poorly. But I wanted to see more from him. I was so excited that Texas got him from UTSA and all of the numbers he put up down in San Antonio. It was like, oh, this
Different
guy's
level
gonna
of
come
football.
in.
You can tell in game one, it's just a different level.
Yeah, well, you're playing Colorado State, so it's not a different level. That's the
Yeah,
thing.
I mean, but bigger guy. He's going to go against bigger guys than that.
Exactly. Like if he looked bad against Michigan, like he looked great week one, and then Michigan was just a little bit too much for him, then it'd be disappointing. But it's like, okay, that's expected. But yeah, I didn't love. I wanted to be blown away by Trey Moore in game one, and I wasn't. So I thought Vernon Broughton made a couple of plays. Colin Simmons, the true freshman, had a couple of tackles.
I
Like,
saw Alfred Collins moving around a little bit. I think he can still be better.
yeah,
He's just not dominant. He's not dominant enough for me yet. But it's just game one, like you said. It's hard. I'm not going to nitpick even on that kid because I saw him moving. He wasn't just a sluggo, just holding up the fort. I thought he moved, used his hands pretty well. It wasn't like he made a lot of tackles, but he had movement to him. He was not. He looked like he'll get better. He has to get better. They need him this week. Okay, how's that? They need him this week.
Yeah, they need him. They need Broughton. They need Norton. They need Savea. They need Lole. They need all of those interior D linemen to pack their lunches.
Yeah, they're not household names yet.
No, they're not. And it's like 28 different guys had a tackle for Texas.
Yeah.
So you look at the box score and you're like, well, only one tackle for Alfred Collins, only one tackle for Jermaine Lole, only one tackle for Barron Sorrell. Like I thought these guys were supposed to be good. It's like everyone was rotating so much. And everybody was eating on Saturday that like the box score for any individual person, maybe outside of Quinn Ewers, doesn't look all that good.
Sure.
Just because of the rotation going on, which is
that rotation will be a little bit shorter this week against this team.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be up 38-0 midway.
And the weather will be different. It won't be a gazillion degrees. Humidity won't be like that. It's 11 a.m. in the morning. Those guys may be cold.
I think high temps in Ann Arbor this coming Saturday are in the mid 50s.
Yeah, how about that in September at 11 a.m.?
God, that sounds so nice though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Oh my God.
Little jacket on, little hoodie. Oh.
Yeah, good call. You don't want to go jacket off in public, so jacket on is the way to go.
Better. It's better. Jacket on, it'll be good.
I mean, we're down here celebrating the fact that it might get to like 89
this
week. And then up there, it's going to be in the 50s as a high. You kidding me?
So that should be a fun trip for all this week. If they get no rain and that shitty Midwest, cold and rain in September, that'll be great for Texas fans headed to Ann Arbor, Michigan.
I do not want rain on Saturday.
No, no, not in the running game. Oh no, because that guy, you trying to tackle that dude.
Yeah, and Texas is tackling. That's another positive. Texas had 3 missed tackles on Saturday, and that's compared to some of the games we've seen in the past. Holy crap! I thought they looked very sure tackling this weekend.
By the way, Andrew Makuba is really good.
Yeah, Makuba's really good.
He's just a good player, man. You're not going to hear his name a lot because he's not going to make. He's not going to. There's nothing to talk about that guy. He's just a good player.
Dude, the defense, and there's some talent on that group. I love Jalen Gilbo, who actually led the team. He had 8 tackles. Nobody else had more than 5. Like that guy was flying around the field. The linebackers, I can't remember if we were on the air or if it was right before you and I got on the air. We were talking about that play David Benda had where he shot through the line like he was shot out of a cannon to make that tackle in the backfield. Anthony Hill, that guy's a freaking maniac out there, like playing like a chicken with his head cut off, but he's also disciplined.
Yeah, those two are going to miss some plays every once in a while because of their aggressiveness. And David Benda looks even quicker than he did last year. He's going to shoot some of those gaps and may make a mistake, but I like when he thinks he knows where the runner's going and he makes that decision. It's not half stepping. I mean, he goes now.
Yeah, that's one of the better linebacking duos in the country. You've got some depth with Mo Blackwell and Leon Lafau showed you something on Saturday, but man, if you can keep Hill and Benda, I mean, Hill 5-star all-world talent going into his second year, David Benda going into his 6th year. Like there ain't a lot of teams in college football who has that 1-2 punch.
I would agree.
So that's even if the interior D-line isn't as great as we want it to be. Those 2 guys, I think, can mask some of the mistakes.
Show up in the run. They will show up in the run game.
Yeah, so that was absolutely a positive. 28 different Texas Longhorns had tackles, which is, once again, a lot of guys got reps. You want guys to get in-game reps. It's one thing to practice, but another thing to actually play against another team.
Coming from, like I was telling you, coming from Schultz's, even though we've got wonderful parking spaces there, thank you, Foss, but just to get back home, it took me 45 minutes because of the time, with a half hour go, when our show has a half hour to go, I'm thinking, I can get out of there, get around. Boy, there was a crowd, and it is tough getting around that San Jacinto area right there to get back going opposite. It's just tough. And so I missed out on a couple plays early, and the game didn't start till later because of the overtime, correct?
No, well, it started on ESPN News.
Oh, it did? Okay.
Yeah, so that the Vanderbilt Virginia Tech game, which maybe was the game of the day on Saturday.
How about Vandy?
Yeah.
Hey, Virginia Tech. Oh, that's not good for you.
No, Tech was like a 2-touchdown favorite. Hell, a lot of people thought they were going to win the ACC this season, and they lose to the team picked to finish dead last in the SEC. Not a great start for them. But,
No.
yeah, that game went long, so the ESPN channel didn't pick up Texas-Colorado State until a few minutes in.
So what I wanted to ask you, was there a punt ever in the game? Did the punter from Texas ever punt the ball?
One punt for Michael Kern. It was an ugly-looking punt, but it got down at the 9-yard line.
That's fine. That's all I care about. I don't care how they look.
I think it was a 39-yarder. Yeah, the best part is that we only saw him one time.
I've seen enough of these Aussies over the course of this weekend and their shitty punting style. I mean, I've seen enough of these dribbling. I mean, my goodness.
What's the deal? You hate the Asians? You hate the Aussies? What's going on?
Can we get the old-fashioned punter? Where's Reggie Roby? Can we just hit some skyrockets to land? Do they have to roll and bobble and go sideways like a frisbee? Come on. It's not frisbee. It's football. Let's go.
Yeah, Kearns was line drivey. He's not an Aussie guy, but it was not an aesthetically pleasing punt. But once again, it got down inside the 9, so he's 1 for 1 on punts inside the 20.
And how about the second best kicker and the second best player on the team? How was he?
Hey, we wanted to see extra points. We saw a lot of extra points. Bert Auburn 7 of 7 on PATs. And, yeah, had one field goal. It was a 45-yarder, split the uprights right down the middle. So
just do your job, kicker.
Good special team. Silas Bolden, interesting day as the punt returner.
Yes, he's got a lot of Xavier Worthy in him where you just don't know what you're going to get. That last one at the end was one of those, hey, we're up, let me take a chance. But that's the one that makes the coach go, can I trust this dude? Is he going to do that against Michigan in the first quarter? Is he going to try to make that kind of play? That was one, just go get away from it. You didn't get there in time. Just go ahead and get away from it. Everything's fine. Yeah. But he did get back on it.
He didn't get back on it. Gavin Holmes got on.
He didn't. He wasn't the one to recover it?
No.
Yeah, that was kind of shaky. That one, and it looked shaky. I'm like, dude, no, don't mess with this one. But he did. He thought he was this guy scooping it up. You're not this guy. You can't make a play like this guy.
Yeah, you're right. He wasn't allowed to wear a baseball glove on the field. So I guess you're right. But yeah, like Silas Bolden, the Xavier Worthy comp is a fair one because Xavier Worthy at times would make you yell at your TV. It's like, dude, what are you doing? Like, you're really going to play it off that hop? Like, or you're really going to let it roll that far? Like, what are you doing? But then he'll take one to the house, and it's like, oh, shit, that's why he's back there. Yeah,
he's a chance guy. I'll take no chances with him.
Yeah, chance guy, but he also had a 35-yard punt return on Saturday that set Texas up for an easy touchdown drive. So it's like there's going to be some moments where it's like, come on, dude, like use your head. But there's also going to be some, no, thank you, Silas.
No, thank you, yes.
So, special teams, they were solid, almost turnover with Silas Bolden there, but shout out to Gavin Holmes for diving on the football at the 5-yard line to prevent Colorado State probably scoring on that ensuing possession. And, the kicker did his job. The punter didn't see him a lot, so all good things from the Texas special teams.
Very nice. Well done. It was a good game. It was a good game to watch. Like I said, it was a good game to watch. All the players that got in were into the game. They weren't into, well, the score is this and that. I don't need to try that hard. I don't want to make a mistake. They all played like it was their opening ball game. And in order to get some snaps on this team, when you get in there, you got to perform when you're in there.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing about this team. You're not going to get very many chances. So when you get a chance or an opportunity, you got to take advantage of it. That's Absolutely. How good the team is. That's how good the players are.
Well said. Well said. All right, we've got to get into this Aggie meltdown here.
Please, yes, please.
Of course, the Aggies falling to Notre Dame in their season opener on Saturday night. But before we shift gears here, Buck, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
I want to thank my son and the gang over at 34 Wine and Spirits for getting me out there early on Saturday, getting some things done for 34 Wine and Spirits. I had to make a delivery to Schultz's. Schultz's had called. They needed a quick delivery on Saturday morning. They were missing a case of straight up booze. And my son, I called him up and I said, hey, I'm going down there early. Why don't I come by, put it in the back, and I'll take it over there, 2 cases. And so I got that done. And Dan Smith said, now that's service right there. When you get the old man carrying cases into the place, that's service. And 34 Wine and Spirits, believe me, they'll give you great service, folks. They are a wholesale distributor right now. So if you're having a party, you're having a big function, call on 34 Wine and Spirits. They'll get your spirits to you. And that doesn't mean I deliver, okay? That's because I was going to that spot. But they had other deliveries that day. And, of course, people call on them for some emergency stuff. And those dudes jump in their van, in their Ricky Williams van, and go and get it done. And they can get it done for you. But you could also go by 34 Wine and Spirits on the Southwest Parkway and pick up all your alcohol beverages right there. Pick up all your needs for your weekend at 34 Wine and Spirits. Yeah, that was funny, me walking through there like that with a case. Here's the non-drinker coming in with a case of booze. And then they had a young lady. She goes, well, we got like 40 people working down here at Schultz's. Let me come out there and get that second case. I said, I can get it. I'm fine. I said, do I look like an old man that's going to fall and break all the bottles in there? And she looked at me kind of like, yeah, I'll come with you.
She didn't say yes, but she looked at you and
oh yeah, she looked at me like,
thinking.
dude, no, you don't need to try to put a bag on your shoulder and a case in your hand. We need this booze. You don't need it, but we need it here. So once again, thank you to Schultz's Beer Garden and the folks there, and Dan for getting us there. It was an awful lot of fun. And once again, also thank you to Covert Bee Caves for having that group out there, and Derek Johnson, and of course via 313 the pizza, Smoky Moe's. What a showing on Friday out there. I'm trying to figure out, where did they get those pictures of Derek Johnson? Is that something that they brought, or did somebody have? Those were cool pictures of him.
I think our audience brought those pictures.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
I need to get a couple. Those are kind of cool. Those are nice audio. Those are nice ones that have frame too.
Yep. Yeah, it was a great showing at Covert Bee Cave on Friday. And if you missed that one, don't worry. We've got 6 more Texas football pregame luncheons at Covert Bee Cave this season. We do it Fridays before every Texas home game.
And Thursday at Via 313 right there on 620 there and 71 at the corner there in Bee Cave. Man, oh man, what food. I can't wait to get back. So now I've got to hold off for sweets till I get back over there and get that ice cream and that chocolate cookie too for dessert.
Yeah, awesome.
Man, they killed it on the desserts.
Good stuff, man. Yeah, a lot of fun broadcast we have for home game weeks with Texas Sports.
And we'll see you early on Saturday morning breakfast.
Yes, at Shoal Creek Saloon. Yeah, we do stuff for road games too, so always be locked in and make sure you tell your friends, because we're giving away free stuff all of the time.
How about the boots? How about the boots and the jeans? Man, they were loaded up the box for that.
Oh, man, we had hundreds, if not thousands of folks signing up for our free boots giveaway. Thanks to our friends at Ariat and Cavender's for hooking us up there. And, yeah, we'll be giving away cowboy hats for every road pregame show that we do. So come on out early, bright and early. Hell, you might even be there before it's bright this Saturday. We'll be at Shoal Creek Saloon getting you set for that big noon, a.k.a. big 11 a.m. kickoff between Texas and Michigan.
I'll tell you this, boy, there were some beautiful women coming through there on Saturday. I'm not amazed by, but 30 years of being in this state on game day, it is absolutely, it's mind-boggling, the beauty of the ladies that come through for a game day and their outfits and stuff. It's like, I don't know if they're going to the prom or a football game. I mean, they are dressed to the T. I'm like, are you really going to a game?
What do you mean prom? You see like ballroom gowns there?
They wear everything there. They wear everything going to these games. No, it was short shorts.
I was going to say, like, I don't know too many proms where you're wearing like jean shorts and a tank top.
Oh, it was tanked up this week now.
Yeah. No, there are plenty of perks to living in Austin, Texas, USA, America. But the women
I
that
know
we
the
have
Colorado
down here,
State folks were happy. They had big smiles on their faces.
yeah, no, none of their women were very attractive, but they were there. Yeah, we were throwing some jabs at the CSU fans who were very nice and
they were going down. They were going hook 'em. They were giving it this. I'm like, come on. And what is their deal? They got a little ram thing or something?
Yeah, I don't know why I can't do this. They do like the hook 'em, but they do ram's horn. So instead of, the index finger and the pinky going up, they do like the curl over like the ram's horn. So they were giving us some of those.
They were giving the knucklers or whatever.
And I asked a few of them, hey, who's going to score more points, the Texas offense today or Colorado State in that NCAA tournament loss to Texas back in March? And the answer was the Texas offense. Texas got 52. Colorado State scored 44 in a basketball game.
Wow.
Against Texas. So thanks to every CSU fan who supported our economy this weekend.
Yes.
And you got to watch your team lose to Texas twice in the same year in different sports. So
give me the Aggie meltdown. I mean, what? I mean, I know you get on those sites and stuff and you see that. I watched that game. I was like, first thing I thought of is I understand now why he did not bring the quarterback. I got it now. Okay. I got it. He knew it. You knew it. The American people knew it, but I can see it. That's not a guy ready for prime time. Now, will he get better? He's got to get better than he was, right?
That was bad. That was one of the worst quarterback performances of the weekend. Hell, that might have been the worst quarterback performance of the weekend.
For what the expectations of, or what I keep hearing about this kid. Oh, I kept hearing before the game, and they were trying to pump him up, on College Game Day as being, this is an NFL, one of the top quarterbacks. I'm like, no, it is not.
There are people who think Connor Wigman's better than Quinn Ewers. Like, not just Aggie fans. There are college football pundits out there who believe that Connor Wigman is a better quarterback than Quinn Ewers.
No.
And like you said, you look at 2025 NFL mock drafts, you see Connor Wigman's name in the first round of a lot of them. There are people who think that if that guy stays healthy, because that's been his issue the last couple of years, is he keeps getting hurt. There are people who thought, if that guy stays healthy for all 12 games, then A&M has a shot to win double-digit games this season. That guy looked like a high school quarterback on Saturday. And look, Notre Dame's a great team.
They've got really good defense.
They've got a great defense. They've got an All-American corner. They've got some great D linemen. Like it wasn't like
secondary's long. They're good in the secondary.
They weren't playing Idaho, Dylan Gabriel.
Really?
For Connor Wigman in the biggest game of his career to this point, with all of the hype and all of the expectations on him going into this season, for him to go 12 of 30 for 100 yards, 0 touchdowns, and 2 interceptions, and also
thank goodness they had that tight end, or they would have had no catches probably.
And also 1 on-field vomit that the cameras caught. That was the smallest big game performance I've seen from a quarterback in a long time, Coach.
And the only thing I could think of is they didn't bring in the media day. We had talked about that. Now I understand.
Forget that guy being one of the best quarterbacks in the country or one of the best quarterbacks in next year's draft. I don't think that guy's the best quarterback on his team. I'm not sure.
They've got to look at somebody else has to be better than that.
I'm not sure if Connor Wigman's going to finish the year as the starter. And I'm not talking about another injury. I'm talking like he might get benched. Now, they play McNeese this Saturday.
He'll get well this week.
So he should look pretty good there. But at Florida week 3, Florida sucks. But, what if Connor Wigman doesn't play well against that Florida defense that we saw the other day? I saw nothing from Connor Wigman that showed me that dude is a Power 5 level starting quarterback.
Florida's just bad enough to beat them.
Man.
Florida's bad enough to beat them at home.
Connor Wigman, this was a tie game with 6 minutes to go. If Connor Wigman can just make 1 or 2 plays, then the Aggies win that game. But instead, he just kept pissing down his leg.
Yeah, yes, you're right. That was – I didn't know if there was something wrong. Was he hurt or whatever? But that looked terrible.
Disaster for A&M.
And their new offensive coordinator, good luck.
Yeah, Colin Klein, who they were really excited about. Look, Colin Klein did a lot of great things at K-State, obviously as a player, but as their OC the past few seasons. And
they keep talking about this kid as a runner. I'm like, I'm okay. He's running because he's running for his life, but he's not a great runner either.
No.
He runs just good enough to get hammered and get hurt again. That's what he looks like. That he's about to get a collision, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. He did have 7 carries for 26 yards, but a lot of those were scramble type plays for him.
Yeah, I was totally surprised that he wasn't as good as they had talked about. Like I said, they were hyping him up on College Game Day. They had to hype up somebody, I guess, on that offense because they don't have a lot of offensive threats.
How about this stat I just saw on Twitter.com? Texas A&M quarterback Connor Wigman had the worst passing grade in the nation this week, according to Pro Football Focus.
Man.
So when I sit here and tell you it was the worst quarterback performance I've seen in a big game in a long time, it really was. The worst QB performance in America on Saturday belonged to the chosen one, the 5-star, the next Johnny Football, Connor Wigman. Way to go, Aggies.
Man.
Tough. And if Notre Dame didn't jump off sides 14 times, they win that game by 6 touchdowns. That was the only thing that saved A&M. That's the only reason it was close is that the hard count just kept getting the Notre Dame D-line over and over again.
Yeah, okay, just because we clap and make a lot of noise. Hey, Notre Dame, stay set, will you?
Yeah.
Look at the ball.
Oh, my God. Yeah, tough showing. Tough showing. So it was not a great debut for Mike Elko. Look, that Aggie defense is real.
Yes.
Riley Leonard's a very good quarterback, and A&M held him to 158 passing yards. Now, the Aggie defense kind of wore down, and they struggled stopping the run in the second half, but I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that they were getting nothing from their offense.
No.
But Mike Elko's defense was legit. But still, they were 3-point favorites. They had every expectation of winning that game, and they lose in his debut.
Yeah,
so now,
he didn't excite me as the head guy either. I was expecting a little bit more fire from his team. So I don't know, but I guess if your leader, your Heisman hopeful, and your first round draft pick at quarterback doesn't do anything, is the worst in America, then you're probably going to have some problems this year.
I mean, that is incredible. 12 of 30 for 100 yards and 2 interceptions. He overthrew, like his first interception over the middle was to a 6'6" receiver, and he overthrew him by like 5 yards. We weren't even close.
Yeah, they've got a nice tight end, but other than that, I don't see anything at the wideout position that's going to didn't scare Notre Dame whatsoever.
Maybe they have great wideouts. I don't know if they do because their quarterback couldn't get them the damn ball. But you're right. You're right. So now we go to the meltdown, Buck. This is the fun. I mean, I was enjoying it. I know you were kind of rooting for A&M because you just hate Notre Dame.
Yeah, I was trying to get my 4th win, my 4th unit play, but I was happy in a way, but I was sad in a way because I didn't want to see Notre Dame. I don't want Notre Dame to be that good that quick.
I was at Lavaca Street Bar drinking some Altstadt beer. Shout out to Altstadt.
There you go.
The best beer in the world. Hopefully you were like me and had a few Altstats over the football weekend. Hell, it's a holiday for a lot of you. You should be drinking your Altstats today. Yeah, keep it going. The rolling blackout. That's what we always talk about, right? Keep the rolling blackout up. That's a good thing. Love the Altstat beer. But I was cheering. There were a lot of Longhorn fans at that bar cheering as the Aggies collapsed late in that 4th quarter. But for everything that happened on TV, nothing was as great as what happened on the message boards after the game. We got some Gig'em 24/7 post. We've got some Tex Ags post. I think I've got 11 or 12 of these that we're going to share.
Oh, no. This is a beauty.
For the people in no particular order. I'm just going to whatever shows up first we've got. How about this one? Saban is looking for a job.
Saban's not looking. Saban is having the time of his life right now, folks.
Hey, Saban, if he's looking for any job, it ain't that job.
Yeah, really.
Aggies, I'm here to tell you, I don't think he's leaving the booth in his cush gig with ESPN for that. Here we go. Nail in the coffin. Oh, this is in the 3rd quarter when it was a 7-point game. Some Aggie fan says, that'll do it, boys. See y'all next week. I guess he ended up being right because they didn't come back and win. Let's see. Here we go with the next one. If Elko wants to stick around, he better find a better OC. And then the next commenter says, F him, looks to be another stubborn ass. This is game 1.
I know.
So we're already trying to fire Colin Klein, and we're already saying, yeah, if Mike Elko doesn't want to be next, he better find a different offensive coordinator to coach here.
Is that Elko or Mike Sherman coaching?
Oh, you're giving him the Mike Sherman moniker.
Oh, my goodness.
One game in. All right, here we go. We keep going here as the Aggie meltdown continued. How about this one on TexAgs? What is Elko's buyout? Asking for a friend.
Oh, no. Game one.
Game one. Against a blue blood top 10 team. Like, what are we doing? We're trying to fire the coach already? I thought Texas fans were impatient. What?
No, that was not a good performance. I love the meltdown by the fans, the Aggie fans. It's perfect.
They just paid a $76 million buyout, and now they want to pay another one already? How about this one? This program is a joke. Texas is playing great, and we will out a quarterback who can't throw past the line of scrimmage and blow an easy W. 7-5, here we come.
Dude, they could have won that game with any quarterback play. You realize that, right?
Yeah, I really think, like, I don't know if Jalen Johnson's still there. I'm trying to think of the other guys who were playing QB for A&M last year. Jalen Henderson is the guy's name. Marcel Reed. That's what Phil Steele.
I'm looking for a high school freshman that got to that program and let's go. You're ready to go. Looks like he's ready to go.
Well, they had some guys who played last year after Wigman got hurt.
Have they left the campus already?
No, I think at least one of them is back. So, like, those guys look better last year than what we saw from Wigman on Saturday. No debate there.
Dude, it'll be a tough week for that kid on campus.
Oh, my God. If I'm that kid, I'm not even going to campus. About Elko, you suck. He's in over his head.
Wow.
This is nuts, dude. But it's glorious.
It is.
The Monday meltdown. Most of these were actually posted right after the game on Saturday. One person,
East State, they'll get hammered.
One person says coaching staff resignation should be handed in tomorrow. We've got a Mark Stoops would have won this game.
Oh yeah, that's true. He would have won the game. You're absolutely right, Aggie fans. If you would have hired Stoops, he would have won the game.
How great is that? Like the guy that every A&M fan didn't want. Remember, Stoops was the head coach in Aggieland for like an hour and a half. And then the fan base melted down so much that Ross Bjork, who was the AD at the time, is now with Ohio State. Like
he's next up.
Yeah, he's like, oh, shit, the fans don't want this guy. I can't hire this guy.
He's next up.
Yep. So Mike Elko got the job instead. And they're already saying that, yeah, Mark Stoops would have won this game.
Wow.
We've got – I'll show a couple more because there's some great conspiracy theories out there.
Oh, what did the Horns do something to him?
Oh, yeah. Elko hire was by a TU plant. Make it make sense, y'all. Big money donors in the room had the wool once again pulled over their eyes. There has to have been someone championing this guy on the SIP payroll and couching it in the guise of this guy's an Aggie through and through, which we know plays to our weakness here. Just tired of us setting millions on fire and settling for middle of the conference.
Wow.
How about that? So one of the big money donors for A&M is actually a Texas plant who encouraged the Aggies to hire Mike Elko.
No. Sorry, guys.
You don't buy that one?
I'm not buying that one, no.
Maybe he's talking about Tulane. What is TU? I'm not entirely sure.
Hell, we don't even want Elko as a defensive coordinator here.
Yeah, we'll take him as a linebackers coach.
True.
Yeah, although I like Johnny Nansen. He did a pretty good job on Saturday. So
yes, he did. Yeah.
And then one more. Sips are going to embarrass us. IDK, what else to say? We've had 12 years to get our S together, and we haven't done dick. That's an all-time quote right there. We've had 12 years to get our shit together, and we haven't done dick. Sure, Johnny had his moments, but the trophy case is still bare AF, and we're paying tens of millions for our last coach to sport fish. I think we're going to have to take our AAU status and start petitioning for a move to the Big Ten.
No, not the Big Ten. You've got it all wrong. The Big 12. Quit saying the Big Ten. Why do they think they can jump to the Big Ten?
Well, that's the funniest part because this guy says at least there in the Big Ten, we have a shot at winning the thing.
No, you don't.
You ain't winning the Big Ten either, Ags. Sorry.
No. Get to the Big 12 where you can win something, maybe. Except for Utah will hammer that group.
I was going to say Utah, Oklahoma State, Kansas State. I don't know if A&M's as good as
you can beat Texas Tech. I'll tell you, you can beat Tech.
Yeah, well, I think Lake Travis can beat Tech.
You can beat them. Joey McGuire, you can beat Joey McGuire's group.
Anybody can
run through Lubbock.
Well, what is I think Abilene Christian is in something called like the United Athletic Conference. So apparently that conference runs through Lubbock.
How long does Joey McGuire stay after this year? One more year?
Well, depends on how this year goes. I mean, they won that game on Saturday, so that's the good news.
They really didn't win that game when it's all said and done. No, they lost.
In the standings, it shows up as a win. It feels like I was hanging out with some Texas Tech guys yesterday, and they're like,
they weren't talking shit, were they?
No, they were mad at their own team when they scored the touchdown to go ahead in overtime. They pulled out a WWE style championship belt.
Wow.
And they're like wearing it over their shoulder, prancing around on the sideline. And it's like, read the room. You guys are in overtime against Abilene Jewish.
I mean, really?
What are you doing? And then they got lucky. I don't know what happened on that 2-point conversion attempt by Abilene Christian because they scored a touchdown.
Oh, that was junk. What was that play?
I don't know if that was the play call. I don't know if the quarterback just panicked, but it was like
is that a throw into like 12 guys?
No, it was a quarterback draw is what it was. He didn't even throw it.
That's when he got just hammered. You're right.
Yeah, it's like I don't know if that was the call or once again the quarterback just freaked out. His first read wasn't there, so he thought he was just going to take off and run. I was
You know who next Aggie coach? Greg Schiano.
Next Aggie or next Tech?
No, Aggie coach. Schiano wouldn't leave. He wouldn't leave for Tech. He'll leave for the Aggie job.
Well, I think Schiano's going to leave if Rutgers is good, which they didn't look awesome last Thursday in their opener against Howard Griffith. He's not like A&M's not going to open up this year, dude.
Are you sure? It sounds like it from the fans. Come on, they want to buy out now.
Oh, man. I mean, dude, when Texas loses a game this year, there will be Texas fans who are calling for Sark's head. That's just fans being ridiculous. Like,
are you sure? Or is that –
I don't know. I mean, if A&M goes 0-12, then no, I'm not sure. But I got a hunch they're not going to lose to McNeese State, on Saturday.
McNeese, that's not Idaho. They're not playing against Idaho.
No, thank God. Well, it's not Appalachian State either because we know what happened when the Aggies play that group, right? Oh, man. So there's your Manic Monday Aggie edition. The meltdown is on after Saturday night. Big win for Notre Dame as we kind of flip the coin to the other side.
Sure.
Notre Dame's going to be favored in their other 11 games. I mean, their toughest game left. They have to go to the Coliseum to play USC, which looks a lot tougher today than maybe it did yesterday.
Yes, it does. That is going to be quite a battle.
That's going to be fun. But yeah, like Notre Dame, they play a lot of cupcake style teams this year. And obviously you'd think they can afford 2 losses, but definitely 1. Like I'm looking at their schedule now, their other tough games, they get Florida State. Are they tough?
No.
And that game's in South Bend. Their toughest road game outside of USC, they only have 2 more.
What's Navy going to play them? Navy going to play them hard or something?
They have 2 more true road games. They only have 3 true road games this year. They go to Purdue week 3, Hudson Card, and then they go to USC the last game of the year.
Hudson Card can't still be playing football. He's got to be done by now. COVID is done.
Nope. He's still out there. He played well for the Boilermakers on Saturday. But that's it. Only 2 more true road games for Notre Dame. They have like 6 neutral games like they always do. But they should go 11-1 at minimum. Like it was going to be disappointing either way if Notre Dame didn't make it to the 12-team playoff. Now that they've won maybe their toughest game of the year, they better get in.
Awesome. By the way, congratulations to Dicker the kicker for his big contract.
Yeah.
On Friday night. I mean, I think he got in touch with Honig and they texted each other and Dicker signed like a $22 million. Is it $20 or $22 million contract? That's awesome.
Yeah. 4-year extension. 4-year extension for Dicker the kicker out with the Chargers.
20 mil? Nice.
22 million, 12.5 million guaranteed.
Guaranteed. Hey, I guarantee you better make those field goals.
Hey, doesn't matter because that's guaranteed cash.
Yes, no matter what. It's in the bank already.
He could miss all of those field goals and he's still netting 12.5. Large. I don't think he will.
Him.
He's one of the best kickers in the game already. No surprise for anybody who watched him in high school or watched him in college. A dude is nails, and happy for him. That's great moments for the Dicker family.
So anything that surprised? I mean, that Alabama, they haven't missed a beat. They're recruiting. Yeah. They got good players. They got a good coach.
Let's get to some winners and losers from week one in a second. But before we go around the SEC and maybe more around the country, let's give another round of sponsor shout outs.
Our good friends over at Woods Comfort System, which it is beautiful in here. It was humid this weekend. It was wonderful in my house. The air conditioning working just perfect. But it's all getting all straightened out for when the winter months come. Woods Comfort Systems will get it done for you. That contract that they have with you, coming by twice a year, absolutely fantastic. But there won't be any need if you buy your system from Woods Comfort System. Getting ready to be 70 years in the business, they are absolutely the very best. When it comes to maintenance, they're definitely the best when it comes to maintenance. They do a fantastic job, and I do appreciate them. I'll appreciate them when that little heat deal comes on. It's not coming on. It's only going to be in the 80s. Maybe I'll need to have some heat in here when it gets in the 80s. Maybe it'll be just a little too cool for me. But if I have to turn it on, I know it will work.
Yeah, it will. WoodsComfortSystems.com is the website. 512-842-5066, the phone number. You're going to turn the heat on when it's 85 degrees outside?
Maybe when I watch the games next Saturday morning when it's 50-some degrees in Ann Arbor. Really?
Yeah, 50s
still
or low
living
60s.
That stuff in Champaign, Illinois. I don't remember it being in the 50s in September, but my goodness.
That sounds nice.
There's a little bit of water around that Michigan area. There's no water in Illinois.
They got that Flint, Michigan water.
Oh, yeah. Got to drink that.
It's good stuff right there. Yep. Shout out to Woods Comfort Systems. Also a shout out to the crew at Audio Visual Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audio Visual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Yes, indeed. Much love to AV Consultations and our man Tom McKay.
Yeah, I got a really good shot of Scotty shanking that one in the trap the other day. I was like, wow, that only happens to me when I hit it off the hosel. I missed the club altogether, and the ball, the club goes into the sand, but the shaft of the club hits the ball and it shanks off. That was hard to believe. What a comeback! That was the deal. Was the comeback though?
Yeah, the response by Scotty Scheffler was very, very impressive.
Beautiful on my big 85-inch screen TV though.
Yep. I had the 4 TVs rocking with football, with golf, with tennis, with baseball, with everything going on. It was glorious. Thanks to Audio Visual.
Thank you, Thigala, because I got to see the sand actually move when your club went back. Cost yourself $5 million. Squealer. Hey, cheaters are champions.
Squealed on himself.
What's wrong with him? What's wrong with that guy? You think the guys that I play with would do that?
No.
Not at all?
No.
You mean like when they foot wedge it away from the roots of the tree and say,
those guys
I want to break my wrist?
Exactly. No, those guys, you're called the Texas cheaters for a reason. You're sitting here asking me if I think they wouldn't cheat.
You think they wouldn't call it on themselves like, oh, I didn't mean to swing at that. Oh, that was a practice swing.
No. Oh, wait, you think this golf ball fell out of my pocket? No, this is my ball.
Oh, man. That was hard. He said he wouldn't have slept. He wouldn't have slept well. You think those guys would sleep well once they move the ball back away from the rock? Of course they sleep well.
Man, you're getting mad at a guy for playing by the rules, for being honest.
What's he doing? What's wrong with him?
Come on, man. You got to give him some credit for being a good guy.
I give Michigan credit.
No, they're cheaters. They didn't admit it. I'll give Thigala credit for actually saying that he cheated, and
the camera couldn't even see that. That's how
I know
minute that was of a movement, but he thought he did it.
there are very few guys on the tour who would have admitted to doing that, right? I can tell you Matt Kuchar would not have done that.
Oh, you don't think Cooch would have done that?
Now, someone would have accused Cooch of cheating somehow, and he would have been like, no chance. I'm not cheating. You're cheating.
No, you're right.
You're right.
That cost him, man. And then the play the way he played.
I don't know if it cost him that much. He said he played better because he did it. It got him going.
Yeah, you're probably right. He played well on Sunday.
He did. Great round on Sunday. All right, quick read for passes here before we could talk about Scotty Scheffler as one of our winners for the weekend. But shout out to our friends at Passes. Hey, 40 of the top UT athletes are on Passes. And this is a content creator company that allows you to get closer to the game than ever before. Texas football players, Texas volleyball players, baseball, softball, basketball, you name it, they are on Passes, and they are posting content all of the time. They're also interacting with you, the fans. You can DM your favorite athletes, and they're actually going to respond. This is revolutionizing the way that the fans can interact with our favorite Texas athletes. Go to their website, passes.com, make an account, and see everything that they have to offer. Once again, passes.com to get closer to the game than ever before. All right, Buck.
Go ahead and stick with the SEC, what you thought of the SEC. I know it's hard to tell because they destroyed these teams during the course of the weekend. I don't know if who's really, really good, who's really, really bad, or who's kind of in between. I think Mississippi is, as we talked about, before the season starts, I think you're right, BK. I think they're really, really good, despite what they did to Chattanooga Choo-Choo or whoever the hell they played.
It was Furman that Ole Miss.
Oh, Furmans. Yeah, Furmans. They played the Furmans. Yeah, so.
Yeah, the Furmans. Are you calling them furries?
Yeah, the furries. They played the furries. That was nice. It was like Tennessee. It was that Tennessee that played Chattanooga. Woo, woo.
Yep.
Man, did they bury that group.
I think 69-3 was the final score in that Tennessee versus Chattanooga game. And Ole Miss beat Furman. What was it? 76 to nothing. Yeah, not too shabby there. So it was an up and down weekend for the SEC, right? The SEC did something that no conference has ever done on Saturday. They had 4 teams win by 60 or more points on the same day.
60.
Yep. And that does not include Texas, right? The Longhorns only won by 52, but Alabama, Tennessee, Ole Miss, and Auburn all won by 60 plus.
I didn't even remember Auburn. What was the Auburn score? I didn't even see that.
A lot to 0.
A lot to 0.
Yeah, they were playing
63 to 66 to 0.
They were playing Alabama A&M.
Oh man.
That's
hey, here's your paycheck.
Yeah, let's see. It was 73-3 was the final for Auburn over Alabama A&M. So yeah, the good news for the SEC, once again, 4 teams won by 60 plus. You also had Texas win 52-0. You had Oklahoma win 51-3. You had Arkansas won 70-0, but that game wasn't on Saturday, so it doesn't fit in the stat. But they won by 70. Mizzou won 51-0. Like a lot of teams showed up and showed out, but you look at the competition that they were playing against. Buck, the SEC played against 4 ranked teams in week 1. The conference went 1-3. You had Georgia, who beat the crap out of Clemson, but A&M, Florida, and LSU last night, they all played ranked opponents, and they all came up short. So, yeah, you can brag about how dominant the SEC was against a bunch of FCS and G5 teams, but it was not a great showing for the SEC against.
Yeah, but who thought that was there anybody in their right minds that really thought, with the except of Vegas, thinking that Florida was going to beat UM?
Well,
hey, you know what?
Florida was the only underdog, Buck. LSU was favored and A&M was favored.
Did Florida end up being an underdog in that game?
Yeah, Florida was a 2.5-point dog against Miami. But
well, that's all right because I gave you that one anyway. Hey, yeah, they're back.
All about the U, baby.
Keep that quarterback healthy.
They look good. So, yeah, 1-3 in the 4 biggest games for the SEC. So, the SEC lovers, which I guess now we have to be,
yes.
We're like, oh, look at all these blowout victories. Look at us. But the SEC haters are like, yeah, but anytime you guys played somebody good, you lost. So up and down week for the SEC.
I mean, I watched some of them play. I mean, I watched Missouri. Missouri's good.
Yeah, Missouri's good.
They're real good.
They played Murray State, though. So, like, what,
Hey, I'm glad OU's got their quarterback going against that group from Temple. Way to take advantage of the Owls.
That game feels like it was a week and a half ago. Yeah, Friday night, OU all over Temple, 51-3 the final. Jackson Arnold, he threw for 4 touchdowns. He only threw for 141 yards. Oklahoma was dominant, but a lot of it was just Temple being ass. They had 6 turnovers.
Oh, my God.
Like that, dude, Stan Drayton, great guy. Enjoyed him here. No, that guy, I don't know how often they'll fire coaches mid-season at places like Temple, but that guy's getting canned out.
I may have to make the call to get that gig since I'm from that area.
Get the head gig?
Yeah, I may have to go ahead and straighten out Temple's program.
You think you're cut out for it?
No, I know where Temple is. I know what it's all about. There's nobody going there.
Hey, I go to Temple more than you do. Maybe I should be it.
No kidding.
Get a Jewish guy there. Maybe they can turn the Temple around, huh?
Man.
Yeah, so OU, Jackson Arnold, look, did what he needed to do. Oklahoma won by 48. They covered, but we didn't learn a lot from them. I mean, that defense is good. We knew that defense was good. You can say we learned that the defense is salty, but Temple just looked awful.
Yes.
Awful in that one. So some other winners and losers. Speaking of the U, I thought Cam Ward may have been the biggest winner of week 1, Buck. The Miami quarterback, 385 yards and 3 touchdowns in that blowout victory in a rivalry game on the road at the Swamp. Look, say what you will about Florida. They're obviously in a tough spot right now, but Miami hasn't had a quarterback like Cam Ward in a long time.
For sure.
That guy looks the parts, and he's dual threat, and he was running and making stuff happen with his legs.
They've got some receivers, too.
Yeah, it was very accurate throwing down the field. I thought Cam Ward was absolutely a week 1 winner. Notre Dame, I know we've talked about them a lot, but to go on the road, maybe the toughest game on their schedule on paper, and to win it by double digits, pretty impressive for Marcus Freeman. Because we talked about it. Like, if Notre Dame lost that game, people would have been wondering about whether or not Marcus Freeman's the right guy at Notre Dame. And they go on the road, they win by double digits. That's a huge win for him and for that program.
You're right.
I'll say Penn State. I'll say Penn State going to Morgantown. A lot of people were picking that as an upset, and that game was never close.
I didn't do that to the fans, though. I knew how many in a row they've won there against that group. And they played, and after, like I said, after a 2-hour rain delay, they came right out and just smoked them.
They did. And it's like, that game is not, I was telling people this, and I called my cousin, and they had money on Penn State. Like, that game is not big enough for Penn State to lose.
You're right.
They don't lose the medium games. They lose the big games to Ohio State and Michigan, but they're playing a team like they're going to beat teams like West Virginia all season long.
West Virginia, Rutgers, Maryland, teams like that, they'll pound them.
Exactly. So Penn State, look, a huge win for them. We've talked about their schedule a lot. They don't have to play Michigan. They don't have to play Oregon. So they really only have one game that they should lose, and that's a home game to Ohio State. But that was, for Penn State to win that one. Drew Aller looking good. Those 2 running backs are legit.
How about little Patty Mahomes from Nebraska?
Yeah, Dylan Raiola. He looked good.
They threw, I think, 4 TD. I think they will clobber Colorado.
Clobber.
Well, I think they'll win by at least 10.
Okay. I think they opened up as a 7-point favorite.
I'll take the 10-point win. That'll be, hey, get ready for some big units, y'all.
There you go. Yeah, that's Saturday night. Colorado in Lincoln taking on Nebraska. Make sure I have that line right. Okay. I think it's 7. I think it's at 7. At least it opened at 7. I don't know why it's not. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing.
Yeah, because they're probably up to 9 now.
Now, still at 7. Nebraska -7 at home.
Okay.
Against Colorado. But, the freshman Raiola looked pretty good. Fake Mahomes, Fat Mahomes, whatever you want to call him. He played well against UTEP. Got to give some love to Vanderbilt. I mean, they have to be one of the biggest winners of the weekend. I think I saw the stat that there were 59 teams that were double-digit favorites this weekend, And straight up, no spread included, just straight up, they were 58-1. The only team that lost was Virginia Tech, and they lost to Vanderbilt.
Yeah, that's how you get it done in Vegas. Don't be afraid. You got the money. Just go ahead and play the winners, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know people in Vegas did that. Somebody went there and played it up straight up, head up. I got the money.
Sure. If you would have done a 58-team parlay with every double-digit favorite except for Va Tech, if you did all 59.
Going up in Vegas, yes.
Yeah, if you did all 59 and you had the Hokies in there, you would be the most pissed-off person in the world. You'd be trying to bomb Vanderbilt today. But Vanderbilt, as a 2-touchdown dog, once again, picked to finish last in the SEC. They beat a team picked to finish top 5 in the ACC. Nice win for them. And I don't know
and I hate jumping around on you, but the Georgia-Clemson game, Dabo's not doing any favors for the kid from Austin, Texas at quarterback. That is such a bad-looking offense. I don't know who the coordinator is there. I don't know if Dabo has his hand in it. Their defense is still pretty good.
That's a perfect segue because that's my biggest loser of the weekend. Like, where is Clemson going as a program? Like, we know how good Georgia is. They've won 40 straight regular season games. They're a machine. But the fact that they weren't even competitive, they couldn't get in the end zone in that. It's like, what happened to Clemson? They were outside of Alabama. They were the best team in college football for like a decade. And they just continue to trend in the wrong direction. And there's nothing you can point to that gives you any confidence that they're going to turn it around.
Yeah, be loyal, but Cade Klubnik needs to go ahead and get ready to jump in that portal and get the hell out of there for a year. Get away from that. They're not even trying to help you out.
He should have left already.
Yeah, you're right. Should have left. He should have left after this. He should have never got on the field this week.
No. And look, I mean, he doesn't look great. Like, he's not as good as we thought he was going to be, but you're right. Like, you have to use the portal, man. This is some unnecessary experiment because if Clemson just did what everyone else was doing, they'd be able to get a bunch of great players because people want to play for Dabo and they want to play for Clemson because they've won. But just to completely ignore something that literally every other team is doing, it was an unnecessary science fair project, and it is blowing up in their face.
Yeah, it is. It's just trying to prove a point, just trying to be a hard ass. This is the way football should be. Well, the majority of people are saying, no, it's not the way football is anymore in college. You better get with the times or you're going to get left behind. And they're getting left behind. And he's hurt. That doesn't help recruiting. He may think that he can go through the high school level now. Those high schoolers are going to go, oh, you think I'm going there? Are you out of your mind?
Why would you? I mean, like, Dabo's won a couple of championships. Clemson still has great facilities, and it's a great school. You get a good education there. Sure. But why, like, if you're trying to win championships, hell, if you're trying to get developed into an NFL talent at this point, like for years, Clemson was as good as anybody at doing that. But now it's like, what NFL talent did they have on the field on Saturday? I didn't see anybody.
They're probably taking an NFL type young quarterback that they have and not developing him, and to the point of that dude shouldn't be there. They're not helping you whatsoever.
You're right. You're right. Yeah, I feel bad for Cade, honestly. Like, that's, once again, he's not absolved from all of the blame, but that dude, when he committed to go to Clemson was once again like right there with Alabama as the premier program in the sport.
And they had to tell him they were going to do all these wonderful things to give him a supporting cast. He's got nothing going on.
Yeah, he's got nothing going on. And look, all those guys, I mean, on that Clemson roster, they could have left. Right? Like, it's not like Dabo wasn't making it obvious that they weren't hitting the portal. Like, he's been very open about not wanting to do that. And NIL. Now, we only do God's name, image, and likeness. We don't do actual NIL stuff. Like, if I'm a player, look, I'm a man of strong faith, but if I'm a player trying to win, trying to play on Sundays, I hear my coach come out and say that, you know what I'm doing? I'm leaving.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm packing it up. I'm like, you're not trying to win.
No. It's like, this is great. Hey, I love you, coach. I love God, but I also, I've got a family I'm going to try to feed here in a few years.
I've been playing this game of football to get to the next level, and you're not going to help me do that.
I'd like to get paid in college, number one, and number two, like you said, yeah, I'd like to play on Sundays. And what are we doing here?
Yeah, that was. I wasn't expecting that. 3 points? Are you kidding me?
They got to no, they only got to 3. You're right. I keep thinking they scored 6. I'm giving them doubling their score for some reason. Yeah, they got to 3. It's bad. Bad. So Clemson's the biggest loser. I'd put Billy Napier at Florida right behind them.
Yes.
As the other biggest loser. Like, dude, Florida, they call him Sunbelt Billy. Like, Florida, you could say they look like a Sunbelt team. To me, that looks like an old school Big Ten offense.
Oh, yeah.
There's no explosivity. There's no speed. There's no, like, this is the SEC. This is Florida. All the talent in that state.
You're right.
Where are the playmakers on that team, Buck?
Dude, they generally have guys on defense that can run like hell. They would have a defensive end that was outstanding, maybe even the best player on their team. They have no defensive linemen that are good. That's not going to hold up for them.
They had a whole off season to try to make it look different than what happened last year, and it looks the exact same for them.
Yeah, and I don't know how I've got on Friday I said I got Miami to win the ACC. That's going to be hard to screw up for them. Even for their coach, that's going to be hard to screw up unless the quarterback gets hurt.
Yeah, you're right.
They have some talent on defense, wide receiver, running back. They have talent everywhere now at But if there's one guy that can screw it up, it's that guy.
Yeah, I mean, I've just pulled up Miami's schedule, and their toughest other game is Florida State, and that's at the U.
No.
What is Florida State, right? We all saw how bad they looked last week. That's the only other ranked team that they have on their schedule.
I mean, there's teams that people are riding off, and there are a lot of people are saying, don't ride off Florida State yet. I'm riding them off. That they're not going to jump up and get a lot better than what I saw in game one. They're not like going undefeated from that point on of what I saw. They may lose tonight against BC. They'll be in a dogfight. And if they're in a dogfight against BC, they still have 2 more losses in the ACC. They just do.
Yeah,
you're
right.
And I'm not riding off LSU though. Not a chance. Not if the players I saw last night and the way they still play some pretty good defense. Riley Leonard, that guy's a good quarterback that came from Duke to Notre Dame. That's the quarterback that they've been looking for right there.
Notre Dame?
Yeah, and they didn't get it going. They have a young offensive line, and generally they've got a veteran offensive line. And when that offensive line gets good and they start really running the ball at Notre Dame, and then that kid can run too, that's going to be that. And like you said, they don't play anybody.
No, Notre Dame's a playoff team.
Yeah.
Barring.
Did you say that they have Miami? Did they play Miami this year?
No.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, once again, their toughest game is Florida State, and that's a home game.
And USC at the end.
USC at the end. Yeah, that's probably their toughest game. USC at the end. I'm sorry.
That's it. And once again, a 1-loss Notre Dame team is getting in probably.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. Like maybe a 2-loss Notre Dame team gets in, but definitely a 1-loss Notre Dame team gets in.
And they're going to boat race teams at Notre Dame. They're going to put up numbers on groups, and they're going to play great defense. And I hate to say this, I'm about to win you all some money with the Fighting Irish this year.
No way.
Yes. Oh yeah.
You're going to keep riding.
I like what I saw from that defense, and in college football, especially in the secondary, if you got those long guys in your secondary that can cover, I like it. And like you said, they're not playing anybody. Who are they going to play that's going to throw it around except for USC? Nobody. And they got all those home games. Let's get on that Notre Dame wagon.
Look at you, big Irish fan now.
Yes.
We need you dressing up as a leprechaun next week.
Let's win some money with Notre Dame football.
Oh, man. Yeah, nice dog for them.
I like that. I'm not quite sure that – I'm not going to say that Oregon's no good. I mean, that was not a good display at home, but they're going to be okay. The quarterback's good enough that they'll be better. That was fluky looking, but nobody was expecting Idaho to do that. Not to meet the physicality of Oregon at home in the opener. There's going to be a lot of ass chewing in Oregon, this week. That's a hard practice coming up for them after what just happened.
Oh yeah, Dan Lanning was pissed in his
man
presser. He was just not having anything. So understandable when you're that big of a favorite and you only win by 10 against a team like that. Yeah, frustrating start.
And that Alabama-Georgia game is going to be big here shortly.
Of course, it's going to be great. I mean, you had a lot of cupcake matchups this weekend, but obviously the deeper we get into the season, the more exciting these games are going to get.
Tennessee got a better quarterback now than they had, no,
he's not better than Hooker, but he's better than I think Joe Milton that they had last year. Hard to tell. They played Chattanooga, but Nico looked very impressive in his first game. So, a lot of winners. By the way, Scotty Scheffler, definitely a winner.
No doubt.
We can throw him in that category. How
So
about
whoever came in second was the winner too?
Yeah, Colin Morikawa
Yeah.
taking home a lot of money. I think 12.5 mil for
12
him.
and a half mil.
Yeah. But for Scotty Scheffler, we'll wrap up our winners and losers segment with him.
The announcers were talking an awful lot about Morikawa trying to slow play Scotty Scheffler yesterday. Colin takes a little bit of time.
Yeah, that group, they did get asked to speed up the pace.
Oh, they did?
Once or twice yesterday.
Scotty plays pretty fast.
Yeah, I think there's probably more Colin than Scotty.
Oh, no doubt. There's no doubt about that.
But how about Scotty? $25 million yesterday for winning the FedEx Cup. He earned more than
is almost $30 million in just other tournament play.
He earned more than $62 million this year.
Nice year.
Yeah, 7 wins this season. That's the most in a single PGA Tour year since Tiger Woods back in 2007. You're doing things that haven't been done in the sport since Tiger Woods. You're doing something right.
Absolutely.
Also became a dad this year for the first time. Also got arrested this year for the first time.
Yeah, you got to go to jail every once in a while.
Incredible. And like you said, the response after that shank job out of the bunker on 8, he had bogeyed. He had a 7-shot lead like 3 holes in to yesterday.
He had 2 straight bogeys. Yeah.
And Morikawa birdied both of those holes. So it got down to 2. And it's like, for most golfers, it's, tin cup meltdown is on.
Yep.
And then for Scotty, he birdies 9, he birdies 10, and he ends up running away with the tournament at the end, per usual. I'll let you hear from Scotty. I cut up one thing from Scheffler in his post-round press conference. He was asked about his response to what could have been disaster on the front 9 yesterday.
Well, most of the week I was playing really well. I felt like I was doing a lot of stuff well, and I wasn't getting a ton out of it. I'd started with the lead, and that's why I was still in the lead, only because I started with it. You know, if it was a regular tournament, I think I would have been a couple strokes behind, but would have been right in the tournament. And so Teddy did a good job of just reminding me that I was playing well and to continue to do what I was doing, and that we were still in control of the tournament. I still had a 2-shot lead, still in total control. And if I played, my best golf on that back 9, then I was going to be most likely holding the trophy. If I went out and with a 2-stroke lead and played my best, and I felt like I was going to win the tournament. And so I changed my focus and was able to hit a really nice shot in there into 9 and really change the momentum of the round.
Certainly did. That 4-iron was spectacular. It just made it over that bunker board, but when it rolled up there, it had the right speed. I love those greens in Atlanta. I love when you go over, it goes over. When it trickles down, way down. That was a fun course. They did a good job. They did some renovations to that course. It was great for the championship.
Yeah, absolutely. And, by the way, on top of everything else Scotty did, we didn't even mention that he won Olympic gold about a month ago. That was incredible. So congrats to the lifetime Longhorn. Great weekend for the Longhorns with Texas football routing Colorado State. How about number 1 Texas volleyball starting its quest for a 3-peat? They go on the road and beat number 3 Wisconsin in 4 sets yesterday. And then, lifetime Longhorn Scotty Scheffler winning the FedEx Cup. That's as good as it gets if you're a Texas fan.
All right, when we get down to the nitty-gritty, do you think Jahdae Barron, do you think that he's going to stay at that cornerback position, or are they inclined to move him back to where he was? Were they? I guess you got to be pretty happy about the weekend. Don't you give him a chance to go ahead and still play corner again? I mean, or do you need him more at safety against? Do you need him more in a position to make tackles now this week?
That's why I think he plays corner, and I think Gilbo stays at star because Jahdae Barron's a pretty sure tackler, and so is Jalen Gilbo. Those guys are better tacklers than most of the corners that you have. So I think this weekend you'll see Jahdae Barron more at corner than anywhere else.
Okay, so I mean, if you go 2 weeks and he's playing corner pretty well, you may not make a move then.
No, well, I don't know. I think you'll just move him around in most games because you've got other good corners that I think you feel pretty good about. And if you could just give Jalen Gilbo a break at star,
sure.
Jahdae can play there. I mean, he was 2nd team all conference at that spot last year. So you can rotate him in at that spot and then safety as well. I don't know. I think Jahdae Barron's going to be kind of a jack of all trades for PK.
How did the sophomore play Williams? Did he play safety a little bit?
Yeah, Derek Williams.
How was he? Okay.
Yeah. Hard to criticize anybody in the secondary.
No, there's I I wasn't looking to find anybody. I was just very, very interested to see when I saw that kid come out and play corner. I'm like, this is a healthy cornerback now, but body type, I when I saw him at the SEC media day, I said, boy, if he's playing corner, I don't know if he's got the hips, the kind of movement and hip movement, but I watched him move around. When he's healthy, he can do anything. That's the deal.
Yeah, he's a stud. He is one of the better players on this team. And a lot of people were a little confused. Like, well, Jahdae Barron was so good at Star last year, and all of a sudden he's losing his job. What's going on? But I think it's just the coaches are like, no, Gilbo's really good, so we need him on the field. But Gilbo can only play this position.
Yes.
And Jahdae, we trust to play a few different positions. So we're going to get him on the field as often as we can. But yeah, he's a tough guy to game plan against because you just don't know where he's going to be.
You're right. You're right.
So having a guy like that is, look, he's not Isaiah Simmons. I'm thinking of Isaiah Simmons when he was at Clemson, ended up being a top 10 pick that didn't really pan out in the NFL. But like that guy lined up all over the place for those really good Clemson defenses back when Clemson was relevant. And it's like, if you have a guy who's kind of like that, to where really you could put him, once again, 3 or 4 different spots.
Sure.
That's fun. That's a lot of fun for a defensive coordinator, I think.
Yeah. So, linebackers played well. I was really happy to see once again, David Benda continue making strides at the linebacker position, because once again, when he saw a chance to go and get the runner, he didn't hesitate. I mean, there's going to be some times where those guys make some bad decisions because being over aggressive, and that's fine. But in this particular game, he made some decisions, BK, that were fantastic. He went behind the guy pulling and stuff. He didn't cut him off and push position the running back to cut back. He said, I'm going. I think I can get there. And he got there. And that was good to see. Got to be careful this week doing that.
Well, yeah. I mean, Michigan can't throw the ball at all. So, like, their quarterback play, and we'll dive in more to their win against Fresno State tomorrow and throughout the week. But, I mean, whenever, like, their tight end had 8 catches for 87 yards, the rest of their team had 8 catches for 34 yards. Their quarterbacks can't throw it on the outside, and that was against Fresno State.
Well, I was surprised they couldn't run it.
They couldn't run it that great. That was a 16-10 game with 6 minutes left.
That really surprised me. They didn't just pound those guys, which I said that this offensive line will look very similar to the guys last year. No, they don't.
No, they don't.
They don't. Or once again, remember, everybody, game one, there'll be a lot, like I said, there'll be a lot of people with foots in rear ends this week after some coaches watch some films. Players will play at a different level next week.
Absolutely.
That doesn't mean they'll play great, but they'll be different. I got to believe that group will be much different against Texas than they were against Fresno. I don't know if they were on cruise control, checking out their national championship rings or whatever, but that was not a great display of football by Michigan this week. They will have a great display of football this week.
I hope they don't.
I want them to play just like they did against Fresno. I hope they play crappy like that, cheaters, but I don't think it'll be that way. I think you'll see. But I mean, I think the Longhorns will be up for it after I saw the way they played, after all the different positions played on Saturday.
Amen. All right, a couple more sponsor shout-outs here before we hand things off to the fellas. Some love to Parallel Lending. Hey, nice. The markets seem like they're getting more and more volatile every day, and the need to diversify your investments is more present than ever. While investing in stocks and bonds are great strategies, the most savvy investors out there diversify their portfolio with alternative assets. And right now, the most popular alternative investment strategy is private credit. Parallel Lending is a lender that provides short-term business purpose loans backed primarily by single-family real estate in the state of Texas. They've got their new flagship fund, which gives accredited investors the opportunity to fund the loans they provide. They are targeting an 11.5% return for their investors. That's right. And the best part, your money's only locked up for 1 year. Sometimes you get involved with stuff like this. You got to put money away for 5, 10, and 20 years. And then way down the road, you might get some money. No, your money's locked up for just 1 year with this flagship fund for Parallel Lending. And once again, they are targeting an 11.5% return for this fund. So if you are interested in investing passively into these loans backed by real estate, go to their website, parallellending.com/fund. Once again, parallellending.com/fund to learn more information. Accredited investors only. Returns not guaranteed. An investment in parallel fund involves risk. Please review all disclosures before investing.
By the way, big shout out to, of course, our sponsors at 7-Eleven. Got to say hello to Ashish. I'll be there today. Hey, picking up my hard copy this. Wait a minute. Hopefully the paper coming out today? Labor Day? Are they not laboring there?
I doubt it.
What?
I don't know.
No Labor Day pickup?
You tell me. You're the newspaper guy. I have no clue.
Oh, you got to make the phone call and see if I'm going to be able to go. Well, I'm going to go to 7-Eleven anyway and get myself a Slurpee Day. Slurpee Day from all the wonderful laboring I've been doing over the weekend, as a matter of fact. I want to thank them. Also, Big Hat Spirits, the mocktail. Yeah, watching a little golf yesterday with my mocktail, my non-alcohol drink, my margarita. Delicious. Want to thank BigHatSpirits.com. That was tasty, as a matter of fact.
Yes.
Love it. Love it. And also Sue Patrick. Hey, I know folks got to Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road before the game, but now you're getting ready to take that road trip to Ann Arbor. Go get your gear. Go over to see Jay and the gang and pick up your gear, your travel gear. Get that luggage. Get that carry-on.
They got it all. SuePatrick.com or 5222 Burnett Road. Thanks to Jay and the gang. We'll be out doing a show there again very soon.
Nice.
All right, let's bring on the fellas of Chaos Theory. It's Double R. It's Wags. Fellas, how we doing?
What's up, guys? How we doing?
How we doing, gentlemen?
Give the people their money 4 for 4.
That's what I'm saying.
Big unit plays. Easy money this week.
Week 1. It was week 1, Buck.
Hey, we'll take it. Last year, the Buck got off to a horrible start and had to play catch up.
You're right.
He's
off on the good foot, Buck.
Rally with 4. Hey, am I going to put the Terps in any of these wins? Are they any good?
It's the Big Ten. I mean, no.
No. Okay. Thank you. That's all. That's it. Don't you have to explain?
Kind of shocked me a little bit on Saturday. I was kind of. I mean, it was UConn. Let's not get it twisted. But I mean, they looked pretty good.
Okay.
I didn't know Maryland still played football. I'll be honest with you.
Well, they can beat Herman's Texas Longhorns.
They quit after those Texas games. They just
jet sweep.
I tried to remove those games from my mind. Thanks for bringing them back, fellas.
That's bad. Buck, did I hear you're going to dress like a leprechaun, my man?
I'm about to win some money for people with Notre Dame. That's a good team this year.
Well, I'll say this. I hope you can get around a little bit better than Coach Lee Corso. He was dressed like a leprechaun on the game day thing, and he's having a hell of a time, man.
Well, Rodney, your ears are better than mine. I thought Bucky said he was going to be a leprechaun.
During this whole thing, I saw Saban. I saw McAfee. I never saw a coach. I never saw him on any of the game day stuff.
Right at the end. Yeah, it was right at the end. He just cruised off the set and then walked back in dressed like a leprechaun.
Couple of Lee Corso nugs. He was the only guy to pick every game correctly on Saturday. So people think he's done. Nah, he still got it. You know what else Lee Corso picked on Saturday?
What's that?
He picked Texas to win the national championship.
Oh, he did?
I love that.
Not so fast, midget. Not so fast.
Good job, coach. Yeah, now we're talking. Hey, boys, enjoy that Aggie misery today, okay?
Isn't that crazy?
They are ready to get rid of their coach after game 1.
I think I'm going to just start throwing up. I'm going to just start throwing up like Connor Wegman. What was that all about? Come on, dude.
Did I see orange Gatorade? Why was he throwing up the Gatorade?
Man.
Hydration, Buck.
Yeah. He overhydrated.
He
was about to embrace that inner Willie Beeman.
There it is right there.
Did you guys see this from College Game Day on Saturday? Remember, Buck, it was in College Station, and some guy in a Texas shirt held up a poster that said, "We're back, little brother."
That is great.
And the TV
that is so good. All right, boys, I got to get cranking. Have a great day.
Later, Buck. Be good.
Yeah, I'm going to go.
Cranking on what?
I'm going to go crank 1, 2.
That's what I'm talking about. Crank them out, guys. Crank. It's Monday. Get them going. It's Labor Day. You got to be cranking today.
Yeah, something like that, right?
I guess. What's up, my brother? How you doing, sir?
I'm good, man. How are you doing? Isn't that great?
Mondays are always better when we win, right?
Oh man, Mondays are always better. I mean, Mondays are always better when you have a full weekend of college football. And guess what? You got another game tonight. You got one more game tonight.
We got to finish it up with Florida State here in BC.
Man, Wags, I got to tell you, man, the great advice that you have continually given me when it comes to technology stuff once again came into played last night. I'm in my last few days of DirecTV. I'm gonna cut the cord, like you said. DirecTV apparently has gotten into some kind of dispute with Disney, so there was no ABC, so there was no U.S. Open. All of this right before the USC LSU game. So go to the YouTube TV, boom, there it is.
It's amazing, isn't it? Yeah, since we went to YouTube TV last year, and there has been no screens in my house that have said, sorry, we're under contract negotiations right now, you can't see the game, or you can't see what you're trying to view. I haven't had that message be prompted up on my screen in a year now. It's been fantastic. DirecTV, it always seems like they're messing with, what is it? Is it Nelstar? What Nelstar's who they're in agreement with? Or
this is Disney. This
one's Disney. Oh.
So this is the big one. I mean, this is Mickey Mouse. I mean,
this is ESPN, all of them. Yeah. So
I think even Donald Duck's involved with this one. I mean,
DirecTV, you got to get your shit together, because it appears like nobody. It seems like you're overpricing everyone.
Yeah.
Or people are just trying to get a little bit lower of a price with their contract or whatever with DirecTV. But for some reason or whatever, DirecTV is not satisfying customers.
And it's just like politics. And again, I'll just leave it at that. It's just finger pointing. You look on Twitter, and it's like Disney says it's them, DirecTV says it's them. Bottom line is the stuff ain't on.
Right. Bottom line is it ain't working, damn it.
Bottom line is you get that thing that you're talking about. We are actively working to resolve. Give me a break.
Bottom line is you fix the service issues that you have, and you just do a better job. Do your job, as Bill Belichick likes to say. Man.
Yeah, exactly. I don't need all of this. We're trying or whatever. We'll try harder. Skip the message and fix it. But that's a good thing. It's going to disrupt one TV, but it's everywhere else. So thank you again, my man. Thank you again.
Absolutely. We welcome in everybody. We welcome in the crew, the crusty crew here that watches Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. You can hit me up on Twitter, Not the Fake Wags. Hit my co-host and partner in crime up, Rodney Rodriguez, up at the Rodney R, and then on Instagram at the at the _ Rodney R. I'm on the gram at the Wagner Wire. Make sure you fire us up on that code of text line 512-222-9328 if you have not done so already. And if you were out and about and mobile, make sure you smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already too. And let's get going. Let's get cracking. Let's talk about week one. Oh my goodness. You want to talk about video game numbers? There were a lot of quarterbacks out there throwing some video game numbers out there in week one, Rodney.
Yeah, there really was, man. And for Mondays for me, it's always maybe overreaction Monday or maybe a little underreaction Monday.
Naturally, right?
Yeah. Isn't that the thing about it? I mean, and it's week one. I mean, we can go on. I had a lot of folks that were messaging me, because I'd post about Texas or whatever, and it's like, hey, that's Colorado State, whatever. I'm like, look, there have been, how many times, Wags, have we done this to where you have these huge expectations, you have the opening game, but you're disappointed, but it's like, oh man, you kind of have that uneasy feeling. I don't have an uneasy feeling.
Yeah, when you go out and you perform regardless of the opposition, you showed efficient football. You showed the fact that you can play ball, you can move it up and down the damn field, and also you can defend, right? Like Longhorns could have easily laid down and allowed a score late in the damn game, but no, I mean, Barron being able to come off his deep third or off his third responsibility there. He didn't realize he didn't have a man going out on him. He was able to rotate over and then take away a third of the field. Outstanding play by the secondary, which is a Achilles heel of ours, or was an Achilles heel of ours last season. It seems to be shored up, or at least fixed a little bit. Again, consider the opposition. It's week one, but still, man, you had to love what you seen out of your defense. All hats fire, at least eight hats firing to the ball almost at any given play, and there was not an epidemic with the tackling. Everyone seemed to wrap up and tackle, Rodney. They finished drives. They looked fantastic, and that is the reason why it was 52-0.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, there's always going to be the first game jitters or whatever you want to call it. It's kind of shaking off that rust just a little bit, but you didn't. The secondary. I mean, that was the thing that I was really
laughing. Held an NFL prospect to under 50 yards, I believe. I think he got under 50 yards. I don't think he eclipsed that.
Yeah, absolutely. And that in and of itself
Few
tells you right
catches?
there the improvement. Yeah. And the whole thing, I love that turnover sword. Did you see that? Man,
I didn't see
dude,
it. Somebody mentioned it a few times. I did not see
yeah.
the
So
turnover.
I think that's the work of Blake Gideon. So I mean, I just really think that there are a lot of things to be positive about because like I've said, I mean, it's always just time after time in these first season games we've gone into this where Texas should dominate, and yet you look up in the third quarter and it's 17-14.
And a lot of teams around the collegiate landscape struggle. I mean, at first, and then they started covering it and turning it on. Right, there was a lot of teams that covered.
Yeah, I tell you, the one that was most surprising, and I saw this morning because Joel Klatt, from Fox college football coverage is always, he's got his stuff together pretty good. But so he put out his top 10. I believe this was sometime last night, maybe early in the day. He's got Georgia, Ohio State, and moves up Texas to number 3. Oregon, with some of their struggles that they had in a much closer game than we thought, he moved them all the way down to number 10.
Yeah, I wouldn't have busted them down that far, but they did. They struggled more than what I thought they would struggle with. Now, here's the thing, too. Gabriel didn't look as good as I thought he would either.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
And then, I mean, you want to talk about a team that impressed me. Again, consider the opposition, but Ole Miss. I mean, Jackson Dart had 6 touchdowns before halftime. What's going on, bro?
Yeah, those dudes. I don't think. I think the love and I think the appreciation that they've been getting in the preseason. I don't think that's overhyped, man. They are really, really damn good. And I do think that some of the Oregon hype has been a little much. Has been a little much going in. I didn't think that they should be ranked ahead of Texas. I mean, I'd have had them maybe 5 or 6. And again, with Idaho right there, Idaho came out.
Way to go, Idaho! Hey.
Kind of had them right there on the ropes a little bit, but they're able to win. Gabriel still threw for 380 yards and 2 touchdowns, but again, you look at the quality of the competition.
Looked a little off, but he was consider it's week 1, so you got to find that rapport with your wide receivers there. Quinn looked fantastic. Able to people were worried about how are we going to supplement and find a succession plan for that wide receiver room. Well, hit the transfer portal, and it seemed to work out well. Also, it was a running back by committee. Jaden Blue leading the crowd there, but still fantastic ground and pound by the Longhorns. Binks brings up a really good point. There were no sacks on Saturday, which is a little issue of concern for me. Okay, I wasn't expecting an absolute domination of a game. Or a dominant performance of the defensive interior line, but I wanted to see pressure. I wanted to see how they were going to make up for not having Sweat and Murphy in there. Plugged holes decently and allowed linebackers to scrape. But again, you got to get more pressure coming up out of that interior front, and then also you got to be putting some pressure on the edges as well. I thought the lack of pass rush is a little bit concerning, especially going into Michigan. But Michigan seems like they don't pass the ball that well based off of what I saw in week 1. Okay, look, Loveland's a fantastic tight end. He's going to be able to chew you up inside the hashes, but getting it out to the boundaries, they struggle a little bit. They're trying to work out some quarterback play, trying to find the succession plan for JJ McCarthy. Again, they might have to change some things up and get a different quarterback in there to kind of make some magic happen. We know that they can run the ball well with Edwards. Expect a heavy dose of a ground and pound from Michigan. But that's one thing that we are suited to stop is the run game.
Yeah, Jalen Gilbo, leading tackler. I mean, Hill had a fantastic game once again.
Yeah, you got to keep Hill as long as Hill can scrape and roam freely. If those defensive tackles can keep the line off of Hill, we'll be okay. He's just got to be able to scrape.
That's right. And this is going to be this week. It's going to be a lot of Donovan Edwards. I mean, this is what you have to hone into. Yeah. This is where, and looking at the early line on this, what is Texas? I think Texas is a 7-9 point favorite.
I saw 6. I saw it open up at 6, but
okay. So there's that, but you and I, we use that old cliche all the time. The biggest differences between game 1 and game 2.
Week 2. Yep.
Yeah. And when you look at this, I mean, everything that you saw, out of UT was really impressive. Like you said with Quinn Ewers, I mean, I wrote this down, Wags, at the half, because it really was so much.
6.5 now. Thank you very much, Jason. It did open at 6, but it's at 6.5 now. Thank you.
So much of it was how is Quinn Ewers going to gel with this new wide receiver core? Halftime, you had Isaiah Bond, 5 catches, 61 yards, and a touchdown. Golden, 3 catches, 50 yards, 2 touchdowns. Wingo had 2 receptions. Seems to be gelling pretty good. Quinn Ewers looked in total command. I know you had the interception, but that's one of those things to where the dude looks like he is prime time ready to go.
Rodney, his distribution was fantastic on Saturday. 11 different receivers. I mean, you're trying again. Maybe he's scouting it out and throwing spinning the rock around trying to find who's going to be wide receiver number 1. But if everybody can contribute like that, you don't really need a wide receiver number 1. I mean, my God, dude. It's a very nice stat to have with 11 different wide receivers.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And the no look. I mean, the no look throw. I mean, the whole Mahomes thing.
And then
look at this guy.
Then, people are all, of course, the low hanging fruit, and people just want to drive a wedge wherever they can in the land of the the greatness of whatnot of the burnt 40. People are already starting to throw that is there a quarterback controversy? No, there's no quarterback controversy. And then how about that too? Like, for Ewers to be able to come out and play the way that he did, and then we're able to get Arch some reps as well. And then the fact I have talked endlessly, tirelessly about Arch's footwork and his ability to escape plays and extend plays. Right, in his first touchdown completion, he was able to do that, working that magic with the Manning feet, and looking like his grandsire, to quote Smash Simmons from yesterday on the Wagner Wire there, looking like his grandsire, Arch Manning, being able to just shoot and scoot, man. Moved his feet, great footwork, stepped up inside the line, gets out of the pressure, avoids the pressure, and then before he gets to the line of scrimmage, has the sense of wherewithal to complete the pass over to Bolden there, to Silas Bolden. And as the defense was closing in on him, saw that out of the right corner of his eye that he had Silas Bolden out there as an outlet and a release valve. Perfectly executed. And look, that was an improvised pass play, right? He stepped up, went through all of his progression reads, and then hit the last one at the last minute for a touchdown. And then also being able to contribute on his on the ground and pound, goal line. It was a goal line push in, but still, it was Arch Manning being able to do it all on the ground as well. So the future is bright, my dude. Future is absolutely bright.
It is. And for Arch Manning, again, it's not Arch Manning time yet. I mean, the good thing about this, and the good thing about this group that we look at right now, maybe it doesn't happen against Michigan, maybe it doesn't happen against Georgia, maybe it doesn't happen against OU, but this guy's going to get plenty of time to play. And for him, the story's setting up well when it's going to be his time. That touchdown that you're talking about right there, you can't draw that up better for whatever the lore is going to be, the legacy of Arch Manning, when it's his turn. When it's his turn. But
Brent McMurphy, legit, and I respect the work that Brent McMurphy does, but the fact that he actually sat there and thought that there was going to be a quarterback, or maybe he's just throwing bullshit out there on social media to see who responds to it. That's kind of the vibe that I got from this post that he put out there. But yeah, he's just like, oh, do we have a quarterback controversy in Austin now because of how well Arch Manning played? Did you see how fucking Quinn Ewers played, idiot? No, we don't.
Yeah, with the stat line?
I digress.
Yeah, with the stat line of 20 of 27, 260 yards, 3 touchdowns. He had the 1 interception, and he had the sack. That's it. No time.
And then after he threw that interception, he looked fantastic.
That's right.
Honestly.
And he looks ready for the job, Wags. He's ready for the job. I mean, like
what he does. He looks like a mature quarterback.
He does. I mean, the way he distributes the football. Staying on the offensive side, the other thing that we have talked about, I mean, a lot of people have talked about, you check all the message boards and everything, is Jaden Blue going to be ready for this moment? Again, I know it's Colorado State, 101,000.
If you watched him yesterday or last year, you knew that damn well that he had the reps to be ready for this moment.
Look pretty damn ready to me.
Weiser impressed me too. I mean, there's a lot of good, decent running backs on this roster, man. And it sucks because we probably wouldn't have seen this talent if CJ Baxter didn't go down. So it's kind of a double-edged sword here. But it's still nice to see all the talent that's loaded on this roster, man. Again, future is bright.
It is. And, Jarrett Gibson, I mean, that dude looks primed and ready to go. I mean, so with all of this, and again, this is where I go back to the post game.
Ryan Wingo. I mean, geez.
Yeah, I mean, this is because it has been year after year. Post game one, you're sitting back here and you're looking at this and you're scratching your head, and it's like, oh man, I thought that this was going to be better. I thought that was going to be.
No,
better.
you're right. You're right. And we feel really good right now because of the win, because of the way that we won 52-0. Okay, but let's temper expectations a little bit.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Draw it in and let's rehone, refocus, and get ready for Ann Arbor.
That's it.
That's where we're heading, my dude, and that's going to be a litmus test.
That's going to be a test, and this really does feel this whole for me. This whole season has felt like the year when Texas went to Columbus and beat Ohio State. That's how this whole thing has kind of felt to me. With the Michigan game being that Ohio State game, to where it's like, holy shit. Where did Texas come from? Although it's different this year because the expectations and, the fact that around the country, people realize how good this program is. But the whole thing about it is we can sit here and sing the praises of Texas and how good we think they are. I saw some people talking about when Georgia was playing Clemson. I mean, but Georgia took them to the woodshed. And a lot of that is Clemson.
Credit, but I'll give credit a little bit of roses right here. They hung in there as long as they could. Their defense their defense stood in there with one of the best damn teams in the nation for a half. But unfortunately, man, it just in due time, the alphas were going to alpha. That's just how it is. I'm not trying to beat down on Dabo. I think everybody else has done a great job doing it. But you're seeing a lack of attention with the transfer portal now finally hit full force on Clemson. And if you are recruits going there, if you're not willing to address and adapt to modern day football, why would recruits want to put themselves in a position like I want to go someplace where I can win? Dabo, you got to, and honestly, this is probably Dabo's last season. If we're being completely honest, I asked Smash yesterday on the Wagon Wire if he thinks Dabo makes it through the entire season. Smash thinks he does. I think Dabo gets the entire season, but I do think this is Dabo's last season, unless he is willing to undo. You can't undo what you did. You set your program back at least 5 years.
Yeah, I mean,
that is fact, Rodney. It's fact.
Yeah, I mean, out of respect, he stays for the season. But you look at Clemson, and like you said, they were there for a little bit, but they're not built like Georgia, Alabama.
They were producing 1,000-yard wide receivers for almost a decade, man. And then all of a sudden, when the new rules were implemented, Dabo wasn't willing to adjust.
I know.
And they wanted to do it. They wanted to be traditional with it. No one else is being traditional. Go out and everyone else has got an advantage on you now because you're not willing to utilize the rules.
That's
My
it.
God. It's not about what you're going with, what you know. It's going with what you can do.
It's one thing. It's one thing to be stubborn in your ways and set in your system and all of these different things. But at some point, you have to evolve and realize that maybe the game has changed. I mean, I don't want to say the game has passed him by, because when it comes to old school football and the way that college football used to operate, yeah, he's great. I mean, there's national championships. There's all of this. But even Nick Saban,
yeah, he
embraced the portal.
Here's my thing, man, and this is why it's so upsetting. It's not about Dabo's making it about Dabo. Bro, it's not about you. It's about your kids. It's about the kids that go to your institution that are playing at your program, man. You have a duty to them. You have to give them a service. You have to make them the best football players or the best men. How about that? You got to give them the potential to be the best men that they can be in terms of trying to coach and get there for the future. If you're not willing to embrace that, if you're stuck on you, bro, who are you leading?
Yeah.
Right. It's a bad look for Dabo, man. It's very frustrating because Clemson was they were the gateway and pretty much the stalwarts of the ACC. And now that apparently is Miami.
Yeah, apparently so. Yeah, it really does seem like that. Florida State tonight.
Dabo's done.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is, and I think that if it really and truly for Dabo, if it really was going to be about the legacy of him and how he wanted to be remembered, is the fact that you do embrace the change. You do embrace the change, and you play by these rules. Because if you don't,
Dabo will be remembered for being a stubborn.
That's right. That's right.
Loser.
Yeah. And somewhere in that conversation, it's going to be, well, he won a national championship, but He didn't adapt because he wanted to do the shit the way. And look, I totally get it. As you get older, you get a little more set in your philosophy and the way that you want to do things. But he has let this entire change in college football pass him by. And you look at that program, and what was once a proud right there with Georgia and Alabama, man, they are sinking like a rock in a fish tank. And that's going to be the story.
Have they already sunk?
Yes.
You said sinking, but are they already at the bottom?
Yes. Well, they're real damn close.
They're gravel. They're down into the dark part of the waters, my dude.
Yeah, man. They are about to hit that little gravel. There's no doubt about it. Friends, hopefully you made it out on Friday over to Covert Bee Cave. Great luncheon there with pizza, barbecue, all of that good stuff. That's going to be before every home game. That's right. Derek Johnson, lifetime Longhorn, signing autographs, taking pictures, kissing babies, doing all that good stuff. Here's a word from our good friends over at Covert Bee Cave.
Where are we at in society today?
That's not it.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
And nobody beats Covert deal, not now, not ever. Hey, that Coach Gundy, did you hear Coach Gundy this weekend? He had another good one. He had another good one-liner. Apparently, they were having some issues with being able to, with this headset or whatever. Coach Gundy, man, I need to pull the sound out. I was going to pull it last night. I forgot. Coach Gundy at his presser, he said he needs a really good IT guy to help him with that. He's like, where's that guy from Michigan? Connor Stallion. He's like, where's that guy from Michigan? I bet he could fix it. A good one, man.
He's great. He's my favorite, man.
Dude, I hope he never.
Everybody that comes from Leach's tree, bro.
But even that guy has embraced this. Isn't that even that guy has embraced this change in college football? I know he said we need to stop negotiating and all that shit last week.
Sure,
but even he's evolved.
Yeah,
man.
but yeah, exactly. You do what you got to do to win. That's what the best do. And you know what? You do what you have to do to lead. That's what it all boils down to. You're leading a group of men, Coach. You're not Coach Dabo Sweeney here. You're leading a group of men. You're not just doing this and getting wins to pad your belt there, Mike. Yeah. It's not about you, bro. It's about the others.
It's like you're being paid to make this institution better. You're being paid to win football games and do all of this. I mean, does it really need to be all about you? Come on.
Leaders usually have a selfless character trait.
And
they're usually selfless, not selfish.
Yeah, and I thought I thought this dude would evolve. I mean, I really did. When all of this, he was not at the top of the list where I'm like, okay, this is going to be a great NIL transfer portal head coach. But hell, people want to go to Clemson. You would think people want to go to Clemson. It's a great school.
They were the stewards. They were the stewards of the South, besides Alabama for a while, right? Like outside of Alabama, if Alabama wasn't winning it, it was Clemson. But now, I mean, hell, time has passed, my dude, and it hasn't been friendly to Dabo Sweeney and the Clemson Tigers. We got some sound from Sark. We'll hear about Quinn Ewers' day. We'll hear about Arch's day. But yeah, I mean, 11 different wide receivers throughout the day. If we did have to give the mantle to wide receiver one, who would you give it to? Bond had a pretty damn good day. Trey Wingo had a really good, or not Trey Wingo, Ryan Wingo had a really good day. How do we keep Wingo and all these dudes on the field at one time, right? Like that's the thing. We got so many weapons.
I know.
It's nice to have a handful of what we have, my dude.
That's where it's going to be the nice thing about with the rotation, that you're able to rotate these guys in and out. I mean, do you kind of move a guy around a little bit? I know Isaiah Bond ran the ball, a time. I think he had one carry. So I think that's where you're going to find different scenarios and different packages. And the other part about this is
look at these averages though, dude. Look at these average receptions from the receivers. 17.5, 12.2, 18.7, 16.7, 21 for Gunnar Helm there. 12.3, 18, 11.
Yeah.
I put out that meme, Rodney, of the old man like crying, like as seeing like just glory or whatever, just beautiful, just watching, beautiful grace that was happening on the gridiron. That's exactly what it felt like. Everything looked smooth, everything looked polished. Again, temper expectations. It was week 1, but still, it's a really good conversation to have on a Monday when we win like this.
Everything looked really good. We can go to the defensive side here in just a minute, but you look over on the offense, you own the line of scrimmage. I mean, I harp on that all the time. I mean, that was expected. That was expected. I think a lot of it really was, the question of how is Quinn going to handle the change, losing the weapons, but then getting what he's got. And it's very obvious that they put the work in because everything seemed really in line with those guys. And there are a lot of them. And it is with those rotations. And here's the other part that I was thinking about on Saturday as I'm watching this. Again, game 1 against Colorado State with, the national champions. You're going to Ann Arbor and you're going to take on Michigan. It's a very, very, very vanilla offensive game plan. We didn't see a whole lot. This was just basic run the ball.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of what you just want to show a little bit of your hand, right? You don't want to tip anything. You don't want to throw out special plays or anything like that, or end arounds or crazy double passes or gimmick plays, right? You want to just show a little bit of a vanilla folder and be like, you know what, man, give you a little bit of slash, give you a little bit of gash, and we might throw the ball. But dude, they were slinging it, that's for sure. You got a nice little arsenal of what you were going to get from the wide receivers. That's just a hell of a day. We'll get to it. I do want to hear some sound from Sarkisian, though. Yeah. Let's get his opening statements from the match on Saturday.
The one thing that made me probably most proud, you get the first shutout in school history to start in a season opener since 2004. And what did it take for that to happen? He's a guy diving on a muff punt on our own 5-yard line to secure that, and then an interception by a true freshman in the back of the end zone, so that our guys all of them were playing for the entire ball game. As we say all the time, everybody's got a role on our team to contribute to the success of the team, and that definitely shined through today. So proud of the guys. We definitely, in all 3 phases, have things to work on to get better at as a team as we continue to forge forward. And we're going to need to. Obviously, we got a heck of a challenge next Saturday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that interception by Mack was fantastic as well. He said it, coming out, and it was effort. It was just effort everywhere. Despite of what the score was, if you want to keep a shutout, regardless of the opposition, you got to have tremendous effort, and you got to be firing all hats to the ball every damn play. I didn't see too many people taking plays off on Saturday, Rodney.
Yeah. And what I really love about the defense, obviously the secondary answered a lot of questions. I mean, when you hold Nicolosi to what you held him to, and you
not even think it's also like you would think like the great wide receivers are able to find a way and carve up a defense, right? Absolutely.
And that didn't happen. Troy Horton had he was quiet.
5 receptions under like 30 some yards. That's that's a job well done. Well done, gentlemen.
What was great on defense, and this is where in game 1 you see it all. You see it often. You see it quite often, but for Texas, you see it in game 1, and it's continued. I didn't see a lot of missed tackles. I didn't see guys that are barreling in, leading with the shoulder, and just trying to get that pop or whatever. I think there were 3 missed tackles, and that's it.
The pursuit was fantastic, and once the pursuit got there, just like you said, they broke down and they were able to get hats on the ball, Rodney. We had tremendous quarterback play from Ewers and Arch Manning. Here's Sarkisian's statements and thoughts on Ewers' play.
He played well. The interception was an unfortunate one. They kind of gave us a combo coverage of, they kind of clouded us into the boundary and then kind of manned us to the field, and so he really got stuck with nowhere to go with the ball. And he went to step up and run and realized he couldn't go to run. And he was really throwing the ball away when the ball got tipped in the air and got intercepted. But outside of that, he was really efficient. I don't know. I think he finished, 20 of 27. I want to say there might have been a couple drops in there and one maybe even difficult catch. So the ball was really going to the right people on time. He made good decisions in the RPO game. And I just thought his command of the offense on the field was really good. So I was proud of him that way. We kind of chuckled about the start of the game a little bit, he and I, and he goes, well, I think it was a little better than Rice last year. And I said, yeah, I'd agree with you. So the growth is there. And so It's just different. Our conversations are different. He's so much more mature now that I don't think he ever feels like he has to prove anything to me. I think he just goes out and plays, and then we talk about it. And so it's fun as a coach, that you can have that relationship with your quarterback.
And one thing, too, that's going to make Quinn very comfortable is knowing that it's his team, right? Like, Sarkisian has solidified it. Bro, this is your command, right? Like, we have a great one on the back burner here waiting to take over, but this is your absolute team. You're going to be a college quarterback, or you're going to be a professional quarterback here. Go ahead and try and get us to a national championship, and let's just have fun with it. Don't worry about looking back over your shoulder to see if anybody's going to replace you. If you get hurt, we have somebody that's great to come in for you, but this is your team, man. He looked absolutely comfortable, and he used the word maturity. He absolutely looks so much. We were watching a young quarterback for the past 2 years, and now we got a guy that's an upperclassman in college. Okay, we're going to be all right. In terms of quarterback play all throughout the collegiate landscape, I thought Quinn was one of the top 5 quarterbacks that I saw, and that's not just me placating to the burnt 40 here.
I agree, and I think what Quinn Ewers is doing is really solidifying himself. I mean, just this whole progression of his career to get to this point. Didn't play the senior year in high school, goes to Ohio State. All of that happens. I mean, I think if you really go back,
a wild tour, Rodney, to get here.
Oh, absolutely. I think if you go back and you chronicle the ideal career path that Quinn Ewers was supposed to have, is he would not be the quarterback of the Texas Longhorns right now. He would have gone to the draft in this last draft class. That didn't happen. He had a really good year last year, threw for 3,500 yards or whatever it was, and now he just looks totally in command, and he looks totally confident. And I think a lot of it is, number one, like you said, Steve has said, this is your team, this is your job. And I think the other part of it is that Quinn and Arch, their relationship doesn't allow this to be a distraction, with everybody else saying, well, maybe Arch Manning needs to start. Those two,
bro,
they're
making fun of it on national TV now in commercials. Like,
yeah.
Again, I'll go back to this. Were you able to see the Dr. Pepper commercial?
Yeah,
Brian Bosworth and Quinn Ewers, where Quinn's the deputy. He's like, I did this in the playoffs without a backup, right? I think we're talking about two different things, my dude. It's one of my favorite curves, guys. I mentioned it on Friday. Go and look it up on YouTube if you hadn't seen it yet, but it's fantastic, man. It's a very fun commercial, and it goes to show you that Quinn's kind of keeping it all on his shoulders there and kind of taking it all with stride. He knows damn well that it's his team, and he's got a backup. He definitely has a good backup, that's for sure.
He does,
but he can do it without a backup. He'll tell you plenty that he can do it without a backup. Here's Sarkisian on Arch's day.
What Arch did, literally until the one last pass there at the end, he just ran the offense. His first play out there was kind of a bootleg, and his first 2 reads were covered, and he finds Jonte Cook on an over route. That wasn't a young quarterback who's just staring down one guy. He got to his 3rd progression on that read. We had some RPOs built in for him where he made some really good reads on those and at critical moments. And it didn't matter who it was. It was Ryan Wingo, Jonte Cook, whoever was out there. And then you saw the athleticism. And, on that touchdown, to Silas, I mean, he gets through his progression, it breaks down, he starts to go to scramble and run, but the ability to have the vision to find this guy out here to his right for the touchdown, like, that's the natural football instincts that he has. And so I'm glad that he played that way. I fight with Arch a lot about him being a little too robotic at times because he wants to be right. He's a guy that wants to do it the right way. And I want him to play the game because he has so many cool instincts about his ability to play the game. And so I think we saw that on display today.
I love that Sarkisian gives them the length and leash to make mistakes, right? To go out and get feelers, to go out and to feel the game, to feel the vibe, right? Not just be robotic and go through your progressions and your out trees here, but go out and feel that type of football play. What Sarkisian was alluding to with Arch being able to use his feet and make a play based off of that. That's just knowing how to play ball, man. And when you can do that, when that tells me that we're going to be in a damn good spot when the things break down and chaos is coming at you and everything's awry, and you're still able to be cool, calm, and collected and deliver a score there. To me, that's just knowing how to play ball, Rodney.
Yeah, that's just some of that stuff you can't teach. I mean, some
No,
of that
it's
stuff,
not teachable. Exactly.
you can't. I mean, it's just ingrained in you. And Scott in Texas, right here, kind of back to Quinn. One of the biggest improvements that I saw in Dak Prescott last year, and I think I talked about this, where it was 1, 2, 3, boom, and that's what we're.
Did you watch his footwork on Saturday too? Quinn looked pretty damn good, man.
It did, and it's those mechanical changes, it's those fundamental changes. I think that what we're seeing in Quinn Ewers, and I think we've talked a lot about that. Arch needs to be ready because Quinn, the Texas quarterbacks get hurt. I mean, let's say it is what it is, but I mean, regardless, I think the good thing is now that with Arch Manning, you're going to be able to get him some time. And from what I saw on Saturday, he looks perfectly capable that he can grow into this role to be the second guy to Quinn Ewers this year. From there, fine, move on. But that's his role right now.
Any concerns from Saturday? I think we kind of mentioned one. We alluded to one a little bit earlier in the show. But for me, I don't know what yours is, Rodney. For me, it was kind of lack of pressure and only 5 tackles for a loss on the game. So that's kind of rough. If I'm as a defensive guy, I kind of want to get after it a little more. But I mean, how in the hell can you be disappointed about a shutout? Seriously, like I'm really nitpicking, man.
And I'm glad that it stayed a shutout, because a lot of times it's like you kind of let the guard down a little bit, like Coach was talking about there, that in the game interception. But Justin Marshall ran for 109 yards, and I mean that'll jump out at you, but he toted it 25 times because that was essentially all that they could do on offense, because the other stuff was shut down. Like we talked about with Michigan coming up this week, not to put the cart before the horse, we can break this game down in more detail as the week goes, but Michigan is going to try to run the ball. I thought I'd see a little more off the edge. I had been touting the edge quite a bit. I mean, the edge was good, but again, very vanilla game plan. Where if I want to hone in on that stuff,
a few twists and stunts, but mainly they played straight up. The Longhorns did. They played gap assignment, and responsibility was fantastic, I thought. Again, you pitched a shutout, but I would love to see a little bit more pressure from the interior front, and then also some pressure off the edge there to try and get some sacks on the quarterback.
Yeah. While we can talk about
Crawl,
that,
walk, run, right? Crawl, walk, run.
That's right. I mean, you still limited Colorado State to less than 3.5 yards of play.
Yeah. I know
that part.
Being greedy, man. Being greedy.
Yeah. So it's like we can sit here and nitpick this thing up a little bit, and the argument's going to be, well, that was Colorado State. Well, you know what? All of these other national powers that we think are going to be national powers, they beat up on some teams too that were maybe like Colorado State. So here we go. Here's the test. Here's your big test.
So comparing opponents for SEC teams, did Texas have the best lopsided win?
I would say yes.
I don't think so.
You don't think?
I would say Ole Miss or Arkansas.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Georgia.
But how many? But does Arkansas Pine Bluff have a NFL talent on their roster? I forget who Ole Miss played, but do they have a?
Yeah, they beat up on Furman.
Yeah, Furman. Thank you, the Furman. But do they have a an NFL talent on their roster? That I don't think they do as well. So if we have to compare the Sisters of the Week and Unscrupulous, I'd sit there and say, yeah, we probably played a more formidable non-con game, but again, how do you compare the cupcakes? I mean, they were all sweet. So
yeah. Well, and the Georgia win, obviously over Clemson, but like we talk about, that's a number 14 ranked Clemson team, but are they really number 14? I mean, that's kind of
Florida. Was Florida State 10? No.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, well, they might lose again tonight.
I don't think they will, but if they do lose tonight, Norval, oh my goodness, it's bad, bud.
That
Novell. I'm sorry, I said Norval.
Yeah,
it's College State on my mind, man, or Colorado State on my mind.
41-17 right there for Florida, getting beat up by Miami right there. And yeah, Miami is going to be the class of that league, dude. Because
they'll probably be making a quarterback, or I would think that they make a quarterback change. Napier, dude, just nothing was moving for Coach Napier and company for the Gators there, man. In Miami, it was all Canes all game long, bro.
Yeah.
In the swamp too, which
makes it even worse. I mean, Napier, I mean, that's been a dude that's at the top of the, first coach out the door this season. Yeah, maybe even during the season. I don't know. But, for Miami, Cam Ward, holy smoke, 3 touchdowns, 385 yards right there. I mean, I think when you talk about impact players coming in and getting him on the field for Miami, you got that dude. You're going to keep him upright. They will definitely be the class of that league if they can continue at that pace.
Yeah, Cam Ward, you want to break down some of the throwing angles that Cam Ward had in that game Saturday. I don't know how he's able to fire the ball like that, but his release too is fantastic. I mean, tremendous arm strength. You knew that the guy, if you saw what he was doing up at Washington State, you kind of knew what was going to land in his lap at Miami here. You get a little bit more talent on that roster, and Miami looks like they can cook, bro.
Absolutely.
Their toughest opponent now is Florida State.
Yeah.
They're gonna run the ACC.
Yeah,
I thought that North Carolina might be a sleeper for the damn ACC, or maybe even Louisville trying to take the crowns of the ACC here, but it's all Miami.
Oh yeah. Speaking of SEC, as we've broken down the SEC, leading up to all of this, and it's like Vanderbilt at the bottom of the barrel came out and beat Virginia Tech. It's like
Tech, baby. Where you at, Frank? Frank Beamer, where are you at?
What in the hell is that? Vanderbilt comes out and laying it right there. It tells you.
Been a long time since they've had Beamer ball there in Blacksburg, man.
Sheesh, man. Big time win right there for Vanderbilt. And talk about a confidence builder. I'll tell you who doesn't have any confidence right now is our little brothers, my friend, Texas A&M. God bless America, dude. I'm sitting there watching that last night, and I'm like, man, this is pathetic. There's trouble in Aggie land, my friend. There's trouble in Aggie land, I think.
Yeah. Now look, and the thing is too, right? Like what's the Aggies so good at doing too? That's usually on defense at stop and run, right? And the thing is that Jeremiah Love, he didn't really have like one of the greatest games, but I mean, still, if you watch a little bit of that game, whenever he got going, man, he just a very formidable back, be able to get you just the tough yardage, but also he can carve you out as well. And to allow that third and long on a run to establish that was the game killer. That was the game killer right there. Once they got that third and long conversion there, just the fall on a sword, little brother. It's done, man. You had a chance to get it, and again, that would have been a nice little shock. But still, they're probably going to drop in the rankings as well. I wasn't really moved by Notre Dame either. I thought Riley Leonard would be able to have a little bit better command of the Fighting Irish there, but no, they look kind of flat too. So again, consider what you want. It's another Duke quarterback if you really want to break it down. Like Riley Leonard came from Duke, and we all know the quarterbacks that come from Duke can't play ball. So again, hold on, Riley. I'm joking. I'm just talking about Daniel Jones.
Well,
if you guys didn't figure that out yet, but
and apparently the head coaches that come from Duke can't coach either, because Mike Elko was pissed off last night. You see that? Just
run, dude. You see Brian Kelly?
Oh, yeah.
Brian Kelly kind of going Dabo.
Yeah,
blaming the team, and actually it seemed, the soundbite seems like it was Brian Kelly blaming the team, but at the end of the soundbite, you heard Brian Kelly go, "I need to get better at coaching. It's on me." As a matter of fact, like I did not convey that message to our kids, and I got to do a better job at that, and that's why I'm mad. So like all the snippets show that it's Kelly, or make it appear that it's Kelly putting blame on the team, but if you go back and actually listen to the soundbite, Kelly does take ownership at the end of it.
He's pretty atrocious in season openers, that's for damn sure. And
this isn't what he's 0-3 now, right? 0-3.
Yeah. A&M 246 total yards, 100 yards passing, 30 pass attempts, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions, 3.3 yards. Yeesh. That Colin Klein, you would think that there was going to be more there. And now the question's Connor Wegman. I mean, we were sitting there kind of laughing at him throwing up. I mean, which, it's not kind of laughing.
He was embracing his Willie Beeman. He was trying to find that Willie Beeman. You know what I'm talking about, where Willie Beeman pukes and he comes out and throws 500 yards.
Exactly. I see a mention there for Hudson Card. How about the Lake Travis product? He had him a good weekend. So
nice to see people from around the bird be able to to have some success in football. That's for sure. Hey, real quick before we go any further, let's let you hear from Audiovisual Consultations. Tom McKay and Audiovisual Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Yes,
so
sir.
from around the collegiate, how about can I ever say this right? Fifita? The Arizona quarterback. I can never say his damn name right, man. But yeah, dude, 4 touchdowns, only 1 interception there. He spun the damn ball pretty damn good. 422 yards. I would say if I had the best quarterback play for all video game numbers, it would have to go to Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart was just absolutely sensational. Again, consider the opposition they were playing for him, but that's when you got to beat up on your cupcakes, Rodney. You absolutely got to be taking gouge bites out of these damn cupcake teams, dude.
You do. And man, that Arizona game, man, there's a lot of scoring in that game. 61-39.
Yeah, it's a wild one, man. And of course, that was one of the last ones of the night on Saturday night. You're treated to a damn, barn burner. Just a fun week of college football, man. It just feels right. It's back, bro.
I mean, that's the whole thing about it.
We're back, little brother. We're back.
And yeah, there it was. The sign was there at College Game Day. I mean, absolutely. Speaking of College Game Day, I like Nick Saban. I mean, I never had anything against that guy. I mean, it's hard to not appreciate everything he's done. Pretty good TV guy. He looked a little frustrated with what's his name, with McAfee there.
I think that's just how they're gonna go. They're gonna butt heads, back and forth. And he's always thrown McAfee a little bit of shade every now and then. Always talks about him being classy, saying it tongue in cheek. So yeah, Saban, they could not be polar opposites. Saban and McAfee, right? They could not be polar opposites. But again, it's going to be good for TV. It's good pairing here, and it's a good panel, man.
And somebody asked us earlier a couple of weeks back when we were breaking down Big 12 teams about, is the Big 12 still going to continue to be part of the conversation, which it will, because I think that conference is very interesting right now. Your Mark U, Texas Tech. Abilene Christian, ACU.
I didn't know if we would go the entire hour without mentioning them, but yeah, usually I don't like beating up on people just in case it comes back to us, right? But I saw, college football Reddit on Twitter, post something about the Longhorns slow start, and then somebody from Texas Tech and Lubbock fired off with the mouth saying that Texas sucks.
Yeah, see your team.
Dude, I wanted to take a screenshot of that and then show the score of the Abilene Christian game in Texas Tech and be like, bro, just shut up. But again, I digress. I leave that alone just in case something ever comes back on me. I try not to talk shit. I really do. And unless it's like actually me inflicting the pain, you know what I mean? But then if I have complete control of the situation, I'll talk shit. But if it's in somebody else's hands, it can come back to bite me in my ass. I usually don't talk shit.
I mean, and that's the beauty of this, man. That's the beauty of college football, is all the shit that these fan bases talk. And I mean, to look, I mean, A&M specifically. I mean, look at these guys right now. They're all in a shambles right now. And it's like, Katie bar the door. It's all done. It's over. Oh my! But yeah, Tech. I mean, our man Bobby Chaffee texts me that score, and I'm like, that can't be right. So I had to go find the Tech game. I'm like, okay.
Oh my God, is this real?
This.
That's not real. Is that real?
Oh no, I don't know.
That's awful. I hope everybody's okay. Oh my God, that's awful.
Shit, I hadn't seen that. Had not seen that.
Thanks. Thank you for bringing that up. Well, I'll take a look at that when we get off the show. My God, that's awful, man. Hopefully everybody and all the team and coaching staff and the driver is good with that. Fuck, drunk. It's just, guys, there's no excuse anymore. There's no reason to be drunk and on the road. We have Ubers, Lyfts, you have friends. I mean, my God, arrive alive, please. Absolute nonsense. Just get the. It's not a pride thing anymore, man. It's about saving lives. Just get the hell off the road and stop drinking and driving. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Sorry to take the Lord's name in vain, but my God, man.
Here it is, Wags. 4 people injured after a bus crash carrying the ACU football team involved in a crash in Lubbock.
4 injured?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Looks like maybe some minor stuff. I don't see anyone has perished or anything like that. But
still, I mean, it's senseless. Just didn't even need to happen.
Yeah, one player, 2 coaches, and the bus driver went to University Center in Lubbock for minor injuries. Minor injuries. Thank goodness for that. But geez Louise, man, that
do better. Probably I'm not gonna place blame or go stupid like that, but go hyperbolic. But anyways, just do better. Just do better, people. That's a little bit. Well, thankfully everybody's okay, and nobody died still.
Yeah.
Thanks for bringing that up, Binks. We appreciate that. Sharing that news. But yeah, they struggled mightily on the gridiron there against Abilene Christian. My God, dude, don't ever. That's why I don't talk smack, man. Sometimes it can just come back to bite you in the ass. Rodney, your biggest surprise or biggest takeaway from week 1?
I got to tell you, I don't know, man. There were so many. Number 1, Texas. I love that they didn't come out flat. To me, that wasn't really a surprise. To me, that was more of living up to expectations. So I don't think it was really a surprise. So that's really something that I thought was good. I got to say, I was impressed in how Penn State handled West Virginia. I thought that would be.
You think that highly of West Virginia, huh? The Mountaineers?
It was a home game. I mean, it was a home game.
It's a little crazy in Morgantown.
Yeah. A little disappointed right there in them, and of course with that eye on Michigan, I thought Michigan would have an easier time than they did with Fresno State. That game,
they struggled. That was a game that surprised me a little bit. I thought Michigan would be able to roll against Fresno State, but nah. The only 30-10, crazy. But hey, don't take that for a sign that we're going to be able to sit here and walk all over Michigan, though. Okay.
No. Same thing. There's probably a lot that they didn't show, but I think when it comes down to as we start to break the Michigan game down, I think if you're a Texas fan, you got to control the run. You got to control the run. That's something that we talked about, that maybe there was a little bit of lack there, letting the other dude get over 100 yards, but again, 25 carries. So what's there, but a lot of questions answered for Texas going into this one. A big time test. And this is where
Tennessee looked pretty good too.
Tennessee looked really good. Kalen DeBoer's
Alabama, the new era with Alabama, the DeBoer era, that got kicked off to a really good Milroe. Dude, it looks like DeBoer has inherited one hell of a quarterback. Now look at what he was able to do with Michael Penix. Right now you have wheels. Now you can open up the entire game, the entire attack, the entire attack playbook here with damn Jalen Milroe. This dude can do it on the ground. He can do it through the air. Mike, with Kalen, this guy might be a Heisman Trophy candidate. Could very well be. But Alabama looked good. They started off slow. A lot of teams started off slow, but then they righted the ship towards the end of the second.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned Ole Miss at the top of the program. I know it's Furman. And that's where we preface all of this coming out of week 1, where it's like, I know it's insert the team. Man, but Ole Miss, as much as we talked about them and seen a lot of the accolades that they've been getting in the offseason there with Lane Kiffin, that's a pretty good little juggernaut.
They got a squad, man. They got a squad. Jackson Dart 6 touchdowns at halftime, dude.
Yeah.
Like that's balling. That's efficient ball. That's playing football.
And the other part of this is, as we're sitting here talking about these teams, this is big dude football now. I mean, the Big 12 was what it was, but this is the real deal right here, my friend. This is the real deal. We're going to see how good this program is in the next several months. But
somebody brought up, Steven said, how about the Bobcats? Man. I did not see the game there, but did our boy RJ play?
I don't know if he played or not. He probably didn't. But Texas State comes firing out of the box and they win. I know I was talking a couple of weeks ago, my one kiddo that's still in school at Tarleton, they went to Waco and got obliterated by the Baylor Bears. But, that's a good payday for Tarleton State. That's the bottom line right there.
I'm going to pull up Texas State right now real quick, see if I can find the guys. RJ Martinez did not. He did. He threw the ball 10 times, 7 for 10, 35 yards, QB rating of 41.
Oh man!
But he got some reps. Some reps.
It's good. Yeah, Texas State, man, I think that there are some very, very bright times ahead for the great folks in San Marcos and all the Texas State and Southwest Texas alums. I think very, very bright time heading over there. UTSA, which UTSA has been thrown in that conversation as one of those teams that can get themselves into a playoff. They win, I think, a little bit closer than that game was supposed to be, but UTSA able to win. So there you go.
My dude, we got to get to see RJ play.
I know. Hey, and this week, if I'm not mistaken, this week is UTSA and Texas State. So that's, I think, a big I-35 rivalry is what that's called. So that's going to be a big-time matchup, and I believe that happens in San Marcos on Saturday. So that's going to be a pretty festive atmosphere right there with
it is your UTSA and Texas State. Correct.
Yeah, that'll be a good one.
Bobcat Stadium's got a good one.
Going to be a good one. UFCU Stadium, as they call it now. Hell, that place is sponsored now. Texas State moving up in the world.
Oh, look at you guys moving up, huh? Won't be in the Sun Belt too much longer. Going
Texas
up into the damn Big 12, probably.
Texas State moving up like the Jeffersons.
If the Longhorns, or excuse me, if the Fighting Yormarks continue to play how they play, they might be moving themselves down into the Sun Belt, and then Texas State might be moving up into the Big 12.
Yeah.
Good overall, Rodney. Just an absolute great week. Satisfying week. And of course, when we win, and regardless of how we win, when we win, these conversations on Monday are a lot better. That's for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Your thoughts
we would be remiss if we didn't break down the game tonight. We have Florida State and Boston College. 16 points favored are the Seminoles here. Do you like them in the contest tonight, or do you think the Eagles actually cover here?
I think the Eagles are
wrong team favored.
I think the Eagles are going to cover. If Florida State loses, they might as well just
we're having one hell of a conversation on Tuesday. You want to talk about a hypothetical Tuesday? We're going to have one hell of a hypothetical Tuesday if Florida State loses.
I think if they lose tonight, we might have Chaos Theory live when that game's over. And just come on.
You might come on. I'm not coming on. I'm going to be inebriated, my dude.
Yeah. There's no doubt about that. Florida State covers.
FSU covers. Oh, by the way, I had a great time over at the Lucky Rabbit yesterday. Did the Masters ceremonies for the Lago Vista Foosball. Their 12th year, as a matter of fact, 12 years into running. The Lago Vista Foosball Fantasy Football League with Ike Coronis and all of his crew out there. Fantastic time. Fun group of guys, man. We just had a blast out there at the Lucky Rabbit.
Yeah. Quick NFL note.
Good stories, too. Very good stories from these guys, man.
We've got a draft tonight. I think the league that I'm drafting in tonight, I think we've done it like 16 years. It's a bunch of dudes that I used to work with a long time ago, and this is kind of how we stay in touch. We never called to check on each other until football season.
But if you guys re-sign for your league, you know that somebody's still alive.
Yeah, that's it. When that email goes out and everybody responds, it's like, okay, we haven't lost anyone. On that sad news with Abilene Christian, you see Ricky Pearsall got shot.
Yeah. Did I read this correctly? He also disarmed his shooter.
Yeah, I think so.
You want to talk about a dude. Bro disarms the shooter and still maintains his possessions, takes a bullet in the chest, it exits out of his back. Now, that's probably why he was so successful, because it actually went out the back and had an exit wound, right? If that thing got lodged in there, he probably would have been in a little bit more worse shape. But he was released from the hospital. At least that's what I'm seeing from Scheffler. Debo Samuel, tweeted out that he was, he's recovering and on his way to a better recovery now, but he's released from the hospital. Yeah, and I mean, I'm not trying to make light of this, but I got Ricky Pearsall in my dynasty leagues and everything. I hope he does recover, but no, to make matters very serious, just very alarming. That's now the second wide receiver shot this year. Yeah. So, bro, shot by a 17-year-old trying to get his possessions. So trying to getting robbed, scene of a robbery, and God, being able to disarm the damn thief or the robber or whatnot and survive. You're a hero, Ricky. You're an absolute G. People think that they can be a G like you, but only you can be a G like you, my dude.
Ricky Pearsall, when we were doing this Brandon Ayuk thing here for the last 18 months or however long it's been, we've been trying to figure all this out. I mean, that was one of the things in the back of my mind to where it's like, you go and draft Ricky Pearsall, let him go.
Did Ricky Pearsall clip the shooter? Was that I'm going to have to look into this story now a little bit. I did not know that the shooter got shot too. Well, I would think I'm deducing and assuming here But if I disarm the shooter and I have the possession of the gun, I've been shot, I'm probably firing back, dude. I'm probably shooting to kill, honestly.
And I'll tell you what I did see from this, and it was the first thing that I saw when I realized what had happened is Ricky Pierce, he gets shot and he like walking to the ambulance.
Yeah, he did after he disarmed himself, he walked his ass to the ambulance. He wasn't on a stretcher.
No.
This dude is a G, bro. This dude is an absolute G.
Yeah. It's like I mean, you look at him and it's like, wait a minute, that's him, right?
Yeah,
he's just like cruising along, just like let me go get checked out. It's like the NASCAR guys when they crash and flip and all do all this shit and they get out and get in the ambulance.
Adrenaline. That is 100% adrenaline running through your body, and that's the only reason why you're able to do that, man.
Crazy stuff right there, Ricky.
That is fighter. I've seen it. I've seen a dude get shot 8 times and continue to walk.
I'll tell you, man. My heroes
shot 8 times and still survived. Walk based off of adrenaline.
It's crazy. My dudes right now, Tank Dell, Ricky Pearsall. Bad son of a gun.
Yeah, right. my all-time badasses.
Yeah.
Tank Dell and Ricky Pearsall.
Those two right there need to form a tag team, and they will be the tag team champions of the freaking world, my man, because that
Bullet Wounds is their damn exit wounds, I guess would be their damn tag team name. Man. Yeah, great week of football. You know, besides all the damn off the field actions and mishaps or whatnot, it's great to be back. The money driver's back. What's up, Jeff? It's great to have you back. How was your weekend, brother?
Dude, it was good. It was great. I got full weekend of college football, so I'm pumped. Hey, real quick on NFL players getting shot. I know that's an awkward segue. So you guys know
the only way to do it on a Monday, Jeff.
Wags, one of your former coworkers, one of my favorite people in the world, Rod Babers. I always joke with Rod. You know, Rod played in the NFL. You're the top one. You're the top 1% of 1% you make it in the league. But when Rod got drafted, he got drafted in the 4th round in 2003. And the Bengals took Dennis Weathersby, like, I don't know, 10 picks before Rod. Dennis Weathersby got shot draft weekend. So I'm like, Rod, they drafted a dude that got shot over you. They're like, yeah, Babers, we'll take the dude that got shot. Now, in Rod's defense, Dennis Weathersby was like a second round corner who got shot and got drafted by the Bengals of all teams at that point, which was, in hindsight, kind of funny.
I did not know that. I got to, and of course, Babers going to the Giants, man. So
yeah, so I was like, tell Rod, I'm like, man, that's how cutthroat the NFL is. Like, man, we need a corner. We'll take this dude that just got shot.
Wounded. We'll take a wounded guy.
No wait, but we'll spin it. We'll do a better spin on it. You're here to replace Jason Sehorn,
and which wouldn't have been that bad if they hadn't given Rod Jason Sehorn's number.
All right.
Not only are we eliminating the white corner, but here's how fast we want to get rid of him. And thank you for getting.
Yeah,
that's why I appreciate one of Rod's goals in life is to the proliferation, the return of the white corner, and like with Cooper DeJean, and we've seen some other guys like, you know, I think Rod's job is done. The white corner, corner is slowly
eliminated.
He's slowly starting to creep back into the game. So
Babers hit the trifecta with me, being a Longhorn grad, being a Giants, being a New York Giant, and then also working with the dude. I mean, that's the trifecta. Babers one of my favorite Longhorns.
Oh yeah, and Rod's got all kinds of NFL stories from his travels. Like, you know, like, hey man, how many guys can say they got to hang out in a sauna with Jerry Rice?
I've heard that one. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes,
Jerry Rice for about the 2 weeks he was a Bronco at one point.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. That again, that was on the tour of Jerry Rice, but still, when you're in the presence of greatness, it doesn't matter how long you're in the presence for. You're still there.
Oh yeah.
Jordan, what's up, brother? How you doing, man?
I am great.
Yeah, so it's a good Monday. When things happen like that, it's a good Monday, right?
So Jeff.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Jordan. Before I forget. So Jeff, what'd you think of Emmitt Smith being there watching the kiddo play at Texas A&M?
Man,
on the scene was Emmitt Smith.
Well, I can tell you this. I know he didn't sign any autographs while he was in College Station. So at least we know that. Yeah, man, it kind of that, and I had somebody in the media industry who shall remain nameless tell me that
you want to name him, though. You absolutely want to name him.
Yeah, he knows who he is. Got on audio, on an audio tape, Ken Griffey Jr. saying if he would have played college baseball, he would have gone to Oklahoma. So not only do I have to deal with Emmitt Smith wearing Aggie gear, I have to think about an alternate universe where Ken Griffey Jr. was a Sooner. And that just doesn't, that takes the fabric of my childhood and just takes a big hogger dump all over it.
Yeah, but we can kill the multiverse, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeff, just curious because I don't know. Where's Griffey originally from? Why would he go to OU? Was he from
Cincinnati.
that area?
I don't know. No, he's from
Cincinnati area,
Cincinnati.
right?
He just loved Oklahoma.
Has Ohio State always just been like average to below average to ass at baseball?
Dude, you don't go to a Big Ten school to play baseball.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I remember I've been on the Ohio State campus twice for I guess 2 separate visits or whatever. And every time I was there, they have their football facility right next to the baseball field.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh yeah, Ohio State plays baseball too. Just because like I'm not a baseball watcher, I'm not a baseball fan, but like I can't think of a single time growing up I'd come downstairs and the tournament in Omaha was on and one of the teams playing was Ohio State. I can't think of a single time there was like an Ohio State baseball player.
That's why
went viral and took over the sport, like the Hispanic Titanic or something like that. You know,
The only Ohio State baseball player I can think of off the top of my head, I know Nick Swisher was an Ohio State guy, but that's about all I
know
got.
who that is.
And
I don't know who that is.
I'm talking to someone who's young for Nick Swisher. Like that's how old I'm getting. But that's why Eric
that ages us too much with Nick Swisher. He was a New York Yankee for forever, right? Or no, he took a tour, as a matter of fact. Nick Swisher went all over the damn Major League Baseball.
That's why one of my, like when I talk about, hey, if I had to hire a college baseball coach, who would I hire? It'd be Eric Bakich at Clemson. That dude got Michigan to the national championship series. You know how hard it is to get a Big Ten school through a regional, let alone get them to Omaha and then get them to the championship series.
Hey, Jordan, one of the years with kind of relating to you with Lake Travis, when I was doing Lake Travis baseball all those years, it was like, okay, we're a playoff game at UTSA. And I'm thinking, okay, this will be cool, college campus, so forth. We go rolling up to this field and I'm like, man, Cavalier Field is 100 times nicer than this. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh Lord.
I told y'all before Bobcat Ballpark went through some renovations after I got out of school. It was really just like a high school field. So like you could go up, no admission, just lean against the fence and like watch Paul Goldschmidt take BP.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Who is this? Where was this?
Texas State.
San Marcos.
Oh,
Paul Goldschmidt.
Nice.
You know who Paul Goldschmidt is, right?
I don't like y'all. Okay, so for me, like I was forced to play soccer. Obviously, that was the first sport when I was like really little, and then I got into basketball, and then eventually baseball. And baseball was like my thing in elementary school, but I enjoyed watching basketball more. And really, for basketball, I watched was whatever team LeBron was on. That's who I pulled for. That's what I watched. But for baseball, I was a Cubs fan because my dad was a Cubs fan. He lived in Chicago for a certain amount of years and had season tickets to Wrigleyville the whole time. But during that time, the Cubs sucked. Like I remember, I had a Starlin Castro shirt jersey.
What about Ryan Sandberg?
Yeah, I know who Ryan Sandberg.
Yeah,
I know
okay.
a lot of
my favorite players growing up. All right.
Yeah, I know like all the Cubs top players. But that's because that was like me and my dad's team. And my dad is born in Houston, so he also pulls for the Astros. And
good man.
My stepmom is from Southeast Texas. Her whole family's big Astros family. So I never got behind the Astros. I'm happy because they got exposed for cheating.
Oh, come on now.
But the Cubs,
everybody cheats.
I was very much a fair weather fan of the Cubs. Like their playoff run in 2016, and they came back down 3-1 versus the Cleveland Indians at the time. That was really fun to watch with my dad. But since then, that's probably the most baseball I've ever watched.
Yeah, Nick Swisher was a Cleveland Indian as well, Jordan. He was all over the league.
I didn't even know.
Didn't
know.
Oh, yeah. And also, like, Harry Carey always mispronouncing Ryan Sanders. Ryan Sanderson. Yeah. It's Sandberg, buddy. It's just classic Harry Carey. Anyways, thank you for letting me go down that road of glory there, Jordan. Appreciate it. What do you guys got going on the vibe today on the slate?
It's all Texas, Colorado State, and starting to. Well, this might be the only day we talk about Texas, Colorado State, because starting tomorrow, it's
Moving
full
on.
steam ahead to Michigan.
Yes, sir. Good stuff.
Ann Arbor, on to Ann Arbor, gents. All right, gents. All right,
gentlemen.
Bid you guys adieu. I'm out of here. You guys have a great Monday, man. We'll see you guys. Labor Day. Don't work too hard.
Thank you, guys.
Don't labor too much.
Yeah, happy Labor Day, everybody. Thanks you for tuning in, whether you're watching on YouTube or you're listening to our audio. It's only an hour. It's Jeff. It's Jordan. Real quick, little, not for us, but for everybody, program announcement. Texas sent out an email a little bit ago. The SART press conference, normal time is 11:30. It's been bumped back to 12:30 today. My guess is because of the holiday and practice probably ran long. So that's plus with the travel day, they don't get as much practice time at the end of the week. So ran over a little bit today is what I'm guessing. So 12:30 is the SART press conference. If you're looking around for it at 11:30, wondering why it's not, you can't find it anywhere, it's because it hasn't happened yet. So Jordan, let's talk about the game. 52-0 win over Colorado State. About as ho-hum as a 52-0 win can be. No injuries coming out of it, which is always good. Not a whole lot to complain about. You can nitpick, and then there's some things that they're going to have to get fixed before they play Michigan. But I'll give my thoughts in a minute, but I want to hear your take from the Colorado State game, what you thought.
Yeah, so full transparency, I watched the game on the laptop in the press box at the Star as North Crowley was playing Lancaster. And I watched up until Quinn Ewers' last drive was when I watched every play up until Quinn Ewers' last drive. After he took his last snap, I went down because the game was ending and I had to go interview John Turntine. They obviously won. So I knew Arch was going to come in. I knew he was going to score at least once. I got the notification of the Silas Bolden touchdown. I watched that. And the first thing I thought was like, this looks like some shit in Madden with him diving. Like it doesn't, it was kind of weird. I don't know. It looks like a weird animation or something. But no, so I don't know. The stuff I did see, I really liked what I saw. I'm going to go back and watch the rest of the game. I believe I have it recorded, or I can just, if I want to watch it play 1,000 times, I can do that, I guess.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to go through and really sit down and watch it. But from what I saw, I mean, like you said, I mean, that's about as ho-hum 52-0 game you'll ever find. And what do good teams do? They cover. And what did Texas do? They covered.
Covered that 32, man.
And props to Wardell Mack and his I believe it's 6'11", 6'10" wingspan for helping. But first shutout since the 49-0 Texas-Oklahoma game. So I guess they don't need me in the building to shut them out. But
that was I like what I saw from some of the young guys that got in on defense. Leonga Lafau got some extended playing time at linebacker. Like you said, Wardell Mack, Kobe Black got into the game towards the end. I think the biggest takeaway from me is, granted, it's against Colorado State, so preface everything by saying that. But man, you're seeing some changes in the secondary, and without getting, because I'm going to rewatch the game today, without getting into specifics regarding coverages and things like that. Just the fact, like Gavin Holmes made one of the best plays I've seen a Texas defensive back make, probably in Sark's time as head coach. He ran with a guy down the sideline, didn't make contact with him, turned around, looked for the ball, was in position to make a play on the ball, got it broken up on a third down. I'm like, man, that's kind of what we've been waiting to see. And now you can see some of the reasons. Look, you see some of the reasons why Gavin Holmes as a full-time guy at corner probably won't work, because there are going to be times where he's just at a disadvantage physically. But now you're seeing why he's gotten himself in that mix, because when the ball's in the air, he can actually do a pretty good job playing it. And he did on Saturday. I thought coverage from the safety group was better. I think Jahdae Barron, I think corners where you're going to see him line up against Michigan. So all told, man, and they didn't get any sacks, but Jay Norvell did mention after the game that he felt like Fowler Nkosi was under way too much pressure to make their passing game work. So they got him off the spot a few times, no sacks, but overall, Jordan, I couldn't have asked for a better day for the secondary. We said this was going to be a test for that group, And it doesn't mean all their problems are solved, but you feel a lot better about that group coming out of the game. I mean, Gilbo played a really good game. There were more positives to take out of the secondary, I think, than probably maybe anything else on the team on Saturday.
Yes. So there were three things that really stood out to me when my drive from the Star in Frisco to Kenny Deal Stadium in Melissa for my second Saturday game finished, and I looked at the box score on the ESPN app. There were three things that stood out. No sacks, like you said. That was a little surprising to me, but on the same note, they're like, yes, they were doing some different packages, but I really feel like they did not get too exotic with the different things they were doing, especially compared with what they can do this Saturday. So the 0 sacks, well, that may be a little concerning with how much pressure they were able to get and with how quick Colorado State was purposely getting the ball out. It's not that concerning to me, at least once you really think about it from there. The second thing, Jalen Gilbo. I believe he led the team in tackles with 8, if I remember correctly. But he was at least towards the top of tackles.
Yeah, Gilbo with 8, yep.
And like I talked about throughout the summer, he's the X factor for the secondary and having Jade Barron at corner against Michigan. And also, I believe I said this last week, where Gilbo was going to have a good game versus Colorado State for them to trust him enough versus Michigan and trust Jade at corner. Because like I said, yes, Jade is going to play corner this year, but they told him multiple times throughout this offseason, you're still the best nickel on this roster. Mm-hmm. And that being said, when it's 3rd and 10, 3rd and 12 on the road at Michigan, at home versus Georgia or whatever, these big moments, you're going to be playing nickel. And how many times did he shift over to nickel? Did he even get a snap at nickel versus Colorado State? I'm not sure. But the point I'm trying to make is Gilbo playing as well as he did, that gives me confidence that he can do that versus Michigan, that they can have Jade at corner versus Michigan, because that's how you're going to have your best DBs on the field. So that was the second point. The third thing, and this
real
was
quick on Jade, Jordan. This is according to Pro Football Focus. Snaps by position: 4 in the box, 6 at nickel, 17 out at corner, and he was on kickoff coverage for 8 snaps. So
okay, got it. So that gives me some confidence, or a decent amount of confidence, that Gilbo can do it again versus Michigan. But the third thing, the main thing I noticed that gives me confidence heading into Michigan, I mean, this is what I wrote in the roundtable. The fact that they went 7 for 7 on red zone drives, and I say 7 for 7 is they scored 7 touchdowns all 7 times they're in the red zone. Mm-hmm. Did they do that a single time last year where they went 100% in the red zone in a single game?
I thought they did it in the Big 12 championship game, but I could be wrong.
They probably did, but I mean, shit, I probably could have scored versus Oak State that day. I mean, not actually, but anyways, like that's impressive because yes, is Colorado State, Michigan? Hell no, but they're not just a regular G5 team. This is a pretty solid G5 program, and you know, I mean, I think this is a better team than in terms of talent. Probably UTSA. Is UTSA coached better? I think so. Is UTSA going to be a more competitive game? I think so. But I think Colorado State has more talent, and I believe they also have more experience with like their cohesion of talent. So it's an impressive win, and regardless who you're playing, it's impressive if you finish all 7 of your red zone drives with converting that into 49 points, and that's exactly what they did.
Power success rate was a big stat I was going to track this game. That's 3rd, 4th down, 2 or fewer yards to go. And they had 6 power opportunities. Well, go ahead, Jordan.
Sorry. I want to pull this up because I've been looking at it, meaning to pull it up. I'm just going to share it while we talk about the game.
Okay.
But this guy on Twitter does this every week during the
Parker
season.
Fleming is awesome. If y'all aren't following him on the Twitter machine, if you like deep dive, analytics and stuff, he's a great.
You can see his ad at the top. I have absolutely zero idea the calculations he uses to get to this graph, but we trust him. And Texas had the biggest net success rate in week 1. And as you can see, Notre Dame had less success than A&M and still won.
Yeah.
So some nuts stuff on here. Very interesting.
Yeah, I love this stuff. It's awesome. Yeah, power success rate is one of those kind of deep dive nerdy statistics that I was going to track. Like we said, third, fourth down, 2 or fewer yards to go. They had 6 power opportunities, Jordan. They convert. Well, I counted. If you throw out the 4th and 1 they had early when Jake Majors got called for a snap infraction, if you want to be technical, they were 5 of 7 because I would count that as, hey, you didn't succeed because you got a penalty, knocked you out of going for it. You had to settle for the field goal. So take that out. You're 5 of 6. The one they didn't convert was in the 4th quarter. Jarrett Gibson I thought the kid by Colorado State just made a hell of a play in the hole. Just basically just one-on-one situation where it's him and Gibson, and he just stonewalled Gibson. But Arch got a 1-yard touchdown run on the next play, just a quarterback sneak and kind of lunge forward. So basically you made up for the one you didn't miss, and the one where you didn't convert, you ended up getting points off of that drive anyway. So I say that I don't feel like I said, it doesn't mean those things are solved. I do feel like, okay, there were the one that I loved was they had a 4th and 1. It was their last drive of the first half. I don't know if you remember this, Jordan. They had a 4th and 1, and they gave the ball to Gilbo. To Blue up the gut. I don't know why I said Gilbo. They gave the ball to Blue up the gut, and he just gashed it for like 13 yards, like it was like the Red Sea parted. And I'm like, that's the kind of stuff that I want to see from this offensive line. Now, we'll get into it throughout the week. You talk about defending, like trying to move the ball against Colorado State and having to deal with Kenneth Grant and Mason Graham for 4 quarters. Dude, it's night and day how different that's going to be. And this will be the best interior defensive line Texas faces all year, without question. Georgia's got a good one. Kentucky's got a good one. A&M's got a good one, but it ain't going to get better. It ain't going to get tougher than dealing with 2 guys that are going to go pretty early in the NFL draft with these 2 Michigan defensive tackles. That said, I like some things I saw from the offensive line. I posted my offensive grades, Jordan. I gave the offensive line a C+. I saw some things that I really liked. Like I thought, and Cam Williams, good on him, was named SEC Co-Lineman of the Week this week. So I thought that was really good for him. I thought he played a really good game, especially like anytime they ran screens to his side, quick game to his side, asked him to pull. I felt like just that first eye test on Saturday, I was like, dude, I noticed not only is he getting out there, he's getting in front of people, he's getting a hat on people, he's getting some movement. So I was really impressed with Cam Williams. But overall, there were too many negative plays for my liking. And the one stat that I came up with, again, this is just me doing napkin math, looking at the numbers with the offensive line between Jaden Blue, Trey Wisner, and Jarrett Gibson. 7 of their 26 carries went for 2 or fewer yards. Against Colorado State, that's too many off-schedule running plays that I would have liked that number to have been a lot less. And then, the 2 snap infractions against Jake Majors. But overall, I think the offensive line is a good place to start. It's a good place to build, considering you're going to have an entirely different challenge. Anything else, Jordan, top of mind for you coming out of the Colorado State game?
Yeah. So I was already down on the field at the high school game I was at by the time I think he got carries. But I saw in the box score, Velton Gardner had some stats and Colin Page. How many running backs played? And also, did Jaden Blue come back once he left?
No, Sark said it was a cramp, but at that point, it was already 30. It was 38-0. So there was no reason to put him in there. Plus, they ended up getting Jarrett Gibson some run. Jarrett Gibson ended up getting 10 carries. So he kind of got
he was the leading rusher.
10 for 67. Gibson had 10 carries. Blue got 11. Wisner 5. Ryan Niblett got 3 carries. Velton Gardner got 3. Colin Page got 2. So if you count Niblett, they ended up playing 6 running backs.
Not bad.
Sark did say Ryan Niblett's going to keep cross-training wide receiver and running back. So, we'll see how it goes. But, man, I like what I thought Blue did a great job. And that's another thing, too. I thought Blue did a really good job maximizing runs. If you look at his game, 57 yards rushing, 44 of those were after contact. So that tells you that dude's doing a really good job of maximizing runs. I think it was 7 forced missed tackles is what PFF had him down for. So I just thought Blue did a really good job maximizing runs on Saturday.
Yeah, hey, he helped me make some money. I laid down a 3-legger like 5 minutes before the North Crowley game kicked off. And I was like, yeah, Jeremiah Smith is for sure scoring a touchdown versus Akron. I was like, because I'm like, if I remember correctly, Garrett Wilson, his first ever game, they gave him a touchdown off the bench. Same with Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm like, and Jeremiah Smith is supposed to be better than both of those guys.
Yeah.
There's no way they don't throw him a touchdown, and he got 2. So I just bet 0.5 touchdown over easy. I hit that in the first quarter. Quinn Ewers, 2.5 pass touchdowns over. That was easy. And I got extra points for that one because that one was like spicy. And I did this all on Underdog, who is a sponsor of Texas Sports Unfiltered. And then the third leg was Jaden Blue, 15.5 receiving yards. And I mean, he had that by halftime. So, yeah, shout out to boys helping me make some bread. But yeah, that's one thing I like about this job. I'm not very into sports gambling, but like, because I've seen some of these kids in high school and I'll like see some of the kids they're going up against, I feel like I can gamble better than most people do. No pun intended. With at least college football, but I don't know. It's a crapshoot half the time, anyways. But you want to talk other games, or you want to talk Texas, Michigan? What do we want to talk first?
There's a couple things I want to get to Colorado State wise before we move on, because again, you know, it is what it is. From a receiver, go ahead.
We'll just hit on this real quick. I'm not sure what exactly happened to him. I wasn't watching the broadcast of the audio because I was at a game. But I was seeing the Horns 24/7 group chat said that they noticed from the press box he left. The game was on the sideline, and then I told them, like, yeah, they just showed him sitting on the bench because y'all couldn't see him because apparently there's new tops on the benches now.
Yeah.
They're getting SEC ready. They can't have the SEC media knowing the injury. Come on now. Come on now.
Sark said Blue had a cramp. And then at that point, like I said, you're up 38-0. There's no point in sending him back in there. Just let Jarrett Gibson get some run. So, yeah, I'll take Sark at his word. I haven't heard anything since then. So he never went into the tent. They never put him in a medical tent, and it was never serious enough to where they had to take him back to the locker room. So I'll go with that it wasn't all that serious. I wanted to see how the wide receiver rotation was going to shake out, Jordan, what the snap counts look like. And it's about as evenly distributed as it's ever been under Sark. This is just snaps. Matthew Golden, 36, Isaiah Bond, 34, Jonte Cook, 30, Ryan Wingo, 24, DeAndre Moore, 23, Silas Bolden, 23. That's about as evenly distributed as you're going to see. And, you know, DeAndre Moore didn't have a catch, but we could even see this in some of the open practices that we had, some of those open windows that we had. Like DeAndre Moore, I think the time he spent shadowing, Sark talked about this after the game, but the time he spent shadowing Jordan Whittington, because we talked about this, Jordan, that's basically what they told him last year. Like, hey, you watch what Jordan Whittington does. You're going to be that guy next year. It seems like he's doing a lot of the little things to heart, whether it's blocking or just being a good teammate, whatever it is. Sark felt like DeAndre Moore had an impact on the game and didn't catch a ball. I loved what we saw from Ryan Wingo. That's, dude, I may be more excited about Ryan Wingo than anybody else in the program coming out of Saturday.
Yeah, Ryan Wingo is like that. He's special.
Your boy
as
Matthew
good as
Golden
Isaiah Bond.
Your boy Matthew Golden had 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, including a no-look pass. I didn't even notice that was a no-look until they showed it. And like, do we have an angle from the end zone? I've yet to see one yet. Because just because his helmet is facing this way doesn't mean his eyes can't be like that, you know?
Right.
So is this a true no-look, or are we just farming clicks over here? I don't know.
Man, we farmed clicks from it, so
damn right we did. That's how you do it.
You better believe when Art scored that touchdown, you saw how quick I fired off that group text, let everybody know, hey, we're running an Art story.
Man, I'm telling you, is it not just very, very nice and peaceful? Because if you noticed, is there anyone screaming about Arch Manning being the number one player in the 2023 class? Because since the spring game, I feel like the amount of buzz about that I've heard has gone like this.
You have a very select few national folks that want to try to push the narrative, but I think there are a lot of smart editors that understand right now there is no narrative to push. Like, Quinn is the guy, and Arch is going to be really good when it's his turn, but this is Quinn Ewer's team right now. And you look at the no-look pass, there's two things I want to say about that. One is I think we're starting to see more and more of these quarterbacks that are capable of making, these off-platform throws, kind of these ad-lib throws. And that shows you, that gives you a glimpse into the special kind of talent that Quinn is. Just like the ball he threw to Bijan last year in the OU game, where it was kind of almost like a no-look situation, and you just look like the angle he had to throw that ball at, as much zip that it had, like, there aren't that many guys that can make those kinds of throws. Like, Quinn has a special arm. The ball that I thought was the best one he threw, Jordan, was the first touchdown to Golden, where they run that little rub concept and Golden gets open, and Quinn has to, because of the way the corner was positioned, he had to throw it exactly when he did, exactly where he did, for that thing to work. Because if he waits a tad second longer and or underthrows it, that might be going back the other way.
Oh, yeah.
Because if the corner makes a play on it, there's nobody. Somebody might run him down from behind, but nobody's got an angle on him. Quinn had to throw it exactly when he did, exactly where he did. The timing and placement were perfect for that touchdown catch by Matthew Golden. I thought Quinn, other than the interception, which was just, Sark said that, Colorado State played it well and Quinn just kind of got stuck in no man's land. I thought it was just a bad decision by him, and he should know better. Like, at this point, you just need to eat that and live to fight another down. But at the end of the day, it didn't matter. You were going to be able to get away with stuff against Colorado State that you're not going to be able to get away with against Michigan or Georgia, or the better teams that you're going to play on your schedule. But I thought overall Quinn was efficient. I thought Sark put it pretty well after the game. He was efficient. It wasn't like nothing, I don't think, blew you away, but it was like, 20 for 27, 263 touchdowns. That's about as good of an opener as you probably could have expected from Quinn.
Yeah. I thought they did a really good job of keeping Torrey Horton contained, or at least as best as they could. That's probably, I don't know if Texas will face more of a clear-cut receiver one the rest of the year. Because, I think Deion Burks is probably better than Torrey Horton. Is probably going to end up being drafted higher than Torrey Horton. But Oklahoma also has, Nick Anderson and Jaleel Farouk when he comes back from his broken foot. In Colorado State, it's like, okay, besides Torrey Horton, Armani Winfield or Dylan Goffney, those guys aren't Nick Anderson, Right. So the point I'm trying to make, I don't think Texas will face another offense that has as big of a gap between receiver one and receiver two the rest of the season, or at least not this week. I feel like Michigan's receivers are pretty close to each other in talent.
What about Kentucky? Barry and Brown.
Yeah, but I don't know. I trust Akil Shorts. I'm a big Akil Shorts fan. And I know he'll figure something out. Also, I'm pretty sure they got at least one or two transfers at the receiver position from the Power 5 levels as well. Yeah, but Barry and Brown is their receiver one, though, undoubtedly. Yeah. And shout out Cam Williams winning SEC Offensive Lineman of the Week per Chris Bennett.
Yeah, it was co-offensive lineman of the week. I don't know who else got it. I just saw the email from Texas, so I don't know who shared it with.
So
I could check.
Can we talk about other games now?
Yeah. If something pops up, like I said, I'll rewatch the game today, and either late tonight or tomorrow up on the site, I'll have just some thoughts. I guess let's start real quick just with Michigan Fresno State, and my big takeaway was Michigan's defense still legit. Michigan's offense, and I'm being very nice when I say this, definitely a work in progress.
Hey, the good news is they didn't roll Alex Orji out there, and Alex Orji didn't play like he does in the video game, because in the video game, he is almost impossible to stop.
That's it. And again, I didn't watch the entire game. I watched I watched the entire second half.
I wasn't able to watch any of it, just letting you know.
I felt like Michigan was moving the ball, or at least having that extra hat in the run game with Orji in. I felt like they were able to move it a little bit. I don't know. I can't tell you what Sharon Moore and Kurt Campbell were going, what the logic was starting Davis Warren. I don't. At least Orji gives you something in his skill set that you don't otherwise have, just with his ability as a runner. You can't tell me he's that much worse of a thrower than Davis Warren. I don't. If he is, then Michigan's gonna have to win a lot of 10. They're gonna have to be a souped up version of Iowa. They're gonna have to win a lot of 14-10 games. And they can with that defense. That defense is going to be really tough to score on. Like, dude, if Texas gets to 20, this game's over. Because I don't think that Michigan offense right now can score against a legit Power 4 defense. I don't think that Michigan offense can score more than 2 touchdowns.
I don't know about saying that quite yet, but I do see the vision. You are right. Michigan is built to play ahead and play when the score is tied. They're not built to be down. And I don't know. Right. I think they were down on the scoreboard like less than a handful of times, less than times I can put on one hand at all last year. So they're not used to that. But yeah, so I don't know. Texas is going to have to score. I think 20 is close to that number, is kind of the nail on the coffin for Michigan. Who knows? Maybe Sharon Moore was like, yeah, Alex Orji's my guy, but Fresno State's so bad I could probably beat him with Davis Warren. Who knows? Maybe. I highly doubt it. But like you said, like Alex Orji must have been so bad throwing the ball for them to have rolled with the other guy because of what Orji brings as a runner. And the other guy didn't play that well. I know he completed over 50% of his passes. I think he had 2 touchdowns, might have had 1 interception if I remember, because I did look at the stats, didn't watch the game though. But like, this is as best news as you could possibly get pretty much out of that Michigan game, besides Michigan losing. So, I want to talk about Notre Dame A&M.
Well, just hang tight 1 sec.
Okay.
One more thing on Michigan. I just thought Fresno State, I wish they would have had some more imaginative play calling in the red zone, because like basically the play that knocked them out of the game, the knockout punch, they had faked a screen and run, I think it was a slot fade up the sideline. And the next play, they telegraphed screen, and Will Johnson like read it all the way, and that's how you get an 86-yard pick six. He's the best corner in the country for a reason. It's going to be really hard to move the ball against Michigan. I think Fozzie mentioned it, or Jake, maybe somebody mentioned it up here in the chat. Colson Loveland's an elite tight end. Like, I don't know if he's better than Brock Bowers, but it's a debate. Like, it's worth comparing the two. But dude, Michigan's receivers, they don't do. I wasn't impressed with Michigan's receivers. So I think this is a week where maybe the Texas secondary, you probably can devote more resources to stopping the run and just hope your guys can win one-on-ones on the outside. And you may have to trust Jahdae Barron and Gavin Holmes and Malik Muhammad and say, hey, you guys aren't going to have very much help. We're going to be in pretty much cover 1 or cover 3 the entire game. And
do your job.
Yeah, you guys are on your own.
Do your job.
Yeah, so I feel like that's going to be the tipping point. Does Michigan figure something out on offense, or is the Texas secondary really that much improved to where PK and Johnny Nansen can play more games up front, devote more resources up front, and really try to create more negative plays, get Michigan behind the chains? Because this offense behind the chains, or like you said, Jordan, if they have to play with a deficit, it doesn't look like this offense, at least right now, is built that way to handle that.
Yeah. Yeah. And like you said about the receivers, I think if you were to take any of Texas's 6 receivers that they're rotating into games now and put them at Michigan, that's either Michigan's receiver 1 or it's a starting receiver. One or the other.
Yeah.
And I feel pretty good about that. So, who knows? They spend the whole week with Texas's corners. I mean, I doubt Isaiah Bond is on the scout team, but they can get some work in going one-on-one versus those guys. It'll help them because those guys are better than what Michigan's going to roll out come game time.
Yeah.
And it's like the Nick Saban model, make practice harder than games, where, the games are easy because you're playing guys that are way more talented for a whole year in practice.
Yeah. CB mentioned Khalil Mullings was Michigan's leading rusher. He got more run in the second half than Donovan Edwards did. And you got to remember, too, I mean, Michigan's not going to show their whole hand with this offense. They saved some stuff for Texas that wasn't on film. They weren't going to put it on film.
And I forgot to leave that out. When I was talking about how I like they went 7 for 7 red zone drives, Texas did. Also liked how they kept the whole offensive scheme pretty damn vanilla in terms of what Sark will roll out for these big-time matchups like Michigan next week. The fact that they scored 52 points with, like, the most basic offense ever is pretty damn impressive.
And when you talk about Sark's basic offense, what Jordan's talking about, we didn't see a ton of exotics with, like, pre-snap motion, stuff that we don't normally see. You didn't see them get real exotic with formations. It was pretty standard fare with what we see from Sark.
With Amari Nyblack, I think he's purposely kind of hiding his cards there a little bit as well. And with the tight ends, I feel like they barely used them.
Chip and I were talking about it during the game. I think we'll see more of Silas Bolden against Michigan too than we did on Saturday against Colorado State.
Yeah. Yes. Assuredly. Yes.
Because Silas Bolden only had one target, and that was the flip pass from Arch for the touchdown. Yeah. And Rob makes a good point. So let's not get too overconfident going into next week. They are still Michigan, the top team. It will be a battle. Yeah, I'm not saying Texas is going to go into the big house and roll Michigan by 30 because Sark and Quinn together, they're going to have the patience of Job to move the football because I'm telling you, man, I think the world of this Michigan defensive front. And, I can guarantee you, just like Sark didn't show all of his cards, Wink Martindale's probably got a lot of stuff, twists and stunts and games and all kinds of stuff that they didn't put on film because they didn't need to put it on film against Fresno State. So I think it's going to be that battle between Sark and Wink Martindale is, of course, Wink Martindale's the defensive coordinator at Michigan. That chess match fascinates me because you got an NFL guy that's a blitz heavy guy, and you got Sark. We know Sark was planning for Michigan probably during spring practice. He had stuff that he was doing to get ready for Michigan. So that's going to be a hell of a battle. I just think it's going to be one of those deals where you're going to have a lot of patience. You're going to have to rely on your special teams. Field position in this game is going to be huge. But we'll talk about Michigan later in the week. Jordan, I do want to talk about A&M Notre Dame because that was man, if you just like old school physical football, dude, that game was I'm guaranteeing you there were 50 some odd guys on each side that woke up Sunday morning feeling like they had just been in a car wreck.
That game, I feel bad for the guy touring New York. How about the Irish walking in there? They should go undefeated. That was their hardest game on the schedule, pretty much. USC actually looked damn strong last night, so it might be that USC game because I think Notre Dame and USC still play this year. But I mean, man, A&M came out and laid an egg. And like Connor Wigman looked horrible. Like he genuinely looked horrible.
Yeah.
I saw good. Connor Wigman play in high school 2 weeks after he tore his hamstring because the Bridgeland coaches were letting him make the decision on if he could play 2 weeks after he tore his hamstring. You want to guess who they were playing? They're playing Cy Park and Harold Perkins, who is the number 3 player in the country. And he tries to do the first series. I pulled up the stats from this game, by the way, because his stats are better in a game he played in high school with a torn hamstring than they are from this game. He went 2 for 7 for 7 yards in high school in this game and 2 carries for -4 yards, which, if you're using NFL passer rating stats, Connor Wigman for A&M, who went 12 of 30 on Saturday, 100 yards, 0 touchdowns, 2 picks, had a rating of 21.53, which is worse than if he did nothing but spike the ball into the ground on every single play. So
that's pretty rough.
Connor Wigman statistically was better on a torn hamstring in high school versus Harold Perkins than he was fully healthy with a full offseason to prep and game plan with their new offensive mastermind and wizard, Colin Klein and Mike Elko. And what did they do? They laid an egg. And he got caught by ESPN puking walking off the field and is now going to be a GIF the rest of his life. So, yeah, that's what I think. Notre Dame, at times, it's like, man, y'all can't block anything. Like, y'all are letting everyone back there. And I don't know. I wanted the boy Jane Greathouse to get a few more touches. He didn't. It's okay. But I like Riley Leonard walking into College Station and walking out of there with a dub and beating his former head coach. Because, I mean, not too many guys can say they've done that. But,
yeah.
Did you watch the whole game, Jeff?
I was surprised. I flipped back and forth between that game and Michigan-Fresno. I was surprised at, quite frankly, just how good Notre Dame is in the secondary. Look, you can't excuse a performance like that from Wigman because, at this point in your career, you should be better than that. But, man, it came down to A&M didn't win on the outside on offense, and Notre Dame did. Notre Dame just won more battles on the outside. Noah Thomas was pretty much a non-factor. So, Jordan, I don't know. That's my one question with A&M going forward. Is that more of a personnel issue for A&M, or is that Notre Dame secondary just really that good? That's one thing I don't know as far when you project A&M forward. Now, I will say this about the Aggies, dude. That defense, like, dude, Nick Scroton is like he's if he didn't play another game, I'd still vote him to an All-American team. Like, he was
okay.
Was that good.
Did I not tell y'all all off season that is A&M's best player? I said I don't care what any of these rankings, ratings, awards say. Nick Scourton is A&M's best player.
Yeah, that A&M defense. Look, Notre Dame ended up running for almost 200 yards. I think they finished with 198 and about 6 yards a pop. I just felt like that had more to do with the fact that Notre Dame stayed patient with the run and just kept going back to it enough that when they needed to try to put the game away in the fourth quarter, they just kind of it reminded me it was a more explosive version of what Texas did to Alabama last year, where you run the ball just enough to keep the defense honest, and when you need to go to it to close the game out, now you're playing with some confidence. Your O-line starts leaning on that defensive front a little bit, and now you can start to get those 2-3 yard runs start turning into 8-9 yard runs. Those 8-9 yard runs you've got before, now those are explosive plays. I thought that's what Notre Dame did. That Notre Dame backfield with Love and Price, I like Notre Dame's backfield. Wasn't overly impressed with Riley Leonard, but he just needed to. That was a game where at some point you just needed him to not mess it up. Just don't turn the football over, and you're going to be fine. We'll flip the field, and the way your defense is playing, you need to. So the rushing yards A&M gave up, Jordan, I attribute that more to Notre Dame's patience and you got no help from your offense. You're just on the field way too much, and you ended up getting as good as that A&M defense is. You can only ask them to do so much to help you win the game.
Yeah. Man, I don't even. That game was like, if you are someone who pulls for A&M, you have to be. I'm not gonna cancel myself, but you got to be going through it. You got to be going through it with what you just did under Jimbo, and now Elko to lose in that was losing in Jimbo fashion. I feel like
it was
close to it, but also I'll let you talk. But here, 1 second. I saw this one tweet from an A&M fan where it's like, this was the straw that broke y'all's back. Are you we've been dealing with these types of losses for 6 years, and just because it's now Elko and not Jimbo, you're gonna lose here. What are we doing? You know, like it's true. They've been losing like this how many years now? So.
And that's why I think that fan base, to me, I think they're handling it okay. And right now, I said this about A&M in the offseason, and any of my Aggie friends or Aggies that I know that ask me about A&M, I'll tell them the same thing. Man, Mike Elko is exactly the kind of coach that program needs. You can make fun of his weight, you can make fun of the way he looks, whatever. Mike Elko's just a football coach. There's no swag with Mike Elko. There's no bells and whistles with Mike Elko. You're just getting a dude that's just a ball coach. Well, you know what? After Sumlin and Jimbo, man, you need a guy that's just a ball coach. And you know what? The reality is, we'll see what they do at wide receiver. If the wide receiver issue is an issue, or if they just ran up against a really good secondary. The reality is, Jordan, maybe just Connor Wigman's not the guy for Colin Klein's offense. We saw Colin Klein make it work with different types of quarterbacks at K-State. Maybe Wigman's just not the guy. I do worry about quarterbacks when you have a game like this. What's your confidence level coming out of it? So if you're an Aggie, don't think, well, it's McNeese, who cares? No, you want Connor Wigman to have success against McNeese. And by the way, this is a bad McNeese team. They're not good. Like, I watched McNeese. I don't know what the final score was, Jordan. And if they came back and won, I'm about to make myself look stupid. But I watched McNeese get taken behind the woodshed by Tarleton in week 0. So Tarleton's a pretty good FCS team. So A&M should, be able to roll out of the rack and win this game. But you want Wigman to play well, because if he doesn't, now you really start worrying. All right, you got quarterback issues, and what is Colin Klein going to have to go week to week to figure out who he's going to go with? So yeah, and Rex points out Charlie Strong was just a ball coach. I think the difference is Elko's been at A&M recently, understands the culture there. Elko understands the situation at A&M much better than Charlie understood the situation at Texas. And it seemed like the job was too big for Charlie. I don't think this job is too big for Elko. But yeah, that's what I think he's the kind of coach A&M needs. Now, is that me saying that Mike Elko is going to win a national championship at A&M? No, but give it time, man. I would, and I'm trying to talk rationally to a fan base that is historically irrational. Dude, it can't be worse than it was with Jimbo. So just give Mike Elko some time, let him figure it out, and you'll be able to compete. Is that going to result in championships? No, but I think if A&M gets to the point where they're 8-9 wins a year, and then maybe that third year, maybe if they push the right buttons in the portal, maybe they can be a 10-11 win team that's competing for a spot in the SEC championship game.
Yeah. One thing I thought was curious, like with how bad Connor Wigman was playing, why didn't you give one of your backups a shot? Like, I don't know who would come in. I think Marcel Reed is that first guy off the bench, not Henderson.
Yeah.
There's someone at A&M. I asked at the end of June, like, hey, if Connor Wigman goes down or is playing like ass, who's coming in? Is it the Fresno State kid, Henderson? I forget his first name, or is it Marcel Reed, who started their bowl game, I believe? And he was like, oh, it'd be Marcel Reed. He's already won that over Henderson. I was like, wow, okay.
Yeah.
And that's interesting because Marcel Reed was originally an Ole Miss commit, and A&M flipped him. But he was going to go play for Lane Kiffin and in that offense. So I thought that was interesting because obviously, what he's running at Ole Miss is much different than Colin Klein. And, what they were running with Jimbo, I don't even know if you can call that an offense. But with Marcel Reed, they got to get him some snaps week 2. I don't care what the score is. Get him in the ball game.
Yeah.
If he's giving you anything more than Wigman was, you need to seriously consider that as you head into conference play. Because, you know how this works. Like, can't just drop a few games. Doesn't matter how long you've been at the school you're at. Yeah, Do we
Oh, Rex, come on. Look, I'm sure that's in jest, but I'm not gonna degrade Colin Klein like that. Dude, Jordan coming off of a 4-day bender could probably call a better game than Sean Watson. I don't know, Jordan, you've been on many 4-day benders in your life.
Nah, not that I was calling plays after.
Bro, yeah, dude, I will. Man, y'all could get me started on damn Sean Watson right now. I didn't want to do that. But hey,
do we want to talk about some other games real quick?
Well, before the guys come in, how about man? Look, I was trying to spin positive on Billy Napier all off season.
Dude, bro, get on. Come on.
Because I like him, man. He seems like a good dude. Like I said, and I even put this on Twitter yesterday, the kind of neighbor that would know, hey, man, your lawn looked like it's getting a little unkempt. I went ahead and mowed it for you. Like, man, just a good dude to have next door. But, man, when when Aquafina kicks your ass post-game, you've had a rough Saturday, man. I don't know if anybody's seen it, but there's that video, Billy Napier at the post-game press conference. Like, he can't get his water bottle open. Like, he's struggling to get it open and just puts it back on the on the podium because he's done trying. It's Billy Napier's not making it to the Texas game, is he? He's not making it to November.
Probably not. I'll tell you what he is not making it to is at least Christmas. That's for damn sure.
Billy Napier in the logic of the great Mike Reiner, one of my leaders. Billy Napier, I'm going to go ahead and guess he doesn't have a chance to make it to Thanksgiving, let alone clear Thanksgiving. Forget Christmas. Man, Christmas is at this point. Christmas is out of the question.
Hey, Billy Napier could be coaching maybe the Roadrunners, maybe your Bobcats, depending on GJ Kinney and Trailer when they leave.
You know what?
Would you take Sunbelt Billy at Texas State?
If GJ takes the Baylor job, I will buy Billy's lunch at Herbert's for a year if Billy Napier is the coach at Texas State.
If he can become Sunbelt Billy again.
Hey man, I'll take it. He did a really good job at UL, so yeah, I'll take Billy Napier and Sam.
Texas already undefeated versus Billy Napier as a head coach. They beat him ULL back in a few years ago. So is he worth the spot on the Texas staff as an assistant? I don't know. I really don't know. He might tuck his tail for like a year or two and hide somewhere before he gets another job. Just considering he was god awful. He was horrible there the last 2 years, and they suck. They're going to be bad this year.
Well, I'll say this too, man. You start, going through that Florida program with a fine tooth comb. By the way, Miami may be really good. I don't know.
Yeah, Miami is good. I will say that. And did you see after the game all their players talking to the Florida recruit section? Do you know how stupid you have to be if you're Florida and you put the one recruit section between the only two away fan sections at Miami and also next to the tunnel the Miami team has to walk out of? And knowing you're probably losing this game, you still put your recruits right there?
It's bad when my wife, who knows nothing about college football except, what she picks up overhearing me talk every now and then. When I told her, she's like, "Wow, that must have been really bad." I'm like, "Yeah, it was really bad." So I was like, "Man, Miami may be really good, but I think this is just maybe more of an indictment of Florida." Like, and as I say, as you go through that Florida program with a fine tooth comb, you hear stuff like Dan Mullen didn't like recruiting, didn't like to recruit. Well, it's pretty freaking obvious now that Dan Mullen didn't really like to recruit, because I think it's almost like, when Charlie Strong got, and I'll bail here in a second and make way for Keenan and Joe. When Charlie Strong got the Texas job, I think he realized, things weren't great, but I think once he dug in, he was like, "Oh man, Mac really left me a turd sandwich here to deal with, and like it's going to be a while." I think Billy Napier thought that job was one level of messed up, and then got there and just realized all the problems that were there, and I think probably realized pretty quick, dude, I'm gonna end up getting fired because this thing is a train wreck. So you might as well just try to do the honorable thing and get recruiting turned around, and probably make it. And I'm not saying that's what Billy Napier did, but that's what it's going to end up being. He's just going to have to make sure it's a better situation for the next guy that takes that job. That's just where Florida is right now.
Yeah, I got two things. One,
guys, I got to run. Sark press conference again coming up at the bottom of the hour. We'll have it at Horns 24/7. We'll be talking about it tomorrow on It's Only an Hour. You guys take care. Keenan, Joe, you guys have a great show. Everybody enjoy the rest of your Monday.
Yes, sir. I'm going to say two things, and I'm going to get out of y'all's hair.
Go for it.
So if Florida has hired 3 back-to-back stinkers at head coach to coach the Gators in football, when are they firing the AD? Because if I'm not mistaken, the AD has hired the last 3 coaches, and they've swung and missed on all 3. Like you're out, you striked out. Come on. So I don't know what happened to Joe. I guess we'll put him back. Joe does say your mic is muted if you didn't know. So I don't know what Florida's going to do at head coaching. Also, like, who the hell can they hire that can actually turn that around? Lanning is one of a few names, but if Lanning wasn't leaving for Alabama or A&M, I do not think he's going to leave for Florida. And then the second thing, how about USC beating LSU? I mean, and how about Brian Kelly doing some more Brian Kelly shit? The banging on the table.
Dog barking. Give me a second.
You're all good. The banging on the table, but also like throwing Nuss Bus under the bus like that. Like, you're not in this game without Nussmeier. So, and also, like, he needs to think for recruiting. What does he think these top tier QB recruits that are all divas, that all want a humongous check, whose parents think they're all the number 1 player in the country? What do they think when they see the coach who's recruiting their son to go to his program, the head coach of a program, blaming a loss on the back of a quarterback? Like, hey, that's horrible. It was just horrible. And like Jake Bayless said, the fake Southern accent is totally gone. So,
not that I'm expecting anyone to feel. Not that I'm expecting anyone to feel bad for Notre Dame fans, but now you understand what a lot of family reunions in my Irish Catholic family have been like the last 10-ish years when he was the head coach of that program. A lot of the same things being brought up.
Yeah. I mean, he was that is just easily the worst look from a head coach week 1 in terms of things they said. So yeah, I mean that's inexcusable by Brian Kelly. But man, USC, like they actually look like they can get it done on defense a little bit. I'm very, very, very curious how they're going to do in the Big Ten this year, especially with some of those away games and destinations they have to travel to. But also, man, Kyron Hudson just made himself an NFL player last night. Like, Kyron Hudson just got himself drafted last night with his play. Did y'all watch the game?
Which one? The LSU USC?
Yeah. I mean,
USC looks good, man.
Yeah, but like Kyron Hudson legitimately just got himself drafted last night with how he played. Also, want to give a shout out to my dog, Lake McCree. Grew up playing AAU and football with him. Last team we were together on, freshman year, B team football. He was our quarterback because he was hell-bent on playing the QB position the whole time we were growing up. And then his sophomore year, some college came out and saw him and was like, "Who are you? You should play tight end." And that's when he decided to play tight end instead of listening to Lake Travis people who had told him for like 3 years. Plays tight end as a sophomore, plays in like 3 games. By the end of his sophomore school year, he had like 30 offers. He was a Texas commit at one point, if anyone remembers. Lake McCree committed to Tom Herman as a 3-star tight end in the 2021 class, and then blew out his ACL in Lake Travis's spring game his junior year. What did Tom Herman do when he blew out his ACL? He said, "Son, you no longer have a scholarship." So Lake McCree decommitted from Texas, opened it up, and found a home at USC. I believe whatever the old head coach of USC was before Lincoln Riley. I think Cole Helton maybe. That's who he committed to, signed with, spent a year with him. Then they hired Lincoln Riley, and I mean that's changed the course of his college career because if they kept the old guy, we're not even talking about Lake McCree right now. So, but I'm gonna get out of here. But a great weekend of college football.
Yeah.
Hope you all have a great day of talking it. So, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a good one.
Peace out, Jordy. Good show, man. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? We are here. False start. Eric Henry is at the Sark press conference, as we know. So our man, Mr. Joe, is pinch hitting once again. Got a new background, as do I. I'm in Port Aransas on a vacation, but couldn't stay away from Texas Sports Unfiltered. Had to do the show today because it is Monday and we have college football. And yeah, we got to talk about it. Absolutely. So let's start off with, well, first of all, how are you doing, Joe? What's up with you? Where are you at these days? What's going on with you, brother?
I'm good, man. I'm in my same apartment that I'm usually broadcasting from. Just have a little bit of a different background because just thought I'd class it up a little bit. It's a different view of the house.
Yeah, I thought I might do a nice review. I was going to go outside, but it's a little rainy today, unfortunately. But we're still going to go to the water anyway because that's the kind of people we are. And yes, dirty water Aransas. It's actually very clean. You can swim out. I was swimming out pretty far. I could see my feet, so it was pretty nice. Not a lot of fish biting, but caught some I forget what they catch out here. I'm not a fisherman, but we're going to eat some fresh fish tonight, so very excited about that. Joe, we had a lot of college football this weekend, didn't we?
We did. We had a ton. It felt nice. It felt right.
It felt right, didn't it? It was just such a good weekend to just chill and sit around and watch sports. Let's start it off with the namesake of the channel, the Texas Longhorns take on Colorado State. And if you were to look at the Texas Sports Unfiltered predictions for this game, everybody was a little more conservative than the actual score ended up being because Texas bludgeoned the Rams on Saturday afternoon to the tune of 52-0. Ewers goes 20 for 27, 260 yards, 3 touchdowns. They pulled him by the third quarter. He did have an interception, but he got hit while he threw it. It was kind of a tipped ball, so not tipped ball, but it wasn't. He didn't just throw a bad throw. He was getting pressured and stuff. But he had 3 touchdowns. He was 20 for 27. They brought in the golden son of the Manning family. Archibald Manning comes in, goes 5 for 6, 95 yards, a touchdown through the air, and a touchdown on the ground. So he had quite a game, our guy right there. And then we had the defense played incredibly well, 74 total passing yards given up total through the air. Is that dog super loud? Can you hear the dog?
I can hear it. It doesn't bother me, but I don't know about the.
I know, but it's going to bother the listener. Can you carry for like 1 minute while I put the dog up?
Yeah.
Right,
I mean, no worries, man. Like Keenan was saying, if you're an Arch Manning fan, that's definitely not a bad debut for him at all, or maybe not a debut, but you understand what I'm trying to say. The little pitch for his first touchdown, good reflexes, I'll say, and good vision to kind of know where his teammates are to make that play. We saw him work some harder passes, obviously, later in the second half, but, to finish with pretty decent stat line, I believe it was 5 of 6, 95 yards, touchdown. And, I mean, obviously the rushing ability is pretty decent too, but these are all things we already knew about. I call him the special boy. That's probably not the best nickname for what Arch Manning is and what he will be, but you understand what I'm trying to say. A lot of anticipation around what his Texas career will officially be, or will be rather. But yeah, good little day for Arch Manning.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, I mean, what was impressive about Arch, even the touchdown was super fun. It was very Mahomesian in that he's running around, he flips it. I thought the throw even before that was more impressive, where he was rolling out to the right and it was a strike across the middle. It was a really good throw. I was really impressed with his ability on the run, right? Like, they talk a lot about how Cooper was such a good athlete, and Arch really showed that athletic ability off. He's really fast and he's shifty, and he had a rushing touchdown. I mean, he didn't have a bunch of yards on the ground, but yeah, and exactly, good point, Jake. Quinn's no-look throw to Matthew Golden in the end zone, or right before the end zone, that was really impressive too. He was basically rolling, or he was in the pocket, and he looks off the safety and just throws it without looking, and just perfect strike to Matthew Golden. So really impressive play there. I was really impressed with this defense. They didn't have any sacks, but they could not get anything going through the air, like at all. It was a completely dominant performance from the defense. Jalen Gilbo had 8 tackles, so that's impressive. I was really impressed. 5 tackles for loss by the defense, and they just didn't let Colorado State get anything going. It seems like they had tapped out by the end of the first quarter. Like they already knew what was going on. Really impressive performance from the corners as well. And Torrey Horton had some catches, but he wasn't breaking anything long. They were getting him down when he got the ball. Other than that interception and the run blocking wasn't elite, I would say. It was okay. At times it looked a lot better, but as you can see, I'm the president of the Jarrett Gibson fan club. And freshman running back, he led the team in rushing, if I recall correctly. I think he had like 67 yards. He had a 22-yarder. He had a touchdown. Really exciting to see the running backs like kind of get loose a little bit, especially a freshman running back like Gibson, who averaged 6.5 yards per carry in that game. It was just a completely dominant performance against a team that isn't a joke, right? Like Colorado State is not UL Monroe, right? Well, we saw a lot of these SEC teams, and we'll definitely get to these other games too, but we saw a lot of SEC teams this week play against teams like Furman or, even Western Kentucky is better, but they're not. I think Colorado State is a little bit higher of a level than those teams, just given some of their personnel. Would you agree with that?
I definitely think if you look around the G5, there's more guys on Colorado State with NFL potential than quite a few. I think the whole Mountain West really is extremely solid this year, and they've done a good job of talking about that in the media and whatnot. And plus, Horton's great. Obviously, the safeties are good. But I mean, I think you just got to give it up for Texas's safeties in their secondary. I think the one thing that Colorado State really had in their arsenal to kind of keep themselves in the game, like we talked about in the weeks leading up to this, was trying to break off a couple of those deep balls. And I think on the two that they really kind of went for it and tried to get those, long touchdown, explosive play type situations, they got picked off. So, I mean, they were more than ready for, the few things that Colorado State did have in their arsenal. And I mean, the fact that you forced Jay Norvell to kind of lean on the run game to try to get any kind of momentum as much as they did, like at that point, you knew it was pretty much over.
Yeah, it really was a tap out by the second quarter type of game, which I wasn't expecting. I was expecting it to be a 20-7 halftime lead or a 17-7 halftime. I really was expecting it to be a little bit closer just because of some of the talent Colorado State had. But man, Texas came out and just dominated from the first snap. It really, other than that interception by Quinn, they were pretty much flawless on the offensive end. They were scoring touchdowns. The red zone efficiency was a lot better. They were scoring touchdowns when they got down there. And that's one of the things that had been talked about a lot in the offseason, right? Is like, can this team, when they get down to the 10-yard line, can they score a touchdown? When they get inside the 20, can they score a touchdown? Can they avoid just kicking field goals every time? They did a pretty good job of that. Now, they had some big plays too. Obviously, you want a mix of those two things, but the execution in the red zone, I think, is like a major theme for this team. And yes, it's Colorado State, and they're going to get really tested next week with Michigan's defense, because Michigan didn't look great, but their defense did look good. Will Johnson had a pick 6. But yeah, I think this Texas team looked really good. They went out, they executed, they established what they needed to establish for the most part. There are obviously things to fix. And Sarkisian even said that in the post game. He said, yeah, we have to play better next week against Michigan. But pretty impressive performance, I would say, to come out and just dominate a solid Mountain West team. I would say not the bottom of the barrel Mountain West team, right? Like a team that'll probably win 5 or 6 games this year, and will push Colorado when they play in a couple of weeks, I think.
Sure. One last thing I'll say about this
ahead.
game is I think you got to give Steve Sarkisian and Quinn Ewers credit for. I think they knew going into it that trying to push Colorado State safeties was going to be more difficult than going for those short catch and run type of plays. And if you go back and watch that tape, that was a lot of what they did really well in the first half, in particular, when Quinn Ewers was still in the game. Obviously, it was a lot of really short routes, or even just straight up, not quite screens, but maybe like real short little hitches, like 1-2 yards downfield, hit him, and then you at that point you're breaking off 2 tackles. Because that was a thing that I have to write about for Colorado State coverage, is how bad the tackling in the secondary was. But they knew that was going to happen. So, commending them for obviously scouting their opponent well and calling the right plays at the right time.
Yeah, and another thing too, since you brought it up, the receivers looked fantastic for Texas, and all of them played, right? They had multiple rotations of receivers. Matthew Golden, I think, had 2 touchdowns. So you have this mix of guys that can all play the receiver position. It's not like last year where your top 3 are your top 3 guys. You're going to have these rotational guys. Silas Bolden had the touchdown for March Manning. Like it was a really impressive all-around performance from the wide receiver core. And it looks like they've built that rapport with not just Ewers, but also with Arch Manning. And in case Ewers misses a game or something, like you have a guy that can come in and run the offense. You saw it yesterday. You saw him score 2 touchdowns. So, or not yesterday, 2 days ago. So really impressed with the Texas offense, and the defense was, I think, even better. Again, you want to see more sacks, but Colorado State was throwing a lot of shorter routes, so it's not like they were dropping back and bombing it downfield the whole game. So I feel like it's not super surprising, but you'd like to see them get some sacks against Michigan next week. Let's talk about last night's game, Southern Cal against LSU. Pretty great game. First of all, a real banger to start off, I guess, the football season for LSU. And they start a season 0-1, right? So that's how many years in a row has LSU lost their opening game? I feel like that's at least 3 every year Brian Kelly's been there, right? Because they lost to Florida State both years and then lose this year to USC. But USC's defense significantly improved. Right? They were not Swiss cheese like they were last year. And LSU's defense looked a lot better too. Not quite as good, I guess, as USC's. 5 years in a row they've lost their opening game. Okay. Thank you, Jake. I guess the last time they won their season opener was when they won the Natty 2019 then, huh? That doesn't bode well for old BK. Not our BK, Brian Kelly, the LSU BK. Yeah, so this was a great game. Like Jordan was just saying, what's his name? The receiver for Hudson for USC got himself drafted last night with that catch. Yeah, I mean, Miller Moss, he only had 1 touchdown, but he was 27 for 36 for 378 yards. LSU was playing some bend, don't break defense. You know, they were giving up a lot of yards, but I mean, they gave up 27 points, but that run by what's his name, Marks at the end, Woody Marks, the transfer from Mississippi State to give Southern Cal the 27-20 lead that ended up being the final. That was an impressive run because it looked like what they were going to do is just run the clock out and kick the field goal. And they asked Miller Moss after the game, they were like, why did you score a touchdown basically? And he was like, we're not going to leave anything to chance. Like, if we know we can score a touchdown, we're going to go score a touchdown. And that's exactly what they did. He broke through the line, broke a couple of tackles. Really impressed with USC all around. Caleb Williams had a pretty cool tweet at Miller Moss that was like, my boy balled out tonight or whatever. So cool to see alums still shouting out their teams. But yeah, man, I was really impressed with USC. I think they are going to be much improved this year. I think D'Anton Lynn did a damn good job yesterday. And it's not like Nussmeier had a bad game. You know, he's 29 for 38, 300 yards, a couple touchdowns. But they were not getting gashed on every single play, it seemed like they were last year. Seemingly in every game, they were giving up 40, 50 points. So what did you see from the USC-LSU game? What stuck out to you in particular?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, USC offense, that's about where I expected them to be in terms of production. Did not at all expect the defense to play as well as they did on their side. And I mean, you noted Miller Moss's performance in particular. I think ESPN noted him as like, if they gave the Heisman away today after one game, which is a ridiculous concept, it's still fun to think about. I think he'd be like in the top 2 or 3 in terms of candidates there. But I mean, obviously the last time we saw Miller Moss play in a game was last year in that Holiday Bowl against Louisville. And this was just a significant step up, in my opinion, in terms of, the quality of the secondary. And to have as good of a day as he had, that has to give you confidence if you are Lincoln Riley and anybody else on that staff in terms of the leader of your team. But yeah, for LSU, I mean, to what we were just saying, despite early season struggles, they've always kind of seemed to be back in the national conversation by the end of it. But I am not defending the way that Brian Kelly handled himself. However, I understand what he's saying. Like, how does this keep happening again? Obviously, it's his job to make sure it doesn't happen. But as someone who is an outside observer, that I had a similar thought.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's LSU is one of those teams that I always say you can never count them out because they just have so much in-state talent that ends up there. And Nussmeier looked pretty good. I mean, he had the pick at the end, but that was just kind of a desperation. You know, I mean, I'm not going to really count that pick against him. There's, 10 seconds left in the game or whatever. But, I mean, USC looked just it's trite. It's cliche. They looked tougher to me than they've looked in a while. And I think that is D'Anton Lynn. The physicality of the defense, guys like Bear Alexander really making plays in the backfield. I mean, that was not something we saw last year out of USC, right? I'm looking at some of their stats right now, and they had a couple, 3 tackles for loss in the game. They didn't have any sacks, but, I mean, it was just a really physical defense that was not giving up a ton of plays that were damaging to the final score. Like, they gave up 20 points. Yes, LSU has a new quarterback. Yes, they have a new offense, but Kyron Lacey is a really good receiver, right? And he had that touchdown in the game, a really impressive catch. But just really, really surprised me because I thought LSU was going to go in and dominate this game. Like, we talked about it before. I think you were more on the side of it'll be closer than I thought it was going to be. But I thought LSU was going to go in there and punk USC, and they lost. So what do you think this says sort of about Brian Kelly's tenure at LSU? He's not on the hot seat yet, but, like, what do you think this game kind of illustrates about Brian Kelly at LSU? Do you think it says anything, or do you think USC is just that good?
USC is better than I gave him credit for. I will say that, especially offensively. Based on what Miller Moss showed in that game, then insert Shaq meme. I wasn't familiar with your game. However, I think the bad habits that Brian Kelly has had as a coach are still there. Clearly, I think he's won a lot of games. I'm not saying he's a bad coach. I'm just saying his weaknesses as a coach showed in that game. I think what's the opposite of micromanaging? I think there are some things. I think there are some things he needs to probably if you want a job done right, you got to do it yourself. And I think Brian Kelly needs to do that. And if you think you know how to do a better job, just do it instead of delegating, certain aspects to your coordinators or your position coaches and that sort of thing. And also, especially in terms of managing the sideline, like he was kind of saying in his tantrum, if the mood on the sideline is not what you want it to be, again, as a leader and as a head coach, that's kind of on you. I don't know how that, right? So I think that's just something that needs to be corrected, and I think will obviously maybe require a little bit of introspection if he's capable of that at this point. Some of these guys, they make so much money, it's like, you lose the ability to criticize yourself. So I don't know.
Yeah, no, it is tough to be it's tough to be introspective when you're making $5 million a year, whatever Brian Kelly's making, probably more than that. Another thing that I thought was interesting about USC's defense that was impressive was the gang tackling, right? Like, they were swarming the ball. They had of their 70 or so tackles, like half of them were gang tackles, right? They had 36 solo tackles out of 70 tackles, and all kinds of different guys were getting in there and making plays. The defensive backs were making plays. Their leading tackler was their safety. Ramsey had 9 tackles. So really, that swarming of the ball is something that UCLA did well last year under D'Anton Lynn, and I think that that's translated to this USC defense. Obviously, this USC defense is more talented than the UCLA defense last year. They just have better players. But, yeah, I was really, really impressed. Lincoln Riley has sort of gotten his reputation kind of ruined in the last few years because of the tainted defense with Alex Grinch, but it seems like all he had to do was hire a new DC because he can run a freaking offense, man. Miller Moss looked like a guy who's not a first-year starter this year, at least at USC. He doesn't look like he's been backing up Caleb Williams, you know what I mean? So next game – actually, let's do a little quick ad read real quick, and then we will jump into our next game because I want to talk a little bit about Michigan just because the Michigan game is next week. And we saw some some interesting stuff, I guess I would say, out of the out of the Michigan offense, which was not particularly impressive, I guess. But yeah, let me find this ad read really quick. But yeah, real quick, what did you think about while I find this ad read? Did you catch the Michigan game at all? Did you watch any of their game?
I caught a bit in kind of the second and third quarter, mostly to watch Mikey Keenan, Fresno State, and get a little tape on them.
Sure.
But yeah, to your point, I think it's mostly stuff I think we kind of already knew regarding the secondary play. I mean, that aspect of their defense is very, very good and going to be hard for Texas to contend with, particularly obviously on the outside. They're so much better than what they faced at Colorado State. And obviously defense has been a selling point of Michigan football for so long. Just having to, I guess just keep in mind that you're not going to be able to break as many tackles as you were against Colorado State. Like, these are guys that know how to wrap up and have proper, form tackling against some of the guys that Michigan faces in the Big Ten every year. So,
yeah, and I think with Michigan's played a tougher team, but their offense looked it was sputtering, right? Like they did not have the most impressive offense out there. I was really kind of surprised with I guess they sort of had a quarterback controversy, which typically means you don't have a good quarterback. I think that's because people are saying, oh, there's a controversy. No, there's not a controversy at Texas football, because everybody knows who's a Texas football guy understands that it's Quinn Ewers' job, right? Even with how good Arch looked, it's still Quinn Ewers' job. He's been there. This is his third year in the system. But, with as far as that goes, like, it's not a good thing when you're trying to figure out who you're going to start at quarterback. That's typically a bad sign. They had 23 points on offense against that team. And it was I believe a 10-3 halftime lead for them, which is not great if you're playing the number 4 team in the country the next week. This is a different team than we saw last year. It's a different program, really, without Harbaugh at the helm. So it's definitely something that we'll keep an eye on going into next week. We'll definitely talk more about that game as we go further on. And I'm going to do an ad read real quick for our good friends over at, can you guess who it's going to be? You think it might be Passes?
I think so, yeah.
All right. We are proud at Texas Sports Unfiltered to announce our new partnership with Passes. What is Passes, you ask, Joe? Well, let me tell you. Passes is a content creator company that the Texas One Fund has partnered with. It is the first ever NIL collective on the platform. 40 of the top University of Texas athletes have across football, basketball, both men's and women's, baseball, softball, volleyball, and the Olympics are all on Passes. These athletes showcase exclusive fan offerings, behind-the-scenes access, engaging Q&A content sessions, memorabilia and merchandise, and captivating day-in-the-life content. Through these avenues, fans have the opportunity to connect with their favorite athletes on a more personal level than ever before, gaining insights into their lives as Texas Longhorns, both on and off the field. Passes is revolutionizing the way that you, the fan, can get close to your favorite players. It's also the best place to donate to and support the Longhorns. You can subscribe and donate to the Texas One Fund to get access to tailgate parties, meet and greets, signed memorabilia, VIP experiences, and athlete spotlight access as well. Once again, passes.com is the website. Go ahead and sign up today. We got plenty of games to keep going. We got to talk about this Florida-Miami game, dude. What the hell is going on in Florida, man? Because we were talking about Miami. We've talked about Miami a little bit and how we think Cam Ward is kind of that dude.
Yep.
He looked like that dude. Miami looked like that team. They looked like the best team in the ACC. After Florida State drops the game to Georgia Tech last week, they played tonight. They played Boston College. After the Clemson Tigers just get obliterated by Georgia in the second half. I think it was 6-6 at the half, and then they got outscored like 27-0 in the second half, something like that. It was a complete 28-0. It was a complete domination over there. But I think Florida might have the worst loss of all of these teams. I mean, definitely they do, of the SEC. Cam Ward comes in there, goes 28 for 35 for 385 yards, 3 touchdowns. That's 74% completion rate. Damian Martinez had 65 yards rushing, but they had 144 yards rushing as a team, but they were throwing all over the yard. And Florida got so desperate with Graham Mertz at quarterback, they just threw DJ Lagway in there, their freshman quarterback, to kind of their prized recruit this year, because Mertz was bad. He was 11 for 20 for 90 yards and an interception, quarterback rating of 83. Nothing was working for Florida. They could not get anything going through the air. 122 total pass yards. It was just a complete domination. Billy Napier couldn't get his water bottle open. It was a tough day for the Gators and the Gator fans. How much longer does Billy have in Gainesville?
Unless something dramatically changes in the next month, I think this is the last year. I mean, between the let's be honest. The most important thing in college football in terms of job security is winning. He's not doing that. And the off the field stuff with the, recruiting issues and being sued by a player. I mean, if you weren't already obviously Florida is Florida, and there's always going to be kids who want to come play for Florida. But I think it cannot be underestimated how bad that looks to a really high level recruit. But to stay within the realm of this game, I mean, they just had no answer for Cam Ward. I mean, he looked great. And, based on this first game, whatever tweaks, Mario Cristobal's made to, the play calling, just an overall getting this offense ready to go. I mean, it worked, and you don't really have to worry about clock management when you just score way more points than the other team. So it was crazy to see how much they seem to improve from last season, and clearly Cam Ward is a big part of why.
Yeah, and Restrepo is a hell of a player too. He had 112 receiving yards and a touchdown. He had a 40-yarder, 50 yards after the catch, 8 targets, and he caught 7 of them. I mean, Florida's defensive backs had no answers for Cam Ward or this receiving core. It was they bullied him. The whole game they bullied him. They bullied him up front. They bullied him on defense. They threw the ball like crazy. Florida turned it over a couple of times. Listen to this. Miami had 529 yards to Florida's 261 yards. They basically doubled them up in yards. I'm not a math guy, but I'm pretty sure that's close to being doubled up in yards, if not more. So Billy Napier's got a lot of work to do, because this schedule doesn't get any easier than this. Their last 6 games this year are insane. It looks like a freaking NFL schedule. They are playing 5 of the top 6, I think, or 5 of the top SEC teams, and then Florida State to end the year. And I know Florida State lost to Georgia Tech, and they don't look great, but that's still a game they could easily lose, if they're not favored to lose at this point, because this was a complete bludgeoning. I didn't find anything positive for Florida to come out of this game. What did they do well? I didn't see much. I guess Miami didn't run the ball for a high average. They had 4.5 yards per carry, but everything else just went the Canes' way. And if you saw the recruits getting talked to by the Miami players, the Florida so first of all, I can't remember if Jordan was saying this, if I heard this somewhere else. So the Florida recruits are in the middle of the Miami section over the Miami tunnel. So the Miami players, when they're leaving, are all talking to the Florida recruits like, hey, buddy, you just watched that? You should come play for the U instead. And they're throwing up this thing the whole game. I mean, it was embarrassing if you're a Florida fan, because the way Miami's been over the last 20 years, Florida would try to consider them little brother, but you don't get beat by your little brother by, 4 touchdowns. That's not how it works. So this was a pretty surprising, maybe not surprising result in that Miami won, but the way they won was absolutely surprising to me, considering the promises the Florida fan base was given by Billy Napier, and I was just really impressed with Cam Ward. I mean, that guy looks like a legitimate, considering how weak the ACC is, he could put up some monster numbers this year. He really could.
Yeah, video game numbers. That's for sure. I'm curious to see what secondary in the ACC can realistically contend with him if he stays healthy. I think should be Miami's biggest concern offensively, is keeping people healthy.
Yeah, definitely. So Texas plays Michigan next week in the Big House, defending national champs, new head coach, new quarterback, bunch of new dudes everywhere. Michigan comes out and takes on Fresno State, and they have a 10-3 halftime lead. Fresno State's got, I guess, a decent defense, but, man, Warren had 118 passing yards in this game. 118, Joe. That's not very good, is it?
It's not great. 15 of 25. I mean, the completion percentage is fine, but you would expect it to be a little bit higher when you're going against a G5. I mean, Fresno State's defense is good. I mean, Fresno State's defense is good. They're not that good, in my opinion.
Yeah. And, Michigan's had, they had 20 more yards total than Fresno State did. The score was 23-10, I believe, and Fresno State was driving, and Will Johnson had an 85-yard pick six or something. I mean, give credit where it's due. That dude is a stud. He might be the best corner in college football this year. I know that people say Travis Hunter, but if you're talking just pure corner, I think Will Johnson is not only a better player at corner, but probably a better pro prospect at corner as well. Now, people might like the two-way versatility of Travis Hunter, but if you're asking me who I want to lock somebody up, give me Will Johnson. And that's not hating on Travis Hunter. I love Travis Hunter. I think he's a fantastic player. I just think Will Johnson is on a different level. Let's look at some of these defensive stats for this game, because Michigan, it was a 13-7 game until the fourth quarter, or a 13-3 game, until the fourth quarter, when Michigan outscored them 17. Oh my God, I'm so bad at math, man. 17-7 in the fourth quarter, my bad. So some of these defensive stats are interesting, right? So Michigan comes out and they don't do much on offense, but they're known for their defense. They have All-Americans on this defense. They have Mason Graham. They have Will Johnson. They have these talented players. So if you look, though, at their stats, they had 3 sacks. Stewart had 2 of them, right? And he had 3 tackles for loss. He was fantastic. Mason Graham only had 2 solo tackles in this game, right? And that's their defensive tackle. So he's obviously not going to put up crazy numbers, but he had no tackles for loss in this game. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like Texas could go in there, and because I was saying all offseason, this is going to be a rock fight with Michigan. This is going to be a really, really tough 1-touchdown game. And that's what I thought until I watched Michigan play and I watched Texas play. Now, I don't think Texas is going to go in there and blow them out. I still don't think that. I think Michigan's defense is too good for them to get blown out by anybody. But I do think at this point, you have to think about the realistic possibility that Texas is just a much better team this year. What do you think about that?
Texas is a much better team than I think. Well, I don't know about much better than they were last year, but they're a better team than they were last year, in my opinion. As far as being a much better team than Michigan, I mean, I would agree. I think for the most part, this entire offseason, I think Texas has been one of the top 5 or 6 teams in the country, in my opinion. To what we were talking about earlier with the run blocking, I liked what I saw in the first half, especially. Their guard work was phenomenal. Texas's was, in terms of, guys pulling into the right places, just opening up holes, and the vision of, guys like Jaden Blue and getting to where they were supposed to be in the running game. I think that's going to come in handy again this week, because, to your point, Michigan's defensive interior guys weren't a huge factor against Michigan or against Fresno State, but I would assume they're going to do something to correct that this week. I mean, Sharon Moore is not someone who's going to not get overly analytical and not try to understand what went wrong, especially in a game like that, where it kind of looked like Fresno State was, on the right track to an upset for a little bit there.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
yeah, but hosting Texas is obviously going to be an entirely different ballgame when they have, dudes at just about every position.
Yeah, and I feel like with Texas, they could win this game scoring 27 points. Like, I think their defense is good enough to hold Michigan under 20 because, the Michigan scored 23 points on offense against Fresno State. Texas defense looks great. Now, obviously, you're going to, as far as Texas goes, replacing those interior defensive linemen is going to be a process, but Alfred Collins looked really good. Vernon Broughton looked really good. The interior of that defensive line looked pretty good. I think the edge plays better, and Michigan's starting a new quarterback, man. Warren was not the starter last year. They had J.J. McCarthy, who, poor guy, tore his ACL or something. He's out for the year for Minnesota, or the Vikings, I mean. But I think they're going to have a lot of trouble scoring against this defense. I think this Texas defense is a lot faster than the Fresno defense. Like you said, you'd know better about Fresno than I would, but you said their defense is good, not amazing. I think Texas has the potential to have an amazing defense. I think this could be a game where they go in there and they give up fewer than 300 yards of offense. I think, 250 yards of offense. I think that's reasonable, not to expect, but to maybe think that could happen. This Texas defense is so talented. They're so good at so many different spots. I was really impressed with them and just not impressed with Michigan. Now, Michigan's going to be fired up for this game. Don't get me wrong. It's not going to, like I said, I don't think Texas is going to go in there and blow them out. I really don't think that. But I do think Texas can control this game and maybe win, I don't know, let's say 31-17. Do you think that, if you had to predict a score for that game, what would you think? Would you think it would look like that? Do you think Texas would score fewer points? What do you think? How do you think it'll go?
I'm trying to remember a higher profile non-conference opponent that Michigan's played at home in recent memory, and it's not coming to me. But to that end, it's going to be one of the harder games they've had at home in a while. That wasn't a Big Ten opponent. You said 31-17. Yeah, I can see that. I think based on what we kind of saw at Texas's secondary in particular, they have the ability to force turnovers. They have the ability to kind of limit what you're realistically able to do, limit explosive plays in particular. So yeah, I mean, I think Texas will win this game. As far as the final score, I'm always terrible at this, obviously.
Yeah,
but
it's hard.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I could also see like a 30 or like a 24-13 type of win too. Michigan is such a defensive team. They're like the Pistons in the early 2000s, to bring it back to basketball, because that's all I'm good at doing is bringing things back to basketball. They're like the Pistons of the Larry Brown 2004-2005 Pistons, where they don't score a lot of points, but they just lock you down. But I think this Texas offense is very legitimate. The receiving core looked so good yesterday. I keep forgetting it's Monday. Looked so good on Saturday. I was just really impressed. Couple more games to get to. Notre Dame and Texas A&M. You called this one. You said Notre Dame was going to win this game. I thought the Aggies would pull this one out. That Notre Dame defense is really good. I think we can agree on that. I'm not saying A&M's offense is great and that they got shut down by a top 2 team or something, but those Notre Dame defensive backs are awesome. That is a well-coached defense. Marcus Freeman played safety, didn't he? Wasn't he a safety?
He was a linebacker.
Oh, he's a linebacker. Okay, but he's a defensive guy.
Yeah.
The safeties and corners looked so good in that game. Xavier Watts looks amazing. Weigman had a really tough night. He went 12 for 30 for 100 yards and 2 picks and no touchdowns. Pretty close game in the first half. It was a 6-6 tie at the half in what was one of the worst halves of football I can ever recall watching. I was very bored and flipping between games because I was like, wow, I guess I'll just watch Ole Miss score 75 points. Yeah, I mean, you were right. You thought the Notre Dame defense would pull this out. They did. The A&M offense didn't look like it was much improved over last year, given the opponent is also to be factored in. But I don't know, man. I mean, none of the guys on A&M really popped to me as like really star offensive players. Their leading receiver had 30 yards, right? Le'Veon Moss looked okay. You know, he had some plays. He had a touchdown. He had a 12-yard run, but he was held to 3.5 yards per carry. A&M as a team had 246 total yards against this defense, scored 13 points. So what do you think this bodes for A&M for their season? Like, do you think this game is an indictment, or do you think it's a, hey, we'll regroup and move on? What do you think about A&M this year based on this performance?
I mean, I think it has to be a we'll regroup and move on, right? I mean, I think when you think about just the fact that Mike Elko just started, obviously it's a high pressure situation when you work for any of the big Texas schools, but I don't really see any reason to panic. Especially because, in my opinion, I thought Notre Dame was the better team going into this weekend anyway. But I think you have to be able to learn from it. I think you have to, recognize where the weak spots are, and especially, I don't think they did particularly well in the passing game, clearly, but obviously the defensive line of Notre Dame too. Just they were better. Like, you have to get better. You have to get bigger and stronger, and again, this was pretty much the exact result that I thought was going to happen. It's two teams that traditionally kind of have had issues winning big games and showing up in big moments as of late. So at the end of the day, it was going to come down to who was bigger and stronger, and that was Notre Dame.
Yeah, and also got to give a quick shout out to Jaden Greathouse, Austin Westlake wide receiver, who caught three balls for Notre Dame, 21 yards after the catch. So he had a few targets. Riley Leonard didn't look great, but Notre Dame is one of those teams that's just going to be able to bully people with their defense all year. And I haven't looked at their schedule. I'm assuming it's not that difficult. They typically don't have these super difficult schedules. Do they play USC this year? I don't know if they do. That'll be probably one of their tougher games, but they play a lot of ACC teams. The ACC does not look good this year. Outside of, Miami looked awesome, as we already talked about. But yeah, I think this game is sort of it's an indictment of A&M, but not to the point that I think they can be taken lightly, because I do think they have a good defense. I do think they have some players. Nick Scorton at the defensive end. I didn't see what his stats were in this game, but he's a highly thought of player. Torian York had 9 tackles. So, that guy's really good. Shamar Turner had 7 tackles, 4 solo tackles. They got 7 tackles for loss in this game, right? They didn't have any sacks, but they got 7 tackles for loss. So they showed something, right? Like, they didn't look like a complete like a team you can walk over on the offensive end, but they have to improve the passing game, or they're going to stand no chance against some of these other SEC schools. We'll get to 2 more games. We have to get to this one because we've talked a ton about this team, and they did not look like a national title contender. The Oregon Ducks barely escaped the Idaho Vandals. This was a 17-14 game in the fourth quarter, right? And Oregon scored 10 points. Yeah, it was 14-7 going into the fourth, and they didn't look like a team that can score 60, 70 points at will. They just didn't. Dylan Gabriel threw the ball 49 times. They rushed 37 times for 107 yards. So do you want to say I told you so now, or do you want to wait to do that? It's up to you. What were your thoughts on this game about Oregon? What are the problems facing them this year, and what do they have to do to remedy them?
First of all, I'm not going to gloat, because I think if you did a compilation of all the stuff I've said, even just on this show in the last 2 weeks, and then showed how much of it was wrong on Saturday, it wouldn't be pretty. But with this Oregon team, I'm very curious to see how their defense shapes up this next week, because keep in mind, they have the best running back in college football coming to Austin Stadium next Saturday with Ashton Genty. This Idaho team, they're known for kind of running a little more pass-heavy system. So I wasn't really expecting the run game to be where they shine here. But, I think Dylan Gabriel is great. This next week, Boise State are going to have to be ready for him. And they themselves struggled against a really pass-heavy offense at Georgia Southern this past week. And, they had to score 56 points to even win that. So that's something to keep in mind. But, yeah, I mean, Oregon, they've got to come out and just play better. I mean, they've got too many talented guys in their backfield to have scares against Big Sky teams, So.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you look, like Dylan Gabriel, he threw the ball really well, but he got sacked 3 times. And Idaho had 6 tackles for loss. They forced a fumble. Like, Oregon didn't look like they could just score at will against a team that is not necessarily known for being a powerhouse in Idaho. Now, shouts out Idaho. You can read all about the Idaho Gatorade Player of the Year in an article I just wrote for SI for Washington State, because I'm covering that beat because of my friend Joe Lonergan over here. Read about Case Wynett when you want. But you should not be struggling with this team if you're the number 3 team in the country. And I think they're going to fall in the rankings. Now, I know it's way early. It's first game of the season, blah, blah, blah. But I was just really not impressed with this Oregon team, especially the offense, especially the running game. The running game looked just really bad. Now, their true rushing rating, if you take out the 23 yards lost in sacks, they still only ran for 130 yards on 34 attempts. You have to run the ball better than that in the Big Ten, buddy. You're not going to win in the Big Ten averaging fewer than 3.2 yards per carry. That's not how it works. And when they play teams like Ohio State, they play teams like Michigan even, they're going to have to run the ball. You can't throw the ball 49 times every game. It's not going to work. You have to establish the run game, or your defense is going to tire out because you're not running any time off the clock. You're throwing every single time. Now, most of them were completions. Given Dylan Gabriel threw it 49 times, completed 41 of those passes for 380 yards and 2 touchdowns. But Evan Stewart had 3 catches the whole game for 15 yards. Tez Johnson looked great. He had 12 receptions for 81 yards and 2 touchdowns. But, I was really not impressed with Oregon. I didn't think they would lose. Even when Idaho was driving to tie it or whatever, I knew they wouldn't lose the game, but they got a lot of stuff to figure out before they get to Big Ten play. Because if they play like that against a Big Ten team with a pulse, they're going to lose.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I mean, that's going to be the biggest jump from playing all the Pac-12 schools to now playing a Big Ten schedule, is just having to contend with all these really strong front sevens that are on their schedule now. And obviously, they have Ohio State later this year, right? Like, that's going to be one that's going to be insane for them to deal with.
Yeah, I like Jake's comment. Idaho wins by 30 if the game is in the Kibbe Dome.
Love.
Last game we'll get to, because we only got about 5 minutes left. We sort of referenced it earlier. The team that Texas will be playing in mid-October that isn't OU, the other team they're playing in October, the Georgia Bulldogs bullied Clemson off the field. Completely bullied them off the field. It was 6-0 at the half. It was 20-3 at the end of the third, and the final score was 34-3. What is up with Clemson? Does Clemson have any kind of shot in the ACC this year? Are they cooked? What should they even do? I don't know how you bounce back from this again when you're Clemson. You have talent. You're not taking advantage of the transfer portal, which you could. If Dabo had just adjusted and was doing this transfer portal thing, Clemson would probably still be really good. I'm not saying they would beat Georgia.
Yeah.
Klubnik was really mediocre. I mean, he had a decent completion percentage of 62%, but he had 142 yards and 1 pick, no touchdowns. They couldn't run the ball at all. They averaged 2 yards per carry. They had 46 rushing yards. They had 188 total yards against this Georgia defense. Now, this Georgia defense is amazing, don't get me wrong, but 447 yards for the Georgia Bulldogs, 188 for Clemson. And Carson Beck looked like Carson Beck, man. 23 for 33, 278 yards, 2 touchdowns, 70% completion rating. Also, we should shout out Frazier, the freshman running back. That kid looked really, really good in that game. He had 11 carries for 83 yards, touchdown. He had a 40-yarder. What do you think about Georgia, and then what do you think about Clemson? And is there any way Clemson can bounce back from this, or is their season already cooked?
I don't think their season's already, cooked, as the kids say or whatever. And I know it sounds very out of place using Gen Z slang, but to steal a little bit from Bud Elliott over at 247, who made a decent point. I think a lot of people are going to use this as a opportunity to kind of dunk on Dabo and the transfer portal comments and all that he made. However, I do think that Georgia's roster is just that much more loaded, and I don't know how much more they could have realistically done. I don't think there's any amount of, to use his language, I don't think there's any amount of portaling you could have done that would have made you a better team than Georgia in this moment, at least based on where they started. But, to your point, Georgia's just so loaded, especially on defense. I mean, some of the plays they were making were they were NFL plays. There's a ton of NFL guys in this roster. There's not really too much you can do about that if you're Dabo. It doesn't excuse the loss. I mean, 34-3 is never going to help your cause in any way. But I mean, I think if you look at some of their schedule, I think they have a pretty favorable stretch towards the end of the season. I wasn't super impressed by Virginia Tech and that loss to Vanderbilt. Really, the whole month of November, I think, is a really favorable stretch for Clemson. So they're going to have some time to kind of make up for some of these tougher games at the beginning of their schedule here. Obviously, Georgia, they have NC State in 3 weeks, Florida State at the beginning of October. So, no, I think they can bounce back and still finish with, 8 or 9 wins. I don't think they're an ACC contender, but, I think this still kind of puts them where I expected them to be if they, perform fairly well over the next 2 months.
Yeah, real quick before we bring the guys in, I'll go over a few other relevant scores. Oklahoma beats Temple 51-3. No questions there. Ole Miss was up, I think, 38-0 in the second quarter against Furman. Furman's not even D1, so no need to really break that down. 76-0.
Well, they're FCS. They're FCS.
Oh,
give the Paladins a little credit.
FBS. I meant FBS.
Right.
Sorry. My bad. I meant FBS, not Division 1. Bama beats Western Kentucky 63-0. That was pretty impressive, I thought. Jalen Miller looked really good. Ohio State did not look good in the first half at all, but they end up beating Akron by 46. Tennessee puts up 69, nice, against Chattanooga. And Penn State completely dominated West Virginia. 34-12 on the road. A game that I thought was actually going to be a little more competitive than it was. I thought West Virginia, I didn't think they would win, but I thought they would put up a better fight than 34-12. Let's bring the guys in if they're ready real quick. Mr. Cole Thompson's ready, that's for sure. Hang on, I'm adding Chris and adding Cole. What is up, gentlemen?
Come on. How you doing, brother?
USC.
We're good, man.
Who the fuck thought that they were going to be a Big 12 dud? No, they're an SEC power. I mean, listen, if Texas can walk on into the SEC and make a statement like that, I mean, USC just got to plant down its roots. What were you thinking, Lincoln Riley? You were always meant to be in the SEC. You have more wins in week 1 than Brian Kelly does, and apparently you were too scared of the SEC. I mean, what am I supposed to say? Last laugh on you. Last laugh on me. I'm a freaking idiot.
Yeah, man, it was a really impressive showing from USC. That was a Miller Moss looked like a legit badass quarterback. That defense is way more physical, way tougher. They were. I was saying this earlier. Their gang tackling was really impressive. They're really swarming to the ball whenever a play was made, and that's just such a change from last year, right? Like USC was getting shredded by everybody last year. 40 points left and right. To give up 20 points to LSU, and I know they're starting a new quarterback, but I was impressed, man. And we'll let you guys take over in 1 second, but what are your quick thoughts on the weekend? Anything stick out to you guys?
Well, Penn State might actually have an offense, so that joke has to freaking die like the old ways of the Pac-12. That's fun. Danton Lynn is worth every single penny simply because now it's 5 straight consecutive losses in week 1 for LSU. Let's see. Texas is about ready to go dominate against everybody, including Michigan this upcoming week. Apparently, I was wrong for saying that I don't believe that there is an A-plus wide receiver after week 1 in Texas. So my apologies, Longhorn Nation. I'm sorry that you're upset that I am not pandering to you on every single level. Also, just if I may, Dartnado. I don't care that it was against FCS Furman. That man is on a mission to win the Heisman Trophy, and I am feeling very high and mighty this morning. In fact, this isn't Kool-Aid, but I am certainly drinking all the hype juice around Dartnado because I have a lot of money on him to actually win the damn award.
I'll go with the boring take, boys. Georgia runs college football until otherwise noted. That's my takeaway from the weekend. They just everybody tried to make it out like that was going to be some close game, and I mean I took Georgia minus 13. I didn't believe it.
Yeah,
they ho hum whooped that ass. So you don't want to face Georgia. I tell you that. I picked Texas in the preseason to beat them, but I'll be damned if I'm picking against them this year. I mean, there is not a team as complete as Georgia. They might lose a game or two. They may, but there's not. It's So that I walked away thoroughly impressed from them or with them.
Georgia will lose by double digits at DKR. Set the notion now.
No chance. No chance.
Set the notion now. Just drink the hype all around what Longhorn Nation is providing.
Texas very well may win, but it will come down to the wire.
That is an SEC team in the making. Meanwhile, we look at LSU. Dumpster fire. It's like the Premier League. Send them packing. What a bunch of losers.
Send them to the Sun Belt.
Send them to the Sun Belt. That's where, you know what? Why not? Just hire Billy Napier in the process while you're at it.
Send Billy to the Sun.
Sun Belt, Billy, and LSU go hand in hand. Both
launch Billy to the Sun. That's where they want to send him.
All right, guys. We're going to let you guys take over. Joe, thanks once again for filling in, brother. We always appreciate you. I'll be back on Wednesday. I am traveling tomorrow, but I'm going to go enjoy the beach. You guys have a great day. SEC Hour is taking over. Later, guys.
Keenan, appreciate y'all. Always a pleasure.
Absolutely.
Cole, what's up, man? You and I are going to be seeing a lot of each other today. Very excited about it. By the way, let's push the preview to like 3:15. I got to put some notes together after this. Just FYI.
Well, so let's answer this question real fast because I see Rob in the chat. Is this the last hour of program or is this Chip and Zay after this? So, Rob, there is an announcement that we have to make. Because of press conferences on Mondays, the SEC Unfiltered Hour is going to be starting off things. So we will be on from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. instead of our usual time, that is 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. Which means that Chip and Zay will be on from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. So it's only pushed back an hour, only on Mondays. Also, Chris, you have to get this announcement too. There is no Chip today. Chip Howard is out.
Okay, I didn't know that.
And Cole Thompson is in. So we got to push back our time for each other. So you got a lot of time now to do it. So
that works. That works.
So you got more of me today, which I think is a good thing because I'm going to win a lot of Texas fans back in about the next 30 minutes because I'm going to pander to your ass like no one's business. But also, you get also still Zay. And so you know that Zay is going to be able to reel me back in for some of my takes.
Cole, I want to start with this. Did you see Billy Napier's comments today to the fan base, essentially?
Stop. Just you can't open up a water bottle and now you're trying to get people to buy into the stop. Just stop while you're ahead, dude.
Oh, he's done. Like when you're starting to make that a point to go essentially take a shot at the guy in his basement in Central Florida, you're done. You're cooked, man. You're cooked. I just dead man walking is the best way to describe it.
You want to know what was funny was that you and I did the live reaction show last night, which, by the way, you should subscribe to SEC Unfiltered if you haven't already. Shameless plug, because we do live shows after every
game. Texas Michigan preview dropped. Go check that out for sure.
Go check that out. Yeah, exactly. But also, we were doing the live show last night, and I didn't hear Brian Kelly's comments until after we got off.
Oh, yeah.
And Brian Kelly saying that his quarterback didn't live up to the same standard as Miller Moss, I thought was the most egregious comment we had heard in the last 24 hours. And then Billy Napier gets embarrassed by Miami in year 3. You actually see what a year 3 program looks like. And now you're calling out fans for giving up on you. Nope. Brian Kelly, you sweep that under the rug because you're at least going to get to 9 wins this year. You're still going to be in the hunt for the playoff. I don't know where you go if you're Billy Napier. It just feels like, okay, cool. You're calling out Central Florida guys in the basement. Better beat Central Florida if that's going to be the case.
I think the funniest tweet I've seen today was friend of SECU, friend of the show, Dan Thompson, who's one of the co-hosts on Stadium and Gale. He tweeted, "Thankfully, my opinion still matters to Billy as I live in a high-rise in downtown Metro." So that was probably the tweet of the day.
So if I live in a 1-bedroom apartment in downtown Houston, is that okay, Billy? Does my opinion matter?
You're not in a basement. Yeah, I think you're good.
I'm not in a basement living with my mom and dad. I mean, I could, depending on what happens with this lifestyle, for not too long. I could be moving back in with my parents because my wife leaves me, but who knows? The fact that people tolerate my takes here, just remember, guys, she has to live with this. And so eventually I could be in that basement. But at that point, Billy might be out of a job, so who cares anyways?
By the way, Rob says 3 hours of coal. Let's go.
Exactly. 3 hours of this shindig.
Guys, again, appreciate you all tuning in. Of course, we are SEC Unfiltered, like Cole mentioned. On Mondays, we'll be jumping on here early ahead of Chip and Zay, or maybe Cole and Zay, you never know, just so they can take care of the press conference stuff. Normally, we are obviously 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central. And, of course, I'm Chris Phillips. He's Cole Thompson. Man, as always, we have a good time on here chopping it up. The first reaction Monday, if you will. I also highly encourage earlier in the day, if you want to get your takes out there, I do a Monday call-in show, which is a bit of an electric factory, a lot of fun. It's obviously overreaction Monday. For some, it's celebration Monday. For some, it's venting Monday. Cole, I just saw this on social media. Our friend Jake Crane is doing his show with Crane and Company, and he mentions that the SEC had a rough week 1. Would you say that is SEC fell mostly flat in week 1 is what Jake Crane says? Would you equate it? Do you think the SEC had a tough week 1? Was it an overall tough week?
Yeah, I do. And let me explain why. Because of the games that you figured were going to be a lot closer weren't. The games that you figured were the monumental ones, the primetime atmospheres, Notre Dame versus Texas A&M. You feel like that atmosphere at Kyle Field is supposed to carry a lot of weight. You feel like that the environment that the Swamp brings in years past is supposed to be a determining factor. LSU fans are ravenous. I mean, if you go back and you look at the way that they traveled to Las Vegas, it's a hop, skip, and a jump over from Los Angeles, California. It's not that when you go to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, excuse yourself, good sir, just like you can excuse everyone else for these next comments. He's not wrong because of you expected wins from Texas over Colorado State. Now, did you expect that type of performance? Maybe not. But did you expect that type of game? Yeah, you expected the outcome. Did you expect Clemson versus Georgia to probably be as lopsided as it was? Honestly, the way that you've seen Georgia be building the last few years, and how funny was it that the transfer portal actually beat Dabo Swinney because the 2 wide receivers that scored touchdowns came from other programs? Yeah, probably. Pine Bluff versus Arkansas, expected that. Murray State versus Mizzou, expected that. I think everyone did expect that Diego Pavia was the next king of Nashville and now has dominated against everyone, including Virginia Tech, which, by the way, Brent Pry, tell your social team, don't schedule tweets that say 1-0 when you're 0-1.
I did not see this.
What?
I didn't see that.
It's awful, dude. It is a scheduled tweet Monday morning. It says 1-0. Across it. It's bad.
What?
So when you look at the way that these teams play, don't get me wrong, LSU is going to be fine. I think Texas A&M, for what we expect them this year, is going to be fine. I think when you look at Florida, they know what they are at this point. But you hyped up these teams to be turning the corner. We put them on this pedestal to where they believe that they are actually one of the finest in college football. Not in the conference, in college football. And they failed to deliver on the primetime stage. And maybe that's overreaction a little bit. But in terms of how we talked about the progression of LSU, the way that we have oversaturated Kyle Field in that 103,000 fan atmosphere, you could say they're disappointed. I won't say that it was a disappointment in general, but the games that we were primed, focused in on, the ones that we were hyper attentive about, outside of Georgia versus Clemson, every single game. Think about this, Chris. We did 4 live shows, 4 post-game shows. 3 of them were talking about losses in the conference. If I'm talking about more losses than wins, I consider that a down week for the SEC.
Yeah. Losses in the biggest games, to your point. It's kind of like, who cares about the rest of it, to be honest. I mean, if you didn't whoop up on your FCS team, then your weekend was shot anyways.
Yeah.
By the way, South Carolina. Yeah. Shout out Joe K. Listen to the SCU call and show at 11. It's 1 hour. Highly recommend. Thank you, Joe, for tuning in. Thank you. By the way, Cole, I just saw the Brent Price. So I think what he's saying is like, let's go 1-0 this week, but it definitely looks bad.
It doesn't look that way. It looks like you just said, hey, Vanderbilt, go fuck yourself.
It looks bad.
Here's Diego Pavia.
It looks bad. I think I understand what he's trying to say, but it just doesn't land.
No, not at all.
No, listen, to your point, I think you're right. I think you're actually right, man. Now that I really think about it, I mean, yeah, Georgia dominated Clemson, but dude, outside of that, Miami took Florida to the woodshed. A&M falls. LSU falls. I mean, like you said, you go 1-3 in the biggest games. It definitely doesn't help where it's like everybody thinks the SEC, or not everybody, but there's, the people that dislike the SEC, I think it's just super top heavy anyways. You know what I mean? So of course Georgia won, right? It's kind of like the thought process, and everybody else stunk it up, you could argue. So
you want to know what was the saving grace, if we're being completely honest? Vanderbilt looking like a team that's going to be intimidating. They're probably going to be 5-7. They may be 6-6. They may be bowl eligible. But the fact that you beat up on a team that we have probably overhyped, yours truly had them in the playoff, Virginia Tech. And I still think that there's a scenario where, yeah, they can, but it is a really, really, really thin margin of error moving forward for this team. But the fact that you have now a combative Vanderbilt team, I think it strengthens your resume when it comes to the conference in general. But at the same time, it doesn't factor in that you have Notre Dame, you have Penn State, you have USC, you have Miami, all going to be potential playoff contenders. And the crazy part is that I don't think the world is ready for that. I know the world is not ready for Tennessee fans to actually be talking about their team in a positive light, because they're already batshit crazy when they're just 8-4. But you are not ready to live in a world where Notre Dame versus USC is considered a must-win for a playoff berth, where Penn State is back, where you actually are talking about Miami being a legit contender for the conference. You're not ready for that world. And that's unfortunately the reality that we're about to live in.
I mean, there's more parity in college football, bro. I mean, more teams are getting good players because of the portal. I mean, it's what we're seeing.
NIL too.
Yeah, NIL. I mean, dude, like Miami's a squad, dude. They're built like an SEC team. I mean, they are a squad. That is, dude, I tell you, being there in person, watching Cam Ward, some days you just know when a quarterback is fully in control and he's got it. Cam Ward had it, man. I mean, he was it. Cam Ward, the game looked easy for Cam Ward.
Yeah.
It looked easy. I mean, that one play, Cole, he had where he rolled out left and he found the guy in the back of the end zone. I was like, that is a play that is going to be on the Heisman tape. Like that was, I was like, I mean, my jaw dropped. I was just like, holy smokes. Like, to make that throw kind of on the run, I doubted Cam Ward going in that game. He was worth the hype. He was worth it.
Like my thing is, I didn't doubt Cam Ward as a player. Like if you told me, oh yeah, this guy's going to be the all SEC, the all ACC player of the year. Yep, believe it. I thought that game, that first game, simply because of everywhere else that he has played, Incarnate Word, Washington State, he has had some struggle moments in week 1. That was it. It was just based off of recency bias and also what history says about him. New offense coordinator, new personnel pieces, new location. It's going to hurt him a little bit. Doesn't mean he won't be great by the season's end. But the fact that he is up to that level right now, playing that confidently, and then you look at their schedule, I mean, they have one major test. And honestly, I'm not even sure if it is a test anymore, because look at what you saw against Florida State. how they played. Look at what you saw with Virginia Tech and the way that they played defensively. I mean, Diego Pavia, we're going to, I'm sure, talk about him. I'm sure we're going to bring it up eventually. But, like, the fact is that you are going to face off against quality defenses in the SEC, and you are allowing 27 points. He's going to carve them up. There's a very good shot that by the season's end, Cam Ward made the best financial decision for himself because you know it was going to cost it cost $1 to get him down to Coral Gables. You knew that it was a big deal to bring him on in, but now you're seeing what potentially could be a roster for the last few years that's been building towards this actually live up to expectations. Like, that's where we are at this point.
I want to go back, Cole, really quickly. I do want to talk Diego Pavia and Vanderbilt. I think they deserve some love here on this Monday. I want to go back to what I just started with, though. What do you make of those Billy Napier comments? Like, how do you react to that?
How do I react to it? What's Mike Gundy's phone number? That's my first thing I'm wondering. What's Mike Gundy's phone number? Because
let me ask you this: do you take it as he took a shot at the fans? I
take it as I am panicking and that I'm scared and that sometimes I'm just saying things because I'm frustrated and I already know that the writing is on the wall. So yeah, I would say that.
Oh, time out.
I'm not doing this, Ike. I'm not doing this.
Ike, we have other things to discuss.
I'm not doing this, Ike. I appreciate you, man. We're not spending 45 minutes on beans and beanless chili.
Leave that for the offseason. Hey, I'm just glad that your fire alarm's not going off today.
What?
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad. Yeah, exactly. Nah, dude, it's again, anytime you see a coach starting to, I mean, dude, listen, he took a swing. Like, he took a swing at the fan because there's other ways you could phrase that. You could say, the outside noise or the outside criticism, but like to single out some dude in his basement in Central Florida, you're getting a little specific there, Billy. You
are directly saying I read Twitter comments over the weekend.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
Absolutely you are. Absolutely. So yeah, Billy is kind of feels like he's, and you never, Cole, you never want to create a divide with you and the fan base. Like you never want to,
but
yeah,
too late. I mean, if you already know that you're basically paddling upstream with styrofoam pads, you might as well just try and steer into the skid and go, screw it. I'm going to be like Shane Beamer's doing it right now. Like, oh, we know that we're going to be number 12 in the rankings. It's like, yeah, you are. And I'm the foolish guy to say you'll probably be top 10 and you should be top 10. And then you put on a performance like that where your freshman 5-star defensive lineman has to bail you out of trouble inside the red zone. Like, that's what we're talking about here. But no, for me, and I'm going to continue to preach this because I read the comments. I'm just going to let you guys know. If you comment on something on YouTube, I read it.
I read the comments too on YouTube, actually.
If you say something of slight to me, I will come for you and I will bring the hammer and I will not play nice. I won't. I am not stopping this rant about what the future could hold at Florida if you call Mike Gundy. Because at this point, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. There is going to be a level this year where, unfortunately, you're going to see Oklahoma State potentially lose one game, and that's going to cost them a playoff spot. You want to know where it won't happen? Florida. And here's the thing that I hear all these people say. Why would he leave a man-made job at Oklahoma State? He's an alum. He's got the relationship. He's been there forever. Okay, well, let me make this a different case. Jonathan Smith left Oregon State because he realized that there's no future there. He realized that there is no shot of that team ever being a playoff contender unless they are perfect every single year. And the blessing is that you take that risk because you get a major buyout in the process. That is why these coaches are expected to improve and have instantaneous results at major universities because of they're paying you a lot of money to be there, but more importantly, they're willing to pay an egregious amount of money to go ahead and wipe the table clean. That's what they do every single offseason. So you explain to me right now why Billy Napier, yes, absolutely. As much as you want to say his success and his trajectory might work, it's year 3. It is year 3. In year 3, down in the Sunshine State, you saw a 10-win Florida State team. In year 3, moving into Mario Cristobal, that roster looks like a playoff contender. And I'm not saying an ACC title winner. I'm saying a playoff contender. And that team, the one that I am putting on a pedestal because I believe that the expectations of Florida should be at the same level as Georgia, the same level as Alabama, the same level as LSU, the level that Texas is going to be playing at moving forward. It is championship caliber mentality. And it feels like that you're just settling to get to a bowl game. And the fact that it's year 3 and that's the type of roster you have, that's why you go out and you spend the big bucks and you make a coach like Mike Gundy say no. You make him say no. And again, it may not be Gundy. It may be somebody else. But you find someone of that caliber who takes 3-star talent and turns them into first-round picks, second-round picks, Big 12 contenders, and gets them on the right stage. Because at this point, the last thing you can do is have a similar situation that you had a few years ago where you felt like you were moving in the right direction, but recruiting hurt you a little bit. So what'd you do? You fire Dan Mullen, and you're right back at square one. That's what it is. The performance that you saw on Saturday was a wave of the white flag. Scott Strickland, if he is still the athletic director, I don't know how he survives much longer. Yeah. I don't. And honestly, I don't think he's making that higher. I think that as much as if he was to stick around, the boosters are the one that are going to be saying, you are hiring this person, or we will find somebody to replace you who will hire him.
Yeah, I think Scott Strickland's gone, Cole, if and when Napier. I don't think you get a third football coach. And the approval rating amongst the Florida fan base is so low for Scott Strickland. And I would assume that probably spreads to the boosters as well. So,
and you know what the crazy part is that, again, we look at other sports. Baseball, Florida's great. Basketball, Florida has turned the corner. Softball, Florida's great. It's the Southeastern Conference. You care about football. You win, lose, make or break with football. Like Ross Bjork got Jim Schlossnagle. And I know Jim Schlossnagle is now with Chris Del Conte on the 40 acres, and it's a good move for Texas. But the reason why Ross Bjork is at Ohio State is because if he tried to take over that coaching search and they were not having it, they were not okay with the way that he went about it. And they basically were like, you know what? If you find another job, I highly recommend that you take it. Because it's football, and football runs the South.
Yeah. Hair of the Dog commented, Gundy screams Florida, man.
He screams SEC, dude. Like, yeah. He has literally been like the one last character that you want to add into the season of the SEC. Like, it's like a sitcom, and you're trying to figure out who's going to be that special guest star. It's Mike Gundy. Mike Gundy's walking through that door, and he gets the round of applause from like a 1990s sitcom that everyone stands up, like when Robin Williams was on an episode of Whose Line Is It Anyway? That's Mike Gundy. Like, he's waiting for a shot in the SEC. I just don't know if he wants it, but make him not want it. Make him admit that he doesn't want it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I agree with you, Cole, to your point that I mentioned this earlier today on the call-in show, that if you're Florida, the biggest thing, like, you got to start acting like Florida. Like, you've got to, I'm torn at Cole because it's like when I went on my buddy in All Kinds of Weather a couple weeks ago, and we're talking like state of the program, and I'm like, there's two ways to look at it. There's one side that says, okay, like, this isn't 2005 anymore. We want to be realistic. Like, saying we're going to fire a coach if they don't win the national championship, is that absurd? Is that ridiculous? Do we need to be more realistic? On the flip side, you want to keep high expectations and a high standard, because the second you lose that standard, you're no longer that program. You are what you allow, yep. Right? You are what you allow. So, you become that. Like, Florida is playing a very dangerous game. Another 4 or 5 years of like this mediocrity, and we're not going to be talking about Florida football as an elite program. It'll be like, we'll talk about it, and somebody will comment like, "Shut up, old man!" Like, this is get with the times, old man. Like, this isn't 30 years ago. So it's only getting further away. We're still close enough. I mean, they just went to a New Year's Six like a couple years ago when Mullen was there. So if you're Florida, this next hire, you really got to go out and get a dude, like a dude to be your head coach, like a guy that larger than life kind of character that, like, that's a guy you can look at and say, man, I think he could win a national championship here. Like that's, and he understands the standard. He understands the expectation. You got to go get that guy. I mean, I don't know exactly who that is. Maybe it's Gundy, to your point. Maybe it's Lane Kiffin. Maybe it's somebody else, but you got to go find that guy. You have to go find that guy.
You can't settle. That's the entire point. You can't settle. And it's Florida. And I'll continue to say it as long as I continue to have a microphone, which, by the way, I'm not going to get it taken away from me, even if you find me annoying like some people on YouTube. It's Florida. It's a standard. Standard is conference championships. Standard is national titles. Standard is college football playoff appearances. Standard is to be alongside those other programs, however you see it. And at this point, what's so baffling is that we focus so much on the transfer portal. So much on the recruiting trail. Transfer portal is important too. Your transfer portal rankings are a major avenue that elevates your status as a squad. Lane Kiffin finishes with a top 20 recruiting class every single year. He finishes with a top 5 transfer portal class. Guess what? That's a team that's going to go to the playoff. That's a team that looks like it's built to hold itself, and they have foundational pieces that are going to be there for a while. They're not going anywhere. So, yeah, I think it's pretty important that you win with both the transfer portal and the recruiting rankings. Find somebody that can do both. And right now, it just doesn't feel that way. It feels like that you were so focused in on getting a guy who knew how to sell recruits on a program, but what you didn't do was get a guy that would develop them. And yeah, you developed a quarterback. You win with more than just a quarterback.
Yeah. Cole, let's move to Vanderbilt. I'm inserting some Vanderbilt talk in here. Diego Pavia and the boys. I mean, this was the shocker, Cole. I mean, I'd love to sit here and say, it was you and I that broke down that game, right? Wasn't it you and I? Yeah, we did that. We did Vandy Vatek. And I was like, I'd love to pick it. I would love to pick it. I'd love to sit here and say we called it. We did not. We did not. This was the shocker of the weekend, Cole. Let me paint this picture, though.
Can you not? Because if I have this team in the playoffs. So.
This is where I'm going to lose you. You got Alcorn State this weekend.
Yep.
It'll be a win. Georgia State on the road. Tricky. Should be a win.
Did you watch that Georgia Tech game?
I saw Tech won like 35-14 or something.
It should be a win. Del McGee, I think, is the right guy. I don't think it's this year.
Yeah. So Vandy, 3-0, a lot of momentum, heading to Como. Should the Tigers be on upset alert, Cole?
Stop.
I mean, don't let the doors get hot, Cole. Let the doors get hot.
I may already made this clear. Diego Pavia is Auburn nightmare fuel, and he goes back to Jordan Hare. He goes back to where it all started. I'm not saying it will. I'm not.
Realistically, they're at Mizzou, Bama at home, super long shots. At Kentucky, I like Kentucky's roster, but then they got Ball State at home. Listen, Texas fans, it's not going to happen, but I'm going to just, for the sake of joking, it would be hilarious if Vandy beat Texas because of the whole overall record thing. They have like an 8-3 advantage, I think, all time. But to your point, you mentioned, man, that 2-week stretch at Auburn, South Carolina, November 2nd, 9th. That's if you're going to win an SEC game, that's it right there.
Those are the two. I will say, you have a better shot of selling me on Kentucky stock than you do Mizzou stock. I have embraced my loyalty to the Tigers.
Yeah, I think Mizzou's a better team. Yeah.
I made it abundantly clear that Mizzou is the roster that has been near and dear to my heart. Basically, they're going undefeated. They're going to win the college football playoff because I'm the smartest man in the world. We all know this. We can just accept defeat. You can go ahead and call me later when I'm right. Now, you have a better shot of telling me that Kentucky would do it. But let's be real. I think the biggest change that isn't being talked about enough, and the one that is the most important, is arguably Clark Lee calling defense.
Yeah.
Because he's back in his element.
They look different on defense. They look different.
Like it was a night and day recap. Like, honestly, it just felt like that they were more prepared. Like the way that we talk about Danton Lynn and how he had USC's defense physically hitting, the ability to corral players, not allowing second drives, second opportunities, break free. That was what Clark Lee was doing. And you got to remember that Clark Lee, when he got hired, was actually at Notre Dame as defense coordinator underneath Brian Kelly. And that was Kelly's second to last hire before he went to LSU. And they were a top 20 unit when he was in South Bend, Indiana. Every single year, they were punching out NFL content. They were punching out first-round picks. They were punching out All-Americans. That was Clark Lee. And so he's back in his element. Sometimes you have to relinquish the playbook because it's the best thing for your team. And sometimes you got to grab the playbook by the horns and go, listen, I'm taking over. It's my job. If I'm going down with the ship this way. So we're going to do it my way. And his way worked against a really, 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 I thought, overall positive direction team for Brett Pry and the Virginia Tech Hokies. They did. And I think that's going to be a reason why now I'm 100% wrong on my prediction. I think 100% they're not going to be 3-9. They may not go to a bowl game, but they're going to be better than 3-9. They're going to be in games. They will win an SEC game. I don't know which one it is, but they will win one SEC game this year.
They will win one SEC.
They will win on. I am speaking in full terms.
It's got to be one of Kentucky, Auburn, and South Carolina. It has to be. They're not beating Mizzou. They're not beating Bama. They're not beating Texas. They're not beating LSU on the road. They're not beating Tennessee at home. They're not.
They're not beating Tennessee at home.
No. It's got to be one of those three. I mean, God, some fan base is going to be devastated if and when that happens. But at minimum, at least, I think Vandy showed like they could be a headache this year. They could at least be a headache. I mean, they may go 4-8, but they're going to be hell in SEC play for a couple people, for sure. So, I don't know, man. Did you catch any of the South Carolina game? Highlights?
I went back and I watched the fourth quarter.
Yeah,
I went back and I saw that.
Dude, it is really tough.
I mean, we all saw the play. We all saw the one where where Sellers ran into his running back, and that was a first down stop. I mean, that's bad. Like it just felt. The worst part is for me, I've been hyping up South Carolina, bro. Like I have been saying that South Carolina defensively would stay in games, and for the most part, I'm right because their defense was the reason they won that football game. And I figured that their offense wasn't going to be that great, at least for game one. I figured that, okay, there's going to be some sluggish moments. Brand new offensive line, brand new personnel, a few new wide receivers, breaking in a new quarterback. Outside of one big run from Rocket Sanders, there was nothing I saw that gave me any hope or confidence. None. Lenore Sellers inside the red zone, yeah, you expect him to run it in. You expect him to be that guy. Sorry. Jason Henderson is a tackling machine. He's awesome. Yeah. But the fact that Old Dominion, who at best this year is probably going to be an 8 or 9 win team in the Sun Belt, is taking you down to the wire and tying a game with an SEC team in a year where you're expected to see progress, a year where you decided to hold on to Dow Loggins a little bit longer, a year that you decided to see all these defensive players return, a year where you added in, I think, like 22 transfers. And it just felt like nobody separated that game. It's early. It's overreaction. That's what we do the Monday show for. It always is.
Imagine the reaction if they'd have lost that game.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, for sure.
That's cool. Why I just say, like, bro, it's so easy to sit there in June and July and be like, oh, 5 and 7 or better, 100% back, blah, blah, blah. Dude, if you're looking like that and you go 5 and 7, I mean, Cole, you're dead last in our power rankings. And what do your fucking power rankings mean? People might say they're dead last in everybody's that I've seen. Like, you're considered the worst program. You're considered like bottom of the barrel right now. I mean, I think if you go 5 and 7 or worse and you bring Shane Beamer back, you're essentially bringing back a deadbeat coach. I don't care how that sounds, but like, bro, we're talking about Billy Napier getting fired in year 3 if they don't make a bowl game. And even if they still do, like, and it looks terrible, it looks bad, they're still going to want him gone. And so at South Carolina, you're going to bring back a coach after back-to-back 5 and 7s. Like, bro, I don't care what the schedule is or the roster or the youth of the quarterback. Like, to your point, South Carolina's not Florida, but if you start saying that 5 and 7s are acceptable, well, that's what program you are. Like, you are a cellar dweller if you start saying that. So, I mean, it's just the reality.
But there's expectations. I mean, yeah, there's a certain level. And of course, one game won't define your season. Like, we're talking about Auburn right now. Auburn had one of the best offensive performances that really doesn't get enough credit because of the way that they played with Cam Coleman, Perry Thompson, Malcolm Simmons comes in. Like, their young wide receivers look awesome. It was Alabama A&M. Let's see what they look like against Cal. Is it going to be the same thing? What if that was just the one performance that everyone decided to hit their stride and then they end up winning by 3 against Cal? Are we going to be saying, oh, but you did this against A? Like, and then what if somehow South Carolina beats Kentucky, but they lose to Vanderbilt? Like, Vanderbilt, it used to be the butt of a joke, but the one that we saw on Saturday, that's not a butt. That's a team that's good. That's a team that could easily win a couple of games and pull off some upsets. Like, the way that we talked about, I think for me personally, South Carolina or even Auburn being like that roster that probably isn't going to go to the playoff or maybe is going to be underwhelming, but they'll sure as hell give you their best performance to where you are feeling the heat going into the fourth quarter. That might be Vanderbilt. Like, that could be the case. But that doesn't mean that South Carolina is going to be terrible. It just means that South Carolina had a bad showcase on Saturday. And again, maybe I'm doing this because of I don't want to believe that South Carolina can be this awful. But this week, yes, you and I both can agree with this. You won the football game, but there was at least moments against a top 10 Miami squad that Florida showed some signs of life. You just squeaked by against a Sun Belt team that's going to be probably middle of the pack in their conference. That's why you're at 16.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, listen, it's college football is crazy. It changes so much week in, week out. We know it's going to change. I mean, you never know, right? But yeah, there's I think it's really concerning, Cole, too. And it's like it feels like every other SEC team that played like a FCS school or quote unquote inferior opponent, they scored a lot of points, put up a lot of yards, and then here you are down 19-16 in the fourth quarter against Old Dominion. Like, it's just there's not really a positive way to spin that. You know what I mean? There's just not. So anyways, Texas 52-0 over Colorado State, man.
Good game.
I'll give you the opportunity to hype up the Longhorns a little bit. Obviously, again, guys, shameless plug. Our preview for Texas, Michigan has already hit YouTube. It is up over at SEC Unfiltered. Go check it out. We had a great conversation this morning talking that game. Really excited for that game. Cole, what do you like about Texas in week 1?
They look elite. They do. And they look deep. I think that's the main point. Like, let me make this clear, because if I know there's going to be some people that will say, oh, this is just a lazy analysis. The fact that I think that right now you have B receivers doesn't mean that you can't have A+ receivers. And the fact that last season, sometimes Sark felt like that he was too dependent on Adonai Mitchell and Xavier Worthy, that he didn't rotate in the receivers, that's fine. In time, you're going to see one of these guys separate themselves. What I love about this is that there's so much versatility when it comes to that receiver room that you can trust it more so than you have to worry about running the football. You don't have to worry about CJ Baxter if that's going to be your passing attack. I thought Quinn Ewers looked calm, cool, collective. I said on the preview that he made a blundering mistake when it came to the interception. I was wrong. I went back and I watched the play. He actually made the right read. Ball just got knocked out of his hands. So my apologies for that one. But still, offensive line looked good. They found a way to be able to run the football with these inside the red zone. I mean, inside the short yardage situations. They have weapons. The defense stepped up. Jahdae Barron looks awesome. I think of the newcomers that came on in, maybe they didn't have the stats that you wanted, but they were able to pressure Colorado State to make mistakes. The thing that I loved about this secondary was they took away Torrey Horton. And I think Torrey Horton is the best receiver that you're going to see all year. If you are a Texas fan, the upside, the potential, what he can be, who he is as a player, he's a big fish in a small pond, but that doesn't mean that he is a bad player. What it means is that he's not going to be seen alongside the Luther Burdens or the Tet McMillans of the world, but he still is going to put up incredible production against other opponents, and NFL scouts are going to be paying attention to that. And you shut him down. So if you are Texas moving forward, you have to feel as confident as possible that this version of the Longhorns roster can go toe-to-toe with any type of player. Game planning, you got to make sure that you're on your bells and whistles because, again, the SEC is a completely different horse than what you saw with Fort Collins. But you are watching as this is a guy and a team that feels complete. I thought Quinn Ewers, for the most part, looked easy, calm, collective. I thought Arch Manning, when he came on in, to the eruptious applause to everyone inside that building at DKR, loving the moment that number 16 took the field. If you had to turn to him for a game, I think you would be okay. I think you'd be okay for multiple games. I don't know if he's ready to take on a Georgia or maybe if he's ready to take on a underrated Kentucky defense, but he can handle Vandy, I think. I think he could handle playing in a big-time opportunity. There's a lot to like about the direction of Texas going into this year, and they do feel like a team that is well-prepared. And I knew they were going to be because of who they have as their head coach, but they feel even ahead of schedule for my standings based on what we saw in week one. It's week one, so let's go ahead and just make sure that we're cool, calm, and not oversaturating. But the way that Texas played consistently, that's a team that you don't want to face off against in a winner-take-all showdown in the postseason. That's for damn sure.
Cole, we talked about this in our preview as obviously a key for Texas, making Michigan one-dimensional, stopping the run, right, answering the bell when it comes to, what you lost on the defensive front. You lose Bo Davis, Justin Marshall for Colorado State, 25 carries for 106 yards. Does that concern you at all that, Colorado State was able to run the football to that number, to those statistics? Does that concern you with the Michigan game? Because they're going to flatten the football, Cole. I mean, they're going to run the hell out of the ball. Does that concern you at all, the numbers Colorado State put up?
No, not really. I don't think so. I think that what concerns me more, if there was anything, it's probably going to be who is going to be that X factor on the defensive line. I thought the pressure rate was the part that was a little bit more concerning. You have 5 tackles for losses. I think you have 21 total pressures, 0 sacks. I think that that's something that maybe worries me a little bit because if you're in an offense that's led by Sharon Moore, yeah, they're going to run the football. They're also going to have a lot of play actions and RPOs to get the ball out quick. They may not have an elite wide receiver, but they do have an elite tight end in Colson Loveland. I worry about the ability to get into the backfield and take down a quarterback who can separate. And again, it's game one. I'm not thinking that Trey Moore can't come out here and provide that value. I'm not thinking that Colin Simons can't come out here and provide that value. There's so many guys that I think can eventually step up, and they will. But if there was one thing that worried me, it was the ability to get in the backfield but not finish the play. And that might just be something that you have to work on in time. The run defense, I think it'll be okay. I mean, when you really break it down, you said 25 yards for 106.
So in that was the one player, yes. In total, Colorado State ran 32 times for 118 yards, 3.7 yards per carry.
That's like, and if you do the math, that's like what, 3.8 yards per play?
Yeah. I mean, dude, they only allowed 74 yards passing.
Yeah. So it's like sometimes you're okay with having the run defense maybe give up a play for a first down if your secondary is absolutely blanketing receivers and taking the game away. So it's like, pick your poison. And that's kind of the way I feel about the wide receiver room. It's like right now, pick your poison. Who do you think is going to be the difference maker? Who do you think is going to be the guy that can step out? And even if he's not that day, well, think about this for a moment. Maybe on Saturday, it was the game for Matthew Golden. Maybe next game is Silas Bolden. Maybe the game after that when they play UTSA, it's Isaiah Bond. And then after that, when they play against Louisiana Monroe, it's Jonte Cook. And now you got 4 dudes that all have shown they can be a number 1 by the time that you're entering conference play. That's also a way to look at it. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of how I feel. You pick your poison on defense. You take away the passing attack. Maybe the run game, they're so sufficient on it, but you're still seeing less than 4 yards per play. Same thing with the wide receivers. Sometimes maybe one guy steps up, but you go ahead and prepare for him. Like Will Johnson, he can cover a lot of ground. He can't cover all 4 receivers. Yeah. He can't do that. So maybe you're fine with that.
Yeah, you're going to have to pick your poison with somebody on the outside if you're Michigan. You're just going to have to. I mean, they've got a really good defense, but, spoiler, you and I both are going with Texas in this game. I think it's a great opportunity for Texas, honestly. And I have questions about Michigan. They lost so much from last year. I don't think they reloaded and replaced what they lost the way Texas did, right? No. And you saw that in the Fresno State game, the struggles. I also don't think they have the guy under center. And I think in a game like this, the point that I was making in that video about Quinn Ewers is just like in a game like this, you got to have that big time guy under center, and Texas has got that guy. And I don't think Michigan, you can run the ball all you want. Certainly, if they're able to move bodies up front and lean on them, like that'll be a big time impact. But like at some point, you're going to have to throw. Like Texas, they're well coached, they're smart, they're going to key in on the run, they're going to dare them to pass. And at some point, if you cannot make a pass, if you can't throw the football, you can't stretch the field, keep the defense honest. I mean, you're not going to be able to keep up with what Texas has got offensively. You're just not. Of
course not. But what I will say is, and that you do have to give a lot of credit to, Kenneth Grant and Mason Graham may be the best defensive line duo that you will see this season. And it certainly is going to be what you can expect on SEC Saturdays. Yep. So that's a major test. Like, as much as we want to say that there was a little bit of a disappointment with Fresno State and that Michigan game, as much as we want to say that there's question marks when it comes to Davis Warren, when it comes to Alex Orji, whatever it is, there are players from that national championship roster still back. And they're going to deliver. And those are going to be several names that you see on the regular in the SEC on Saturdays. It is.
Great opportunity for Texas's offensive line. We've talked about how good they are. So I'm excited to see that battle in the trenches. That's going to be a big time. Again, there are going to be some big time bodies, guys that are going to be playing on Sundays, getting after it. Cole, Mike Elko speaking to the media. He said, Mike Elko and what he liked on film versus Notre Dame. Quote, I don't know. I'm a football coach. We lost.
Right answer.
He then said, quote, we made some strides and improvements on the offensive line. We didn't give up any balls over our heads in the secondary. But, yeah, Mike Elko, football guy. Big football guy.
Right answer.
Yeah, I mean, what do you like? We lost. Like, who gives a damn? Like,
well, it's also the way you lost. Like, that's another way that you can put it. Like, okay. I said that Notre Dame had the luck of the Irish on their side. Guys, they're the Fighting Irish. It's a compliment. Like, knock it off. You don't have to take everything that I say with a grain of salt and actually break it down into detail. Their defense was great. Their wide receivers couldn't create separation. They had a great offensive game plan with a young wide receiver core on the final drive. A young offensive line. Riley Leonard lived up to expectations for what you want to see, and they're going to get better. Like, they are. But for Notre Dame, there were so many penalties, careless mistakes made in those first three quarters that you should have capitalized if you were Texas A&M, and they never did. They never got the ground game going. They couldn't create any separation when it came to the receivers. It felt like Connor Wigman was always a step behind. He never took that progressional step forward. You lost. You lost in a game that you felt like you could have won, and on multiple opportunities, you kept it so close that you probably should have. That's the way it felt. At the end of the day, your offense couldn't do enough. So what are you supposed to say? Oh, yeah, we saw some strength. No, you lost a game that you probably could have won. And that's going to be one of the toughest teams that you play all year. But that doesn't mean that you're susceptible to not dropping another one to an opponent who is a lesser tier material than you.
Cole, bad news, by the way, for A&M. Starting center Mark Naboo, I believe is how you say his name.
Yeah.
He will miss the rest of the season with a torn ACL. So
that's a bummer. And well, the worst part is that they lost their starting center Bryce Foster to the transfer portal because they believed in Mark Naboo so much. So they lose two really starting centers.
That's tough. Yeah, that's really tough. Anyways, Cole, what a weekend. What a week one. God, the up, it's just crazy. The ups, the downs. Oh, how about this? Juice Wells was asked about, I don't know why he'd be asked about this in week 2. I guess the Ole Miss media just needs something to talk about. Juice Wells on returning to South Carolina to play the Gamecocks this year. Quote, it's just going to be another game for me. So, smart. Well said for him.
Let's be real for a second, Chris. The transfer portal has kind of taken out that element of that feel of, oh yeah, I'm going back to my own place. For guys who have been in the transfer portal, this was a player who started off at James Madison, then transferred to South Carolina, then transferred to Ole Miss. He's taken what is the best course of action for his career to catapult him into a better situation to be an NFL draft prospect.
Oh, on that note, here's what he had to say. They asked him why he chose Ole Miss. Quote, I chose Ole Miss because I felt like Ole Miss is the best team in the SEC. End quote.
I mean, I have them going 11-1 this year and winning the SEC regular season. So he's not wrong. But again, for the transfer portal, and there are some levels where, and I want to talk about this before we, end up closing out today. For the transfer portal, for players that just consistently pop on in and they say, I want the most NIL money, or I want to go to a team where I'm going to win because it's going to put me on the prime stage and I'm going to end up having the number one stats and I'm going to be a first round pick. It's a benefactor. You don't really care when you face off against your other team. Best of luck to you. I hope you have a great season, but I got to worry about me. That's just the case. And that's going to be the new norm. Like all these people who are like Juice Wells, or let's just say Quinshon Judkins faces off against Ole Miss. Yeah, you may feel like it's kind of a swan song moment, the ability to play against your former team, but also they're doing what they think is best for their careers. It's a logo. It's a logo to them. For some, it's not. For some players, them leaving was one of the hardest decisions to make. For others, I'm out for me. And it's the same way in free agency. You hear about it all the time in the NFL. Lane Kiffin, and how funny is it that we're talking about Juice Wells, talking about Lane Kiffin? It's the same thing. He says all the time, this is the free agency of the college football. That's transfer portal. There's times that you just feel like, yeah, I'm going to do what's best for me and take the most money. Or I'm going to put myself in a great situation where I'm going to be the superstar. I'm going to benefit from having a good quarterback. And I may end up going to 9-3 on the year, but I'll sure as hell be making $1 million plus next year when I'm in the NFL because I boost up my draft grade.
I mean, Cole, let's just be totally honest. Like when you look at what South Carolina did in week 1 against Old Dominion, it's hard to blame Juice Wells. I'm sorry, it just is. That's the reality. Like he didn't want to be, I mean, just call it for what it is, man. It's just the truth. It's the truth.
Yeah, it is.
It's the truth.
I can't blame him.
Yeah, I mean, Cole, top takeaways, players that impressed you from week 1?
Let's start with last night.
Jackson Dart. We know Jackson Dart.
No. Well, I mean, Dartnado naturally is going to be there. He's won over my heart. He has won over my Heisman. So if I have a vote, that's immediately just I'm going to turn in the ballot today. I don't care. Let's start with last night. Kyron Lacey, is a dude. Like it just feels like once again it's wash, rinse, repeat. LSU, a wide receiver has a breakout year, first round pick. What I saw in that first quarter, 10 targets, 7 catches, 67 yards, touchdown reception, and the inability to target him in the second half. I don't care if he's the only playmaker on that offense. You need to get the ball to him if you expect to win football games. That's a guy that waited his turn behind 2 future first-round picks and is now in line to be a first-round pick. And I thought his quarterback looked great. I thought that Garrett Nussmeier and Miller Moss, and this is where I will give a little bit of credit to USC, their details of believing in a squad so much that they're okay with sitting for years behind 2 players that are ravenously overhyped going into the process and then live up to the hype. Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams both came in, were expected to be studs, both ended up winning Heisman trophies, both ended up going in the first round, number 1, number 2. The fact that you had such confidence in yourself and humility in yourself to say, I'm going to stay by, I'm going to learn, I'm going to know the ins and outs of your offense. So when it's my time to finally be the starting quarterback, when it's my time to take over this offense, I'm good. I'm great. I'm locked in. I feel confident. I'm ready to go. And they both did. One had 308 passing yards. One had 378 passing yards. Both ended up having incredible production on third down. Both looked really confident when the plays were being called properly. Both showed you the consistency. They set up a standard, I think, for primetime games where you have quarterback play. And you have to throw both their names into the mix. I thought Garrett Nussmeier looked great. One more that I thought really, really caught my attention. They lost, but Shamar Stewart for Texas A&M.
Yeah.
The way that they're just going to utilize him on that defensive front, there are sometimes you look at players and just go, you know what? It's not a good fit. Or, you know what? They just never panned out. Shamar Stewart needed a coach like Mike Elko to get the best version out of him. And I think you saw in glimpses on Saturday night, his ability to be an interior pass rusher, his ability to work the outside, his ability to win at the point of attack, his consistency of adding a pressure rate in the backfield, his ability to win one-on-one battles against offensive tackles and offensive linemen. That's a guy that eventually I think is going to reach that 10 tackles for losses, 8 sacks, really be a difference maker on the Aggies defensive line. Like Nick Scorton, we knew who he was going to be. I don't know if many people knew that much about Shamar Stewart. You now know who he is. Number 4 is going to deliver.
Yeah, Shamar Stewart was all over the place, man. I mean, that Texas A&M's defense, that's the positive from that game. They are very good. They're going to give them some big-time opportunities to win some big-time games this year. No question. Dude, Malachi Starks for me jumped out. How about that pick he had? I mean, I think you could argue he's the best safety in college football. Really,
in college football.
Yeah, I would say he is the best safety.
And you know what was crazy? He wasn't playing safety. He was lined up in the start position because they had an injury right before the game. And so they said, what's our best course of action? Do we let Malachi Starks play low and just trust that KJ Bolden's going to deliver? Who also, even though it was a very limited role, he played really well. Like I thought both played really well. Starks, though, is a dude.
Starks is a certified dude.
Dude.
The leader of that defense. Yeah, he's a stud, man. He's a stud. So, yeah. So Malachi Starks jumped out to me. I would say outside of that, I mean, you already mentioned a couple. Kyron Lacey with the celebration. Can
we let them play football?
Oh my God!
Can we just let them play football?
Yeah, I understood it when I saw that, but let them celebrate. Let them celebrate. I'm down.
Here's one for you. I won't do Jackson Dart because that just feels like a cop out. That's just so cheap. I'll do Trey Harris. Like,
yeah,
we are not talking about him enough. And what's so interesting is that we know all these receivers. We know how talented they are. We know what direction, like we know how polished they are. Luther Burden's there. Isaiah Bond down in Texas, who, again, I'm still believing Silas Bolden will be the number 1 receiver by the season's end. That's just my personal opinion. Whatever. Matthew Golden. We know the type of time. We got to start throwing Trey Harris's name into that mix. Like, we have got to give him more respect. 7 catches, 177 yards, 2 catches of over 40-plus yards down the field, including a 61-yard blast. And his relationship with Jackson Dart is second to none.
I don't know why he flies under the radar so much. I don't know if it's just there's a lack of flash maybe, or just like, I don't know. I don't get it.
Because what was so funny is, again, these FCS teams, week 1 comes on in, has a great statement. Easily one of the best performances that you will consistently see. And what happens? We watch as he ends up getting hurt in week 2, and it's kind of out of sight, out of mind. Because remember last year, he had 4 touchdowns and like 192 yards against Mercer. And like this game, 177 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
If he gets hurt, well, now we're looking at all these other receivers take that next step forward, where Brian Thomas last year did, and Malik Neighbors last year did, and Luther Burden last year did. But you got to throw him in the mix. Like, there's just something about that relationship. That's a top 10 wide receiver quarterback duo.
Yeah. Cole, it's a lot of fun, man. The SEC Unfiltered Hour again, guys, on Mondays. We'll be going early in this slot, and then typically it'll be Chip and Zay or Cole and Zay or some combo of that, taking you into the afternoon in the final 2 hours, 3 to 5 Eastern, 2 to 4 Central. So, on that note, let's bring Zay up in here. Zay, what's up, man? Good to see you.
What's up, fellas? Good to see you guys.
Double thumbs up.
Double thumbs up.
A successful weekend on the 40 acres, eh?
Solid, pretty solid. Yeah, absolutely. You know, sure it was a lot better than the beatdown you saw in Gainesville. You know, for them Gators. Just hearing about that.
Yeah, it was, Gainesville was electric. Shout out to the folks down in Florida, man. They really rolled out the red carpet for me. Had a blast, but the game was indeed a dud. There's no other way to put it. It was a dud. So, yeah, that was a shame. But I tell you this, man, Miami, they got a squad, bro. They got a squad. I mean, Cam Ward's for real. Very for real. That defense is for real. Yeah. But
I love the aura Cam Ward has. Like, it seems like
dude, he's got swag, man.
Yeah, they got some serious swag.
Got so much. It's got that. They got that U swag kind of back. Yeah. So, anyways. Yeah. All right, boys. Well, y'all kill it today. I'll get out of y'all's way. Enjoy it, and Cole, you and I will talk later this afternoon.
I'll see you in about an hour for doing videos.
All right, y'all. Hey, be good, man. Good to see you.
Good to see you guys.
All right, y'all.
Cole's jumping on, so good to see you, Chris. Welcome, Texas Sports Unfiltered fans, new folks that are just chiming in. Welcome to Chip and Zay. Chip Brown will be joining us at 3 o'clock. But till then, my man, holding down, you always call him when it comes to bullpen time. You just never know with Chip Brown. Chip Brown, a lot goes on in the life of, the head honcho of Horns 24/7. Chip's got a lot on his plate. So sometimes you got to improvise. And Cole Thompson, you've always been available, my friend. I really appreciate you for holding it down for another hour. You do so much good work just out there in the sports world. Appreciate you, man. We're going to rock and roll for this next hour. Longhorn fans, it is Michigan week. Shout out to all of our beautiful sponsors that make it, easy and allow us to have a platform to do what we love and get paid some paper while doing it. But yeah, I'm feeling good. 52-0 Colorado State. Hey, that's all you could ask for. We're definitely going to break it down for the next 2 hours and then some. But Cole Thompson, how are you, my friend?
Apparently, I have an annoying voice, and that's why I'm unbearable to listen to. According to Kenzie1424 on YouTube. I called you out. See, I'm not afraid to go ahead and ruffle some feathers. I am who I am, and I'm awesome. And you want to know what? That's why you bring me on. You call me out of the bullpen because if you know that you need to add in this ambiance, this flair, this passion, this energy. Apparently, Texas fans are mad at me because I think that Jonte Cook is not an A-plus receiver from the get-go, and that Isaiah Bond, who I've never believed in, and I still am not entirely sold on him being the number one receiver, is a B receiver and not an A-plus receiver. But you know what? This is where Zay gets to come convince me and tell me why I'm an idiot.
Man, coming in hot.
I don't
agree with Kenzie. Man. I think you have a lovely voice, man.
Oh, I sound like a Muppet. Trust me. I got a phone. There was one time I got a phone call on live radio, and the guy said, "Hey, I really don't have any sports takes. I just want to say you sound like Elmo," and then hung up. I was like, "Oh, okay." And so I tried to do the show in an Elmo voice for the rest of the hour, and I did like 5 seconds. I was like, "Okay, well, this is enough." Like I'm going to lose listeners.
Did you go Dabo and just start cutting callers off, or
I love the banner back and forth. But if you come for me, I ain't holding back. Sweet cheeks, I'm not holding back. If you want to come and go ahead and have a little chit chat, you're getting the full horns. You ain't getting nice, Cole. If you want to call me an idiot, that's cool. I'm gonna make you look really foolish in about 5 seconds, and I'm not afraid to do it. It's the internet.
That's one thing that you and I relate to because I love the banter back and forth with the audience, good or bad. I'll take either or. It's fun. As long as you're engaged, then I'm doing my job. For somebody to go out there and have an opinion, whether it's positive or negative, I'm good with it. You're listening. But I have also been one to strike back at somebody, sliding in my DMs, a Houston native, I forget his name, but slid into my DMs one day, said I'm the worst. Said I'm fake black dude. I wouldn't know the hood if it bit me in the ass, which I didn't technically grow up in the hood, but definitely got relatives. Grandma grew up in the hood, so I was around. I was outside. Let's get it 100. Just a lot of my life, Southwest Austin, very different. But he challenged your boy. He really did. And I had to go in on him. I went on air at the former station. He had a lovely picture with his wife for his profile pic. I went on and said, you know what, man, I apologize. But what I really want is I could take my neck pillow off. I was very known for rocking a neck pillow in the radio days. And those voluptuous, good old biddies that your wife has, she could rest them on my neck. And I could be very comfortable with that substitute. I said something along those lines. I said something along those lines. My then partner, Chad Hastings, made him a little uncomfortable. He went along with it because he's a pro. Shout out to Chad. But I know I put him in an uncomfortable situation. I wouldn't say it was my finest moment, but I also wouldn't take it back.
I'm not taking shit back. Hell no.
Absolutely not. You don't need to.
No. So again, I'm not taking back I think that Isaiah Bond is not an A+ wide receiver. Sorry. I don't care. I'll stand on my business. I'll stand my ground. I'm not. Can you know what, Shaq? Convince me why Isaiah Bond will be the number one wide receiver when Matthew Golden had a better game.
Yeah, and that's the thing with this Texas team. I think anyone could be that number one.
That's the beauty of it, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't that the beauty of Texas? Like, you don't need to have an A+ wide receiver to bring your A game every single week because you got 6, 7 B+ A- type receivers that can all take over games for one moment, just one moment. And that's kind of where I'm at when it comes to Texas this year, is that last season, you knew what to expect from Jatavian Sanders, you knew what to expect from Adonai Mitchell, and you knew what to expect from Xavier Worthy. There could be a game where Matthew Golden goes off and he has 145 yards. The next week he gets 34. But then Silas Bolden goes off and he has 6 catches for 82 yards and 2 touchdowns. And then he ends up going 1 catch for 6 yards. And then Isaiah Bond goes off for 245 yards in one game. And the next week he gets 1 catch for 34 yards. But it's because Amari Niblack now is getting 6 catches for 87 yards and 2 touchdowns. That's where you look at Texas' team and you're like, pick your poison. And that's going to be, I think, a beauty going into this matchup against Michigan, is that you have one incredible corner in college football in Will Johnson. For my money, the best cornerback in college football. He can cover a lot of ground. He can't cover 4 dudes.
Yo, he got hurt against their game against Fresno State, missed a lot of that second quarter, came back and iced the game with that pick 6.
Just beauty.
He's for real. Like, and yo, Michigan, we talk about swag. Like, they got swag. I ain't trying to see no buffs on Saturday. If the people who are Texas fans listening to us are wondering what the hell I mean by buffs, what does that mean? I'm sure we got some Michigan fans chiming in this week for obvious reasons, and they know what I'm talking about. Buffs, Cartier glasses, very popular in the Detroit area. Like, this is real Detroit, like Houston is with grills. You know how the grills in the mouth, like that's how buffs are, which very expensive, over $1,000 depending on who you get them from or what kind you get them from. But they have like actual buffalo horns on the sunglasses. So they call them buffs. They're very popular in Detroit. People go crazy for them. And Will Johnson, Detroit native, he's the one that brought the buff turnover thing to Michigan, and Jim Harbaugh embraced it. And now when you see them get an interception like you did on Saturday, and you see Will Johnson putting on those glasses, those are buffs. We ain't trying to see no buffs this Saturday at all. If anything, y'all know I'm petty. I'm sure once if Texas, excuse me, I'm getting a little over my skis here.
When
Texas, I know, right? Just the way they look. When just sounding more natural, but I gotta be professional, Cole. You know the gig. But if the Horns pull this game off Saturday, 11 a.m. Central, I'm sure some of these guys have bought some buffs in the offseason and are bringing them to Ann Arbor.
They're going
to stunt on those Wolverines if the Horns get that dub and pull out the buffs and put them on. Now, I'd be careful because you might have to see this team down the line depending on how the college football playoff, unfolds. But that's the type of petty stuff I'm on. And I wouldn't put it past them, Cole, because this Texas team, what we saw on Saturday, yeah, Colorado State looked Pop Warner, but skunking anyone is tough. Like, that's hard to do with the parity in college football now. I mean, we've heard Braden Fowler, Nicolosi, and Troy Horton, the money that they were getting, Torrey, the money that they were getting thrown around in the offseason. Jay Norvell let us know, 600,000 plus. Oh, Kansas State called Braden Fowler Nicolosi, which I don't know what that says to Avery Johnson, but whatever. Who knows how nonfiction that story is?
Hey, it's SEC o'clock. Why do I care what's going on for Kansas State?
Hey man, somebody's got to make it out that Big 12.
Listen, Little Apple,
lit it up.
Little Apple, Little Drayton's we got going on right now out there.
Oh man, don't sleep on Manhattan. Man.
I love Manhattan. It is a dope.
Yeah, it's a great college town.
It is
right?
a great college town.
Yeah.
I love it.
But again, those guys getting paid and stuff, they weren't scrubs. In Texas, skunk they ass. They were barely in the red zone. Wardell Mack's interceptions really the only time I remember them being in the red zone. So this Texas team, that depth that they have from offense to defense, it showed on Saturday. And yes, it's going to shrink just a little bit, the rotations come this Saturday against Michigan. I don't think much, though. I don't think much at all. I think you have confidence putting in your 4th, 5th, 6th guys at specific situations, especially on that defensive line, wide receiver group, secondary. This team is deep, and they showed that against Colorado State.
Zay, I think that what you take away in this matchup, more so than anything else, is that Texas has the talent to lose a player and still keep the same pace. That was my big takeaway in this game. You could lose a guy. You could see someone miss a matchup. They have to deal with something else that goes on behind closed doors, and the motion is going to continue. You are one entity that seems to be in the right trajectory from top to bottom. And maybe this is where I'm going to ask you to kind of step on up, because I've gone back, I've watched the game. I still have some questions when it comes to certain areas, but overall, about as good as a performance as you can ask for the offense with brand new pieces. I thought the offensive line did a great job keeping Quinn upright. I thought Ewers, and again, I've already admitted fault on this in the preview. I said that he threw a costly interception. I went back and I watched the film. Ball gets knocked out of his hand, jar loose. Ball just properly lands in the right location at the wrong time. That's my bad. It really wasn't that bad of a throw. It really wasn't that errant of a mistake. We all get that. So I apologize. Just say that now. There really wasn't that many flaws. Like, if you look back at the way that even the backups played, they seemed prepared that they were going to get meaningful reps. Like, they kind of had that attitude that they knew, oh, we're seeing action in the fourth quarter. We know that we're going to get out on the field. The secondary played extremely well. The fact that you had only 74 yards receiving allowed against you is a statement. And, you know, we talk about this run defense, losing guys like Devondre Sweat and losing guys like Byron Murphy. You still held them on 32 carries to 3.68 yards per attempt. I'll take 3.68 yards in the SEC 7 days out of the week and twice on Saturdays, and I'll be totally content with that. That's not a blundering mistake. One guy goes off, and he has 3 runs of over 10 yards, and everything else is just setting up, slow trudge to margin of defeat. That's what you have. Texas, to me, at this point, answered a lot of questions on terms of where their roster resides after losing that much talent in the offseason. They answered a lot of questions when it came to how I feel they were able to replace production in the transfer portal, how they feel like that there are some young playmakers who can immediately be X factors. They are going to be a team that you look at that you don't want to play on a Saturday in a winner-take-all showcase. That was how I felt. And I'm okay with saying that right now it is a little bit oversaturated. We always do this after Labor Day. Labor Day weekend is made for Monday, us to overreact to college football. That's why we have off. We don't have off because it's a work day. It's for college football sickos to get all this overreaction out before we end up looking like we have egg on our face. That's what this is made for. But when you look at the way Texas played, that is a playoff team. That is a team that can march on into the SEC, make a statement in year one, potentially win a conference title, and certainly based off of the performance against a Colorado State team that I think is still going to be very good in the Mountain West. They're just not going to be great when it comes to the Big 12 or the SEC. That's a team that can go win a national championship. That's the overreaction that we take away. I'm cool with saying it. They felt like that. But I do got to ask you, Zay, my main concern, and I know that I'm going to see it in the comment section on the preview video, their inability to get into the backfield and close the gap when it came to sacks. 5 tackles for losses, 21 total pressures, 0 sacks on the day. Is that just because of the style of offense that Colorado State ran? What was the reasoning that they weren't able to end a play for a loss of a down?
Yeah, I don't know. They were getting pressure on Nicolosi all game. I mean, if you think about that interception he threw to Jahdae Barron, Barron Sorrell was all over that. So Nicolosi was uncomfortable the whole entire game. And I think that was in his mind. Like, I'm not going to go down. I'm going to get the ball out of my hands no matter what. And I think Jay Norvell tried to make that a point of emphasis. We got to get the ball out quick. But the secondary play and the linebackers coverage was so good, it put everything out of whack. I mean, the overreactions, they go both ways. They go on the positive front, and then people can really nitpick on the things that they might have struggled on, a little bit. Like Justin Marshall having over 100 yards running. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, those yards per carry at 3.6. Yeah, you'll take that, especially from a team that wants to throw the ball. So if you're getting them to do something completely off grid, something that they're not used to doing because they're so afraid of your personnel, that says a lot to the squad that you have. So you're willing to give that up a little bit because that's not them. This isn't what they really want to do. And Braden Fowler-Nicolosi, he was out of his comfort zone with that. So yeah. The sacks might be something to look at. It's going to be tough prepping for two quarterbacks this week with Alex Orji and, Davis Warren. Like, both of those guys, Davis Warren getting the start. That surprised me, Cole. Were you shocked by that? I know we've been hearing rumblings around camp that he had the upper hand, but how much do you think that isn't playing to what Sark or what Shamar Moore wants Sark to think? So how much do you think that they're just like, okay, we're going to pull out Warren this whole game and make him look like the starter and give him all the reps, but Orji's going to play way more against Texas because there's no film on him and we're trying to catch him with that curveball?
So you and I 2 weeks ago were in Vegas and we were having a grand old time and it was awesome. Well, I went out that night after Radio Raw on Friday, and I was with some people, and I got told, hey, Davis Warren has taken the lead in practice. He is actually going to probably start against Fresno State. And I didn't buy it. I was like, nah, it's not going to happen. Alex Orji, you bring him on in. You think that there's that mobility factor. You're trying to get him prepared for Texas. You're trying to make sure that he feels like he is taking that step in the right direction. You like where this team is. You know that you have a better shot of probably winning with Alex Orji than you do with Davis Warren. Lo and behold, he started. And so I can't entirely judge and say, no, that was wrong because if he did play. But I think that they are going to see both quarterbacks. I think you have to prepare for both quarterbacks in this game because of Alex Orji also had the touchdown pass. Now, don't get me wrong. Davis Warren played more reps, but Alex Orji was the one that when you were inside the red zone, he was the one connecting for the 6 points. And so I think it's a good game plan for this kind of matchup with Texas because you want to keep Texas on its toes. I think that is where when you look back at the film, because I'm nitpicking here. Like, I'm literally coming out here and looking at Texas's film and saying, well, they didn't get any sacks. Like, okay, so be it. It's an up-tempo offense that Jay Norvell likes to run where potentially you weren't able to get back there because of just the timing and how quickly I think Fedolosi was trying to get the ball out because if he realized what type of pass rush that is. I'm nitpicking. But when you look at Texas, they're going to try to, I think, catch Texas slipping. And so they will probably play both quarterbacks. I'm glad you brought that up because it's the smart ploy. That is actually the smart ploy if you are Michigan because if you don't know what to expect. And also, I think when you go prepare that way, you could see potentially a few weaknesses and drop-offs to where that does play well in your favor. Like, like as much as we talk about that Fresno State game, Fresno State, I think, is better than advertised. I also think that at the same time, when you look at where Texas is, where Michigan is, my apologies, Michigan still has guys. Michigan still has players that you need to prepare for. Like, I'm not sure you will see much better of a combination this year than Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant. Like, that's preparation you have to look at.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of those guys are absolute studs. And when you think about Jake Majors and Hayden Connor, those guys, they better have their helmet strapped up tight because it's going to be an absolute dogfight in the interior. And yeah, I mean, if I'm Texas, I'm good with either one of those quarterbacks. With what I saw against Fresno State, Davis Warren doesn't scare you. Alex Orji doesn't scare you.
Nope.
Their offense, you got 5 new offensive linemen. All those guys from your championship squad are on NFL rosters right now. You could tell there was a step back just naturally. And the vibe that Jim Harbaugh had and his presence, I don't care who you are, Sherrone Moore, it's different no matter what. No matter if you try to mirror Jim Harbaugh to the T, it's still not going to be the same, and those players aren't going to look at you the same. So what's that locker room really like? Is it one of those, oh, we're still looking at this guy as an assistant? You want to say that, yeah, he has the same respect as Jim Harbaugh. But Cole, you and I both played sports. That assistant coach and that head coach, if I didn't have a head coach or a big-time coach that left, but when that assistant coach took over, you could dick around a little bit.
Can you?
Yeah, you were looking at the assistant coach and wait to do push-ups. And then when he comes back, that's when you start getting
doing it. Yeah.
That's what, but when head coach is there, you always do them because you feel like a head coach, he got the eyes in the back of his noggin.
Hold up. You gave me flack though a couple weeks ago when I said that Michigan won with a glorified babysitter acting as their head coach, who is now their head coach. And
with what I saw yesterday, I apologize.
Was I wrong?
I'm glad you brought that up because now I'm man enough to be here on air at 2:24 p.m. and apologize to you, brother.
Sweet
sound. And apologize to you.
because you want to know why? Because that was a roster that took over games. And like the way that I view Texas right now, the way I view them, the way you look at a team like Ole Miss, the way you look at a team like Georgia, how they played in those matchups. Those are rosters where you don't need to worry about who is your head coach. They are hell-bent on winning a title. That's what it feels like. They can have literally the ball boy go ahead and call plays. They'll say, yeah, sit down, Junior. We got this. And they'll just take the field and they'll run and they'll take names and kick ass. That's what it feels like at those programs. And that was what you saw last year with Michigan. They were a team that for 2 straight years saw great players who probably should be wearing a ring right now, walk to the NFL, come up short. And they said, not again. We're not doing it again. And that is an aura that has been kept. The one area that I will say in favor of Michigan that we still have to bring up, they have guys there that can do that. I mean, Colson Loveland is still a part of that roster that won a national title last year. Will Johnson is still a part of that roster that won a national title last year. Josiah Stewart, Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham. They're all part of that enigma on what it means to step up and play in big games. But also, you're talking about a Texas team that did show you with their veterans, their offensive line, their running back room, their quarterback, their secondary. Who's calling plays? Who gives a shit? We got this under control. We good. We all fine. It's another walk in the park. Oh, Pete, you're upstairs getting a popcorn? Okay, cool. Go ahead and give me a Diet Coke. I'll call the plays. I'm Janae Barron. Watch me just go pick this ball off. That was the aura that they carried themselves with. And that's what you need. So it's like, that's where you look at these two teams and say there's a clear separation. Where yes, you have some players, but Sark, in my opinion, when he said at SEC Media Days, we got a handful of dudes that all are going to be leaders that we know that we have to turn to. So far, game 1, mission accomplished. Happened. 100%.
Man, when Quinn Ewers threw that no-look pass, bruh.
Beautiful. Thing of art.
That's a sign of a confident dude. Because I needed to prove Quinn Ewers has been doing a lot. He's been outside, as these young kids say, Cole. He's been out in these streets. Hulu, Dr. Pepper.
He's doing Dr. Pepper.
Cover video games. So I need to see that because that's a 50-plus, that's a 50-plus touchdown man with the way he's moving, the motion that he has right now. And when he threw that no-look pass, it was kind of like, hey, Jose, I got it like that now. This is it. That's it. At Quinn Ewers, you saw those first 2 years because you always saw flashes from the Alabama game in 2022 at DKR right before he got injured, to which he wasn't the same when he came back. I think he had a little PTSD, him being a freshman. I also thought Sark didn't put him in the best situations, a la Oklahoma State game where he went 19 for 49.
38 completion rating and never pulled him.
Yeah, never pulled him. Or changed the offense or gave it to Bijan. Like, change what you're doing. But I digress. Don't want to get into that. That's ridiculous. Last year, saw the flashes. Alabama game, Oklahoma State game, throwing those turnovers, picks in the OU game, and then coming back and breaking records with how many consecutive completions that he had. And now, even after that pick, like you mentioned it, he told Sark talked about it today in the presser. Yeah, Quinn, his first throw of his career, which I forgot about this, 2022 was an interception.
Yep.
And he talked about him being rattled. I forgot all about this. And he talked about Quinn being rattled. Fast forward 2 years to now, and he threw that interception, and Quinn came back and was just like, yeah, I was trying to get it out. My bad. Water over the bridge, under the bridge. We don't care no more. Next play. What's next? I can't wait to get back out there because I'm still in that mode. I put in the work. I put in the time, studying film, doing everything AJ Millie and Steve Sarkisian have asked of me. This is that year. This is why I'm getting all that love. I want to prove to the world that I ain't no fluke. This ain't no, this ain't no BS. I'm supposed to be here. I deserve all of this publicity that I'm getting. And I saw that Saturday, man, the no-look pass, the pass to Matthew Golden in that very tight window, his first touchdown of the game. It's like, are you serious, man? Like, that is just putting it on the absolute money. And if he continues to have that swag and that confidence and just the experience of being the starter, like going back, you talk about him not being pulled in that Oklahoma State game, but that's still experience, him staying in there and taking that ass whooping. That changes a man. He came back after the 2022 season and apologized to Longhorn faithful. Cole, I just apologize to you. Quinn Ewers came back and said, yo, Longhorn fans, I'm sorry for what you saw in 2022. I didn't take the game as serious as I should have. I'm cutting the mullet. I got into better shape. You're going to see a brand new Quinn Ewers in year 3, even though it was only a small sample size being game 1 against the G5 school like Colorado State. Quinn Ewers, that trajectory, okay, you feel good about it if you're a Longhorn fan.
Zay, let me just tell you right now, that no-look pass that he made, that is now worth 2 commercials of whatever he wants to do, and he gets a pass. Like, he could do the dumb commercial with, like, T-Mobile, and it's like, oh, I made a no-look pass. Cool. I'm mulligan. Whatever. I'm good. I thought the pass to Matthew Golden was more impressive because of that type of play, that type of pass, that is where you see elite quarterbacks take a step forward. And honestly, there was only 2 other quarterbacks that I saw make those type of throws on this weekend. Jackson Dart to Trey Harris on the 61-yard touchdown pass, and then the other one to Juice Walls and Cam Ward. That first down pass where he places it beautifully for Horton right on his outside shoulder. Great coverage. I mean, it is impeccable coverage by Florida on that play. And he just goes, bet I'm better than you. That's Heisman throws. Those are the throws that you talk about. And the thing that we don't give enough credit to, that I think that we as just fans in general of college football need to understand. Quinn, when he came into college, was 17. He skipped his senior year of high school, and he went to Ohio State because he wanted the NIL fund. And so he had to grow up immediately. Like the second that he arrived in Texas, because of they all said, oh, well, you decided to go ahead and decommit from us. You go and take $1 million. So you're ready to go start week 1. He was 18 years old. Do you remember when you were at 18? Do you remember how dumb of mistakes that you made and that you thought that because if it was your first time away from home, you own the world because you get to decide what time you go to sleep, if you want to go to class, what you can eat. And then you gain the freshman 15, you get your first D on a test and your parents call you and go, what the hell are you doing? I'm going to pull you out of school if you don't get your shit together. And it's like, yep, wake up call. That's Quinn. His entire freshman year or redshirt freshman year. was him understanding, okay, this is what's expected of me moving forward. I got to act this way if I want to be one of the best in college football. If I want to be alongside those, I got to make sure that I make the necessary adjustments. And then you do. And you go to the playoff last year. And you watch as he is now catered toward all of his strengths. He is taking this seriously. He's okay being in the spotlight, but the spotlight isn't taking his attention off of still being that quarterback that you need to deliver. If I was being a Heisman voter today, Jackson Dart, Quinn Ewers, Ashton Gentry, the running back from Boise State, and Cam Ward would be in New York City. And I would have no problem saying that. And honestly, I think 3 of those guys have a legit shot to go to New York City at the season's end, especially with the games they're going to play. The performance that you saw from Quinn against Colorado State, if that's the one that you see on Saturday, Texas wins by double digits. Texas wins by 14. If that's a performance that you see on Saturday, Texas holds its own against Georgia and they pull out a dub. If that's a performance that you see in Red River, Texas wins by double digits against Oklahoma. That's a team that can go far because their quarterback looks the part.
Yeah, absolutely. And him going to Ohio State and just going to the big house, like even though he was riding pine that whole day, he's been to the big house when it was as lit as it's ever going to be. I don't think it's going to be quite that for Ohio State just because that game means more, but it's going to be up there.
I say it's going to be up there still.
Yeah, it's going to be up there. It's still going to be up there. They're still going to be, they're going crazy and stuff. And I know Michigan fans, they're going to pull out the excuse, well, we lost all these players, 13 to the league. We lost our coach. Yeah, you're still Michigan. It's all about regrouping. It ain't about rebuilding. At programs like that, that's just not what it is. We don't feel sorry for you down here. And the Texas fans, they lost 11 guys too. So it's interesting. Again, hopefully the Longhorns don't look at what Fresno State did with it being a 16-10 game in the fourth quarter and take it easy. I don't think Steve Sarkisian or the player-led roster will allow that to happen, but just human nature, sometimes that can happen. I mean, Quinn Ewers, he mentioned last year that the team was looking ahead to the national championship game in Houston against either Michigan or Alabama instead of, or maybe not focusing on their game in the Sugar Bowl against Washington. I thought that was a very interesting comment. So you just never know. But yeah, I think this team, they're licking their chops at this matchup just with how they play. Like they looked angry and just everyone individually looked like they had a ton to prove. And Johnny Nansen, he's already putting his mark on this team with the formations. Like you see 6 cornerbacks out there where they got Jahdae Barron kind of playing in that linebacker area at times, just the versatility. You saw Ethan Burke on the inside at times, and you saw after the Jahdae Barron and Wardell Mack interception, they're bringing out the turnover sword, which is new. That's something that we haven't seen here at Texas. Johnny Nansen brought that over from Arizona. I think that's dope. Turnover sword. It was funny because Jahdae Barron.
Did you see
Jahdae Barron? He's trying to get the ball. He's trying to shove it up. And I don't know who does it. I don't know if it was Mookie Tabb or Ethan Burke, but somebody grabbed it, put it on the ground and be like, no, stab that.
Stab it.
Stab it.
Dude, you're not going to get it this way. By the way, don't cut your hand. We kind of need you next week, buddy.
We need that.
Need you around here.
Yeah, hopefully there aren't any miscues on guys.
By the way,
it's not that.
Did you see how pissed off Arizona fans were with the turnover sword?
Oh, really? I did.
Oh my God. The comment section on some of the videos that you see, it's just, he stole that from Tucson. He stole the culture. Bear down. That's a bear down thing. I'm like, oh my God. How did you not expect that to be a thing that happens?
I respect that. They deserve to be mad.
They deserve to be mad, but also
there's some swagger jacking.
Yeah, but you want to what? Ted McMillan, I think, silenced them pretty fast because if he had the game of his freaking life.
Wow, man. That dude, he's a heck of an athlete. Like we thought last year's wide receiver group that entered the draft, this 2024 wide receiver class is really good. I think next year might have potential to be better, and that's
I think it is
a lot.
I think that there's a clear separation between the tier 2s from the tier 1s like we didn't see last year. But you throw Luther Burden and you throw Ted McMillan in that group. I mean, Malik Neighbors, Brian Thomas, Xavier Legette, for me, they all move down the pecking order. Like the conversation is Marvin Harrison Jr. I think probably you throw Ramadunze in there. Maybe Malik Neighbors stays up there because of just how great of a season he had. But Luther Burden and Ted McMillan, you immediately throw at the top of the list. Like Xavier Worthy is worth a first-round pick. I'll stand on that business. But I'm not sure if he is when you have a Luther Burden on the board because you're moving him down the pecking order. Because that means that you're moving everyone else down the pecking order.
Yeah. It's obviously Xavier Worthy with his combine performance really moved him up a ton. But as good as X was, and I think he's the third best Longhorn receiver of all time after Jordan.
Let me guess. Roy's one.
Yeah, Roy, I got Roy too. I got Jordan.
Roy's just one of them.
Roy's one of them. Yes, correct. Yeah, Jordan.
And then Ship, right?
Yeah, Jordan Ship.
Okay,
absolutely.
I'm not going to argue that. Yeah. I think that's fair.
Them country boys, man. No
Speaking of wide receivers, am I wrong to go die on this hill that I think Isaiah Bond is just going to be another wide receiver for this offense?
What do you mean, just another wide receiver? Like,
just a dude. He's not going to be anything special.
I mean, if they're all dudes in their own way, they all have the potential to be dudes. From
what I'm saying is that I could see Matthew Golden be that dude. Mm-hmm. I could see Silas Bolden be that dude. I think that Ryan Wingo, in what little we saw, I mean, there were so many other impressive freshmen this past week, Zay, that he's gonna get lost. Like Cam Coleman had a good week. Perry Thompson had a good week. Jeremiah Smith had a good week. Ryan Williams at Alabama. I mean, you have fans in Tuscaloosa saying, Isaiah who? 4th and 30. What? Yeah, whatever. We got a 17-year-old doing it better than he ever could. Like, that's what they're saying. Ryan Wingo deserves a lot of love. Like, he is going to be something special down in Austin. But I can see all of them, Silas Bolden. I could see Jonte Let Him Cook. All of them, I think, could end up having better numbers. And you're watching as Isaiah Bond, who was, quote unquote, the #1 transfer portal receiver in the country, finished like 3rd in receptions and 4th in touchdowns. Am I wrong?
I mean, I think they all are going to make their mark in different ways this season. And I think there's way more parity, especially in Sark's offense, than you think. I think Isaiah Bond, that drop that he had, was it a little high? Did he have to go for it towards the middle of the field? Yeah. But that was the only place that Quinn could put it with, the zone being what it was on defense. Isaiah Bond has to come down with those, but I think he's going to get more and more acclimated. I think Silas Bolden, same with him. Like that dude, he's just a jolt of energy. Like he was getting hype after everything. When he dove in the end zone off Arch Manning improvising, like he got up and I'm like, bro, y'all are up by 40. Like,
yeah, he looks like a wide receiver.
Like I need that. I appreciate that. When you're up by 40 and you're still like, beating your chest and stuff. Now, I think it also hurt him when it came to his punt returning because I thought some of his decision-making on punt returning
wasn't up to par.
Yeah. And that's just the emotion. Like that's the over adrenaline that, I'm just so happy to be out here. Like we have a chance to win a national championship. Like I'm about to get my look for the NFL because of this offense is so crazy. Like, let's go. Like that's how Silas Bolden seemed. Like, let's effing go. Let's do this shit. Like, it was like, bro, I feel you, but when you're returning punts and stuff, there's a certain meditation level you need to be at and calmness so you can catch this ball and not muff that thing, So I think about that a little bit going into the big house, but yeah, Matthew Golden.
Hey, real fast. I hate to interrupt you, but when wide receiver 1 acts that way, he can do whatever the hell he wants.
Oh, There it is, huh?
I'm dying on that.
Just giving them the title.
I'm dying on that hill.
Yo, man, this is wide receiver 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D.
Okay, well, they're all wide receiver 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, and then there's Silas Bolden, wide receiver alpha. Wide receiver alpha. I will die on this hill.
Oh, yeah, you're dying on that.
I am not going to be wrong and listen to people say Isaiah Bond is better. And you know what? I'm okay with it. I think Isaiah Bond's a good receiver. I just look at Silas Bolden and I think he's special. But I thought Matthew Golden.
Isaiah Bond had the presence of mind to break off someone in his route, get held up a little bit because the dude grabbed his helmet, get open, fix his helmet, and then catch a touchdown, and then hit might be the dopest celebration in all of college football. Hit the James Bond look over the shoulder pose. That's hard. That's tough.
I will
say with the 007 and he's number 7. That's tough, man.
I will say, just for the actual celebration, I want him to find the end zone because I want to see it every week. It is so hard not to like that. I mean, again, he had the play of the day. I will come off my high horse. I will be humble for all of 5 seconds and say that his ability to reset his helmet and still catch a football and just to go ahead and give it a one more fuck you kind of feel, hit the James Bond post. That is the play of the day. That 100% is the best play. But
hell yeah.
But I'm not gonna. But I thought Matthew Golden looked awesome, and I honestly, I really want to talk about him because you were going on your rant. I didn't mean to cut you off, so I want to make sure that we get back to him. That's the dude that we slept on. It truly felt like throughout the entire offseason, and I did the video for SEC Unfiltered saying who are the forgotten names in college football. I put Matthew Golden on that list because of it just felt like, oh, you're adding in Silas Bolden, and now you get Ryan Wingo, and we hear about Jonte Cook, and you get Isaiah Bond coming on, and it's like, you realize that this dude was an all Big 12 wide receiver that you saw last year, and the year before that they came into the Big 12 when he was in the AAC, dude delivered. Dude was dealing last season.
Yeah, he was good. He was good for Houston. And you're right, we did sleep on him. I would bring him up. I'm like, why are we talking about him more? You didn't hear about him much from camp like you did with Silas Bolden, Ryan Wingo, but he's right there on production. Again, that pass from Quinn, your favorite one, the first one.
Yeah.
That's a tough catch. Even though Quinn put it on the money and the only place that he could put it for Matthew Golden to complete that thing, that's a tough catch because the corner was all over him. He was right there. It's hard to play better defense than what that defensive back had to deal with. It was just perfect execution from Quinn Ewers and Matthew Golden. So I can't wait to see his after the catch ability because he got that kickoff to start the game, which was pretty solid.
Yeah.
But I think his yards after catch is where his money maker is going to be. And that's where everyone's is going to be. Like Ryan Wingo, as you just mentioned with him, that dude, college-ready body. He's already throwing guys off him. He's already tough to tackle. He's getting up the field. Sark is giving them looks. He led the team in receiving yards against Colorado State this past Saturday.
Yeah.
I'm going to be more excited about this whole receiver room. Chip asked me last Friday who I think was going to have the most yards, which just puts a smile on my face. I dadgum said DeAndre Moore, Cole.
Did you really?
What did he put up?
The
Donut.
70?
He didn't do anything.
Oh, wait, DeAndre. Oh, I thought you were talking about the running back. My bad.
No, DeAndre Moore. He did nothing. DeAndre Moore didn't get a look, which DeAndre Moore, we've been hearing about his Jordan Whittington mindset. So that ain't going to phase him. He was still out there blocking. He's still out there doing his thing. Still knows that, hey, I'm going to get my time. I hope they forget about me. I hope Michigan sees that 0 on the board. And DeAndre Moore goes out there and gives you 80 yards on 6 catches. Give me that all day. And Quinn Ewers, you could tell also there's no one on this wide receiver crew that is a favorite like we saw with Xavier Worthy. it's going to get spread around because Quinn, not only is he confident in the playbook by being in Sark's system for so long, but he's confident in those guys. This goes back to when Quinn was inviting them to his hometown of Dallas, Texas for, some team bonding, team chemistry stuff. We go out there, we chill on the boat and do some things, play some golf together, but we also get that work in. We got to build it now. So times like this, it's easy on the field and everybody's on the same page. So I saw a glimpse of everything that I needed to see. I was one to say this Texas team was going to go 9-3. That was way before I saw what I saw with Michigan on Saturday. Did not think that Michigan team was going to look like that. That -6.5 right now, shit. I take that. If I'm Texas, I'll take that Texas way with what I saw. And again, I want to be proven wrong. I don't want that to be right. I want 12-0. But my UTSD, it was clearly hitting a little bit. How can you blame me? Who knows how this season's going to go? You just never know with injuries and stuff, knock on wood. But with what I saw from Texas against Colorado State, and with what I saw with Michigan against Fresno State, I think I'm going to have to eat my words. I'm perfectly fine with that.
My big thing is that when you look at Texas' wide receiver room, and this is where I come off and I say you have B+ receivers compared to last year where you have A+ receivers. Last year, you needed A+ receivers because it just felt like the way that Sark wanted to go and not rotate in the players, which I thought was a big deal. That doesn't get brought up enough. He didn't rotate in the receivers the way that we thought that he should have. You need to have A+ material. You don't need A+ material. You need 8 or 9 really solid B receivers that can play like A+ on any given Saturday. And they did. And that's what you saw. I think that's what you're going to see. I think the other part that's really important is that our guy Gunnar Helm got involved in the passing attack. I'm not going to complain about that. Nothing that you and I are both going to be very happy when we see Gunnar Helm finding his way for first down gains. I know that you saw in the running back room. Quinn, whenever he felt the pressure, if he had to go deliver, there was a running back there willing to go ahead and take a quick pass. And I love that you bring up guys like DeAndre Moore and you bring up, and I'm going to bring up Silas Bolden. Let them be slept on going into Michigan. Let them. Because Silas Bolden had 1 catch for 5 yards and it was a touchdown. And it was with the second team offense. And maybe that's because of you kept him out there a little bit longer because he wasn't in camp during spring practice. So let him get more acclimated to the heat. Let him get more acclimated to the field. Let him get more acclimated to lurking with other quarterbacks just in case. Let them sleep on him. Because the beauty about what this offense is this year is that there are so many weapons that there'll be a week where you're not circling them. And you're a defense coordinator kind of scheming and you're saying, well, we got to make sure that we cover Amari Niblack. We got to make sure that we cover Jonte Cook. We got to make sure that we cover Matthew Golden. And you kind of realize, oh, well, Bond hasn't done anything in the last couple of weeks, and he hasn't really had to be out there. And then he goes off and he has a 150-yard game because if you didn't game plan for him. That's the beauty of what this offense is that there are so many pieces working together that put up great numbers, exceptional metrics, that is going to clearly separate, I think, Texas from other teams. And honestly, when you feel the way that Texas's offense looked, all cylinders, pass blocking, run blocking, they didn't need to run the ball as much as you wanted to. Quinn being able to deliver in the pocket, cool, calm, collected. And you see some of these other teams in these FCS games, and it's not Michigan I'm talking about here. It's Ohio State. It's Oregon. It's these teams that you kind of peg to be cream of the crop, top notch, one of the best in college football. And Akron's hanging around with you just enough. You feel comfortable. You know you're going to win the game, but just enough going into the fourth quarter. And Idaho is getting close to tying you in Autzen Stadium. And we talk about your wide receiver rooms, and we talk about your running back rooms, and we talk about your quarterbacks and how you feel. I mean, the boost of confidence, the level of endorphins that would be flowing through me, but also the serotonin that brings me back down to reality that we're good in any sense, is that any one of these players can step up. They're guys, Dylan Gabriel throw for 378 yards and the score doesn't differentiate it. I mean, Jeremiah Smith having 2 catches for 94 yards, and that's your leading receiver when you have Carnell Tate and Emeka Ibuka there for years. You expect them to be the studs. And you got all these guys finishing with 2 catches for 40 yards, 3 catches for 61 yards, whatever it may be. That's the energizer bolt that I'm looking for if I'm a head coach, if I'm a team, and I'm a fan. But it's also the serotonin that calms me down knowing we're in good hands. We're all state. We are literally all state right now. Quinn Ewers, I think I found your new NIL deal because with you at the helm,
damn, he need another one. Does he need another one?
Why not? Embrace it. Zay, hear me out though, real fast. The beauty of college football now that does not get talked about enough, and this is where I want to make sure that I at least bring this up. Guys like Jackson Dart and Carson Beck sticking around at their respective universities, that's a blessing because of NIL. Because if they're willing to probably take that risk and go into the NFL draft and maybe be a second rounder, but still be on an NFL roster and feel confident, or for Jackson Dart, be a 4th round pick and fight his way up the pecking order, that happens because of NIL. If you have any doubt about your NFL draft stock, sign an NIL deal for $2 million. Come back and play another year of college football. You're going to benefit from it. You are. And I'm not saying that Quinn will, because I think at this point we know the writing is on the wall, especially with who's waiting in the wings. But if there's a reason to come back, why not? Why not?
Yeah, absolutely. NIL has changed the game 100%. And yeah, get into this running back room for Texas a little bit. I thought that was the only thing that Steve Sarkisian mucked up on Saturday. If I'm up 31-0 and my running back room is as slim as it is, I'm not putting Jaden Blue back in the game in the second half.
No.
I get it. It was a cramp. Nothing happened. But when he went down, just kind of the weird awkwardness of the stadium was like, what is he? All right, what is that? That injury. Like, I felt it on the couch. I'm over here like, okay, man, like 31-0. I get everybody else. Running back room, you can't risk stuff like that. You're up 31-0. Like, it's not, I get playing a guy in the shape, but you got to bank on what you did in the offseason for that. Like, I've been looking at the weather in Ann Arbor. It's supposed to be 50s, maybe 60s, maybe.
I said, what's it supposed to be, about 63 times?
Yeah, it's going to be a little risk. Yes, we ain't got to worry about all that heat stroke stuff that you got down here. You dig? So, Jaden Blue, hey, bro, you're good. I get Sark. His philosophy was we want to come out strong in the second half with our ones and see what happens. Like, Quinn Ewers wasn't in very long in that second half. And that's when Jarrett Gibson started going crazy, which I really like, Cole.
You got to feel good about that, don't you?
I feel so good.
You got to feel good about that, don't you?
Oh, man. Wiping sweat off the brow. That's just because you just never know with freshmen. You never know.
No.
And you've talked about it on these airwaves. I've talked about it. We all know if you want to lose one of your top guys, the position you want to lose them at would probably be running back, because that's the easiest to replace. And that kind of showed on Saturday. Trey Wisner had his touchdown. Jared Gibson, thanks to Cam Williams. Well, shout out to Cam Williams for getting.
Give a shout out to Cam Williams.
SEC lineman.
He looked great, didn't
Player
he?
of the week. Come on.
He looked great. And you know what the thing was? You and I were both very susceptible to it. We both had our moments of like, I got to see what this kid does. I love you, Christian Jones, but best selectee of the NFL, Cam Williams, has arrived.
Yeah, and that was because of Christian Jones.
Yeah,
like, how reliable Christian Jones was. It wasn't anything on Cam Williams. It was just when you bring back 4 starters and then that one spot on the right tackle, which is very important, you got to fill that void. Cam Williams, he had some big shoes to fill. So he's off to a great start with the performance that he had on Saturday. Well deserving of that SEC Lineman of the Week award. But yeah, Jared Gibson getting out there and mixing it up, I can really appreciate that. Ryan Niblett, he didn't really get going, but he got out there rocking number 21. He's that Swiss Army knife going back and forth from the wide receiver to the running back room. And he's that 7th receiver, that Sark talks about that he feels confident in if something were to happen to the big six that you got going on right now. So, Jen, very pleased. Chip Brown's going to jump on a little bit. I'm sure he's going to give his takes on what he thought of the game. He was there in the press box doing how Chip do. That's why. Got to do Chip things. You know how that goes, man. Yeah. So listen to the players today. I know DeAndre Moore talked today, a couple of other guys. One of the funniest things that I saw in the presser after the game, Cole, was Anthony Hill talk about Quinn Ewers' no-look pass. And they asked him, and you saw Quinn's no-look pass, what'd you think of it? And that was like, it was crazy. I'm so glad that he got somebody else because he's been getting us on that stuff all camp long. And then he's like, he's been getting me, which Ant Hill, very wise player, good head on his shoulders, terrific player. So if Quinn Ewers out getting him, then that says a lot. And was like, yeah, man, that dude, Quinn, he's just in another mode right now. Like, I like hearing stuff like that because, again, that no-look pass wasn't the fluke. That's Quinn Ewers. He's been practicing those things. Like, when Sark was asked about it today, he was like, yeah, we didn't see that, but I don't want my quarterbacks to be robots.
No.
Like, he's like, I got to get Arch out of that. As he said that today, he's like, I got to get Arch out of that robot mode sometimes because he wants to do everything right. So you're going to have to improvise. You're going to have to, show your athleticism, and there's plays that are going to break down. That's going to happen. You got to be prepared for those situations and still be able to make plays when those situations come about. So
let's also just bring this up real fast. You're playing a game that you love. Enjoy it and embrace it. Like, that's awesome. Like, when you hear the way that Ant Hill talks about how he's been doing that to us in practice, like, that's just Quinn feeling himself. That's a guy that is no longer having to worry about being perfect. What he is he's just playing the game. And you know what the beauty of it is? When we get to do this for a living and we get to have fun talking about sports, it's natural. It's a better show. Because you want to know why? We're just letting it loose. We're not having to be so focused in on, let's make sure we talk about this point and this point and this point. And if you don't take it that way, then whatever. But you know what? We're doing it. And we do our best version when we're just having fun. Quinn's out there having fun. Yeah. And honestly, I think that understanding that now he is the guy, number one, no sense of the word having to worry about ever losing the position because he's earned the right to be the dude and he's earned the right to be the face of Texas football. But also just kind of knowing, you know what? It's the SEC. I already won here once. I got this in the bag. I'm in my element. Don't worry about it. I went to the house that Nick Saban delivered at, and I was able to walk out with a double-digit win. I'm feeling myself. I'm good. I'm ready for this. That's a horrifying thought. Yeah. Like I don't think enough SEC fans realize he's in his own. That's a horrifying thought.
Yeah. And those throws, man, he makes it look so easy. Like, he's not going to be one of those guys if he gets drafted to one of those northern outside northeast, stadium teams where they're going to be afraid of, his play in November and December. Like, he has that strong of an arm. Those things aren't going to matter. So he's going to be a hot commodity to any team.
Yeah.
And if he continues to keep proving those flashes that we saw this Saturday, that I don't know how he's not the number one quarterback taken. Again, it's Carson Beck, hell of a player. Shadur Sanders goes and gets it. But Quinn Ewers with this team, he could separate himself by having a good season. Let me ask you this.
Starts on Saturday.
Yeah, starts on Saturday. Let me ask you this, Cole. Was this not one of the funniest things that you saw this past weekend?
Conduct penalty. I thought it was the dancing. Yeah, it's this. And that's a good call. Yeah, that is a good call. And for college football players around the country, we get emotion. It's all. If you're going to have fun with your players, do whatever you want to.
I hate referees. I hate referees.
Pull that shorty out.
Let him play the damn game. You're Kyron freaking Lacey. You have been waiting for weeks, years to be that dude. And you arrived. Yeet. I hate you. Yeah.
I apologize for app listeners. I didn't paint the picture too good. Yeah, Kyron Lacey, after he scored that touchdown, he did a shotgun motion to a USC player and fired it with his hands. And then to top it off, got a flag for it, by the way. To top it off, thought it was cool to show his teammates on the sideline of what he did and looked more proud after the fact, which if you're Brian Kelly, how pissed he was, Cole, in that press conference after the game, that was crazy. Like I'm like, all right, I get you're mad. I wouldn't have done that, but when you see Kyron Lacey, even though I like that type of stuff too, like I would have rolled with it.
I roll with it.
I roll with it. Let's get those flags out the game. Like that's what's cool about college sports and competitive sports. But yeah,
no,
he was mad. O'Brien Kelly was mad.
I don't care if Brian Kelly was mad. I'm gonna be completely honest here. As much as I have to eat crow for the way that I talked about USC and piss poor baby bitch Lincoln Riley, I apologize. No. I apologize, Lincoln, for the way I spoke about you, because if I did not know your game, I did not know that you had that pitch. I did not know that you could deliver the way that you did. So I apologize to you, Lincoln Riley. The reason why USC won that game is because they played to win. LSU played just to advance. That was the reason. If you go back and you watch that fourth quarter, and this is where I tweeted out last night, you come out, it's a second down, you're midfield, take a shot. Take a shot, you got them on the ropes, end it here. Put the full throttle, end the game. Call it a day. You played conservative. And especially inside the red zone, they played conservative. LSU. And USC didn't. USC played a win. Their offensive consistency was there. Their defense looked miles better. And I'm not saying LSU didn't. But at the same time, are you like there? I've seen people this morning blame LSU's defense for that game. Did you watch LSU last year against below average offenses? And this is Lincoln Riley, and you hold them to 27 points. A Lincoln Riley offense, 27. You can't ask for much more. You're not supposed to ask for much more than that. That's what you're supposed to see. And the fact that you're blaming the defense, it was the offensive play calling, and it was the staleness of trying to be conservative in the fourth quarter. I did not think that Lincoln Riley would throw the last punch. I did not think that he would be the one saying, I don't hear no bell. No, that was Brian Kelly. And it's why you have now lost 5 consecutive season openers in a row. It's why you now have lost 5 games, and fans are getting fed up.
Well said. Well said.
Well said, Cole.
What's
I did
up,
pick
man?
USC to win that game, by the way.
You did?
Yes, I did.
Did you really? You and Pate are the only two that get to have the flowers this morning. You were a braver man than me. I'll say that much. Because I had LSU winning by double digits. I was talking mad stuff. I did the post-game show last night. Half the comments are like, why does Cole look so depressed at the very beginning? Because I have to own it now. I talked the most crap possible. I thought that this was going to be Lincoln Riley, who's screaming at the top of his lungs, I'll take away the rivalry game against Notre Dame if it means we're in the playoff. We're running from competition. Well, the competition came to you, and you go ahead and backslap, bitch slap them face first. That's what he did. He bitch slapped them face first. Said, no, I'm not done. I took off the white glove. Called it a day. Got you, Brian Kelly. Oh yeah, I'm not going to LSU. I'm not taking that job. I'm going to USC, and in 3 years, I'm gonna be the one that making fun of you.
LSU got mossed.
They did. Oh my God, that catch, by the way, bro,
incredible.
Is that not the catch of the year in week 1 that is going to be so hard to duplicate? Like,
I saw that interception. I don't know what game it was where the dude did the 360 and caught it with one hand
against Colorado State.
Oh, you talking about Wardell Mack?
Oh yeah,
that was a good catch, but
that was filthy.
Some stuff this weekend, man.
There was some filthy stuff this weekend. It was beautiful.
Yeah.
Well,
Cole, thank you, my brother.
Cole, you guys have a good rest of your day. I'll see you soon. Zay, I'll see you on Thursday. Be good. Take care, guys.
Appreciate you. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, I've finally made it to the show. Happiness is a choice, and we're happy you're spending some time with us. All right, Zay, I just got back from Steve Sarkisian and the players, and I know you've probably talked about all things Texas, Colorado State. I say for our final hour, let's do a quick recap of Texas, Colorado State. I want to give a huge shout out to Michael Taff. Huge shout out to Michael Taff, because maybe he's been listening to me and he's pissed because I've been talking about how he grabs on and holds on until the cavalry can get there. And he alone was delivering some blows in that
telling you
game. Come on, Zay.
Come on, Chip. That's what I'm talking about, man. I told you it's the cut. It's the cut. It's the fade, the taper fade.
Oh, man.
He out here angry, looking crazy. His girl looking at him different. Come on, man. Yeah. Deliver that boom, Mookie. Yeah, he was lighting guys up. His hit and David Binda's hit.
Yeah.
And Mo Blackwell forced a fumble, but they didn't review it. One of the most bogus calls. We didn't talk about that, Cole and I, during the first hour. That was one of the most bogus missed calls / non-review calls I've ever seen in my life. Mo Blackwell, you deserve a forced fumble, my guy. That was a serious hit.
Should have been another turnover for the turnover sword.
Yo, you like that?
No.
You don't like it?
I think it's gimmicky.
Yeah, you need gimmicky.
You do?
Yes. Do you not see what Michigan be doing? We talked about that earlier. I had to put the listeners on to the buffs. You know what the buffs are?
The buffs?
The buffs. You need to get you some buffs. You're from Detroit. You can rock buffs. You're allowed to.
You mean
it's
do-rag?
a Detroit thing. What'd you say?
A do-rag?
No, not at all. Close, though. Very close when it comes to buffs and the black culture in Detroit, all culture in Detroit. So when Will Johnson, he's the one that brought it to the team and brought it to Jim Harbaugh. Yeah, Will Johnson, our world corner for the Michigan.
Will Johnson, who had an 86-yard pick six last Saturday.
Yeah, go back, watch that pick again, and when you see the team get together and they take a picture, you see Will Johnson wearing these shades, these glasses. Those are buffs.
Okay.
They're Cartier glasses. They're made with like real buffalo horn, which is why they call them buffs. They're super expensive. But when it comes to Detroit culture, if you got some buffs, you the man. Or the women. Women can rock buffs too. But yeah, they're super popular in Detroit culture. And when Michigan gets a turnover, they got a dude that brings a suitcase with buffs inside. And he'll give it to whoever forced the turnover or got the pick or whatever. And they put the buffs on and they start, taking pictures and stuff. So everybody has their gimmick. I've been waiting for Texas to get one. Yeah, some's corny. The dunking on the basketball hoop that Ole Miss be doing, that's a little corny. The wrestling belt has gotten a little tired. But bring in Johnny Nansen, that Arizona sword over to Texas, even though Jahdae Barron was struggling with it after his pick and not stabbing it. He was trying to put the ball on the sword. That was bad. That's why it didn't look good. You got to stab that thing.
That was bad.
That was bad. They ain't used to it, though. They got to get used to it. Once you get a lot of turnovers, you'll get used to it. But I like it, man. Yeah, Texcalibur, yeah.
Texcalibur. Okay, so Michael Taff, great game, physical tackles. Listen to what Michael Taff said. I said, what kind of message can you send this weekend? What kind of message can Texas send this weekend at Michigan? And here's what Michael Taff said.
The message that I really care about, and this is not discrediting any fans, but what I really care about is what other teams across the SEC see. What what they see as a defensive we are. Are we the most physical defense they've ever seen pop out on film? And so we can lose sight and all that stuff when you see how big of a game it is. But that's kind of what I told my secondary and my defense and our guys is like, we got to send a message to everybody, not just Colorado State, not just Michigan the next week. We got to send it to the whole entire schedule of how are we going to be as a defense. And so, I pride myself on being really, really physical and then just out-efforting everybody, getting white hats to the ball, everybody getting an assist tackle on any type of run or any type of pass because that shows up on film. And, that's attracting.
Come on.
Come on, man.
Michael Taft. That's what I tell my secondary and my defense.
I said that to Brad Kellner on the postgame show. When you skunk a team like they did Colorado State, that looked like a message. That looked intentional. It really did. Like, you go out there and try to play and stuff, but it was like, yo, we ain't going to allow a point this week. We're not going to allow a point. We got to show the whole nation. We ain't BSing with nobody. The whole SEC schedule. Everybody. We want the smoke. Things are changing around here. That secondary that you saw last year ranked 116th? No, absolutely not. We ain't going to see that again. Yo, Mookie Taft sound like he from Montopolis. That ain't a Westlake guy right there. That's a Montopolis East Side dude talking with the tight taper fade. Mookie Taft.
That
gives me chills, man.
You gotta have confidence. And he said, I don't need people to tell me that I'm doing good. I got confidence from within. And he's playing like he's taking confidence pills. Yeah. I don't know if they're little blue pills or what kind of pills, but he's got confidence like I've never heard. So listen, that's the first and foremost kudos to Michael Taft, because I was like, okay, Michael Taft, he's always in the right place. He's good in coverage. He tied for the lead in interceptions, but as a downhill safety, a run support safety, which he's going to be more so this week against Michigan than and Colorado State ran it more than Texas was expecting. But for him to be talking like that, oh man, this Texas defense, oh my gosh. Zay, the difference between the tone of the Texas offensive players today versus the Texas defensive players today was different, and for good reason. Michigan's defense held Fresno to 9 yards rushing on 22 carries. That's 0.4 yards per carry. That dude, Josiah Stewart, number 0 for Michigan, 3 tackles for loss, 2 sacks against Fresno. That Fresno team had 4 starters back on the offensive line and a senior running back. They couldn't do doo-doo against that Michigan defense. And then Will Johnson, the best corner in college football. This was a 16-10 game in the fourth quarter till there were 5 minutes, 43 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Michigan's offense was on the struggle bus. And then they threw a touchdown pass to Colston Loveland, their 6'6" tight end, who's awesome. He's a problem. But if you contain him, just like you contained Torrey Horton to 5 catches for 30 yards, you'll be okay. But so Michigan scores the Colston Loveland touchdown, and it's 23-10. And then Will Johnson gets an 86-yard pick six to make it 30-10. So it looked like Michigan kind of handled business when really they handled business in the last 5 minutes. But the Texas offensive players were like, we're going to learn a lot about ourselves this week. The Texas defensive players were like, we're excited to go show what we can do. We're excited.
Oh, yeah.
Ant Hill's like, oh, we love teams that want to run the ball. Love it. Barron Sorrell, love it. I mean, one after the other. So it's gonna be fun to watch. It's gonna be fun to watch. Quinn was a little subdued today. Not quite sure what that was about. Maybe he's just deep in thought, deep in focus. But he knows. He knows what's up. He knows what's on the line. And I asked Kelvin Banks, is this a Joe Moore Award statement game? And he said, well, you can't just look at one game as a statement. It's the whole season. But Michigan's defensive line is one of the best, if not the best, in the country. So we got to show what we can do. And it's on, man. I'm so excited about this game. I can't stand it. And Sark sounding like a fan, talking about the pregame at Michigan, hitting the Go Blue banner. Wait till for the fans who are going to the game, make sure that you are in your seats when the Michigan band takes the field. Because when the Black M marches across the field to Hail to the Victors, it'll put chills down your spine, because that is an iconic scene as they set up the M Go Blue Supports You banner for all the players to come out and hit. And it's a shared tunnel, Zay. It's a shared tunnel. So this will be like the Cotton Bowl for Texas players. They try to do a pretty good job of making sure one team goes in, but at halftime, they kind of all go in.
Yeah, Michigan, they walk while the opposing team runs. I think that's how it goes. Runs in. I don't know. It'll be fine. Nobody's gonna do anything, but yeah, I'm excited too, man. Like, if you're the Texas defense, I get why they should be excited. I mean, Davis Warren, they don't scare nobody. Oh, Alex Orji, he don't scare nobody either. So those dudes, yeah, JJ McCarthy, he long gone. All those offensive linemen, those 5 guys that they had go to the National Football League, long gone. They barely played Donovan Edwards, which was interesting how they went about that. You saw Khalil Mullins.
Khalil Mullins, 236-pound running back.
All right.
He's more Najee Harris than he is Donovan Edwards. So they got the Thunder and the Lightning going. And yeah, the Davis Warren, great story. Overcame cancer in high school, overcame leukemia. Preferred walk-on at Michigan. Now he's starting. Kid has overcome unbelievable life situations, but he was missing wide open receivers in that game against Fresno. So I'm sure he'll be better, but he's also going to be facing a lot better defense. So that turnover sword might just be getting warmed up.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to turn this team over. You want to take this squad out of the game early and get those fans sitting on their ass like that. That's the mindset you got to go with. And to what Mookie Taft's saying, yeah, this is a moment. Everybody's going to be watching. This is the game of the week. Both game days are going to be there. Fox, 4-letter network, they're all going to be in the building. So everybody knows what that means. This is the game that could change your life.
My early prediction is Texas beats the shit out of Michigan. My early prediction is they win by 2 touchdowns. Like, I think people are going to be like, oh, and I think part of it is Texas is good for sure, but Michigan's offense is a shell of what it was a year ago. I don't know how much they can improve from week 1 to week 2. Maybe a lot. Maybe they were looking ahead.
Yeah, maybe they were looking ahead. Who knows? Shamar Moore, just the vibe that he has and the presence that he has. Like, he's not Jim Harbaugh. Like, yeah, everybody looks at those 4 games that he substituted, but that was still Jim Harbaugh's team. So now you know that guy's not rocking through the door at all. And plus the Connor Stallion stuff last year, like that Michigan squad had a lot
and
of
the Netflix Connor Stallions dropping the week of the season started.
Yeah, so that's not the best publicity that you could get, but I can see Texas blowing them out. Like before the season, I had Texas 9-3. I had this being a loss for the Horns. After what I saw on both sides, how Texas looked against Colorado State, how Michigan looked against Fresno State, I think I'm gonna have to eat my words. Perfectly fine with that. Perfectly fine with that. You know what I'm saying? Like Sark and just his confidence. Like we talked about it, Chip Cole and I, before you jumped on. When you got guys throwing no-look passes and Quinn Ewers, that dude, talk about just confident.
Talk about confident and loose.
Filled. Yeah, loose and just cold-blooded. Like that's a Hulu throw right there. That's a Dr. Pepper throw. That's a Dr. Pepper throw. That's Dr. Pepper move. That's what I'm talking
about. That's Deputy Ewers.
That's Deputy Ewers for sure. I love that. So they're bringing in that swagger. I like to hear how Quinn sounded today. He might just have to stay as even kill as possible because he knows this might be the best defense that he faces all season. So you have to lock in. But yeah, man, I told you last week, I thought DeAndre Moore is going to be offensive player of the game. He ain't getting no touches. No touches. And that's a blessing in disguise because everybody else, 10 players caught the ball in the first half against Colorado State. There's just so many options, so many guys you have to worry about. You got Isaiah Bond fixing his helmet mid-route, catching touchdowns. You got Ryan Wingo, Jonte Cook getting busy yards after catch, turning it upfield.
Well, I said
Golden 2 touchdowns. Like, wow.
I gave helmet stickers in my Horns 24/7 column. I gave helmet stickers to Ryan Wingo and to Jonte Cook because they caught all their targets. Isaiah Bond dropped 2, including a 3rd and 13 pass. Now,
you got to catch that one.
Yeah, I mean,
jump for it in the middle.
Yeah, you gotta make the tough catch.
Gotta make it.
But I thought Cook and Wingo were outstanding. Obviously, Golden had a great game. The ball found him. He got the no-look pass. He got that great throw from Quinn, who saw the cornerback's back was turned. He just threw it right off that corner's shoulder. Matt Golden, great catch. The tight ends were involved. Yeah, the offense looked good. Now, Jarek Gibson. So he comes in. Jaden Blue goes out with calf cramps in the third quarter. Jarek Gibson comes in. Jarek Gibson looked like an upperclassman. Yeah. He was running strong. Yeah. And I like me some Jarek Gibson. We got a little thunder to go with that lightning. I like Trey Wisner. I like Jaden Blue. Love Jaden Blue in the passing game. 3 catches, 37 yards. Oh, I'll take that. And there's going to be a lot of that Saturday up at the big house. Sark's going to be working the perimeter a lot. And he'll do stuff to get Michigan off balance. He'll do misdirection. He'll do yo-yo motion. We didn't see any motion against Colorado State. Like none. So there's a lot in the bag. And I thought it was funny today. Sark said, yeah, we've been working on some plays. The players didn't know it, but now they do. We've been working on some plays all summer. Yeah. And those plays are getting used this week. Now the players know they were getting ready for Michigan all throughout camp.
I like that too. I also liked on Saturday in the presser how you made Sark laugh with his defensive helmet comment. Yo, that was funny. Yo, he said, yo, that's funny, Chip. That was good, my friend.
Oh man, because he was
good.
getting.
People need to go listen to that. Go listen to Sark's presser on Saturday. Chip was out here like Jerry Seinfeld, having the whole room laughing and stuff. That was funny.
I was just trying to keep it light because he didn't like those questions. When he got that question on Thursday, and he was like, "Well, you guys are making such a big deal out of this defensive helmet communication." But yeah, I thought it was interesting. I forgot that Sark worked on the same staff with Michigan defensive coordinator Wink Martindale. They were both with the Raiders in 2004. Wink Martindale was the linebackers coach. Sark was the quarterbacks coach. Sark was only there a year. Martindale was there through 2008 and was under consideration for the Raiders head coaching job in 2009. He would have been the first linebackers coach elevated to head coach since John Madden, but he didn't get it. But yeah, Sark knows Wink Martindale's defense, and man, I'm fired up. I'm fired up about this game because I think the whole country thinks, I don't know, maybe they don't think much of Michigan. Michigan's a top 10 team. Their defense is legit. And I get the feeling Texas is going to put it on them as long as they don't make any mistakes that cause that momentum to get going Michigan's way. Yeah. Again, you can quiet the big house. You can turn it into a library. Those fans are, I don't know if it's the winters up there, but they kind of expect the worst and hope for the best. And when things start going sideways, they don't get louder and cheer their team on like A&M. Although A&M, we'll probably talk more about that tomorrow. But Michigan fans will get quiet. They won't rally. Like, they're the kind of fans, a lot of older fans, and they've got the Texas fans in the nosebleed. So there are 96 rows to Michigan Stadium. My parents sat on row 68 in section 43, seats 24 and 25. There are 96 rows, and the Texas fans are in the end zone all the way to the 96th row. Like, they're high up, and you're going to get a great view of everything. But Texas fans, I just get the feeling the Texas fans are going to be the ones you're hearing. Kind of like Alabama. Texas fans showed up for that game. Texas fans showed up for Notre Dame. Like, yeah, Notre Dame fans couldn't believe it. Like, Texas fans got, 40% of the house. I'm fascinated to see how many tickets Texas fans got for this game, because they'll spend money for a game like this. Only second time they've ever played. It's the first time Texas and Michigan have ever played in the regular season, and they're both top 5 all time in victories in college football. So yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, there's just certain uniform matchups that are must see. I think both of these teams are so unique and have so much history. Just seeing them on the field at the same time, I've been seeing Rose Bowl clips, starting to go out all week of VY, his sophomore year before they took off the next season, finishing that year, Cedric Benson's last game as a Longhorn. And yeah, it's just iconic. It's just going to be an iconic atmosphere. The weather's going to be absolutely terrific for everybody involved. So I'm excited right there with you, man. I had no idea that Michigan, which again, it's only one game, but you could tell there's a huge drop off with what we saw last year and that squad and what you saw in that first game. While Texas, even though it was against Colorado State, you could tell the difference on some levels. And I know there were times that running back, Justin Marshall, he got going a little bit, but just look at the average, like what, 3.6 a carry? Like it took a lot to get that 106 yards that he ended up with. It was just a couple of plays. When you saw Mookie Taft get that big hit of his, it was a first down hit. But that's just some serious nitpicking that we're doing there. I think next week, especially since they didn't show anything, Pete Kwiatkowski, Johnny Nansen, and crew, Michigan's in for some stuff. Those all 5 new offensive linemen, they're going to see some stuff. They're going to see some things like, okay, this is different.
Let me tell you who I need to see a lot more from, or not much this week. Trey Moore. Trey Moore. He is not the run defender that Barron Sorrell or Ethan Burke are. And here's the thing. And I'm going to be real interested to see how many reps Trey Moore gets against Michigan, because Ethan Burke pushes people backward every play. He stops the run on the way to the quarterback. Trey Moore is trying to go around guys. He's doing spin moves. He's like, he can get out of position. Ethan Burke puts those 83-inch, wingspan, long arms guys backwards. He's watching everything in the backfield. He knows when to shed and get the quarterback. And remember, he is the highest rated run defender on the Longhorns defense from last year. Highest rated returning run defender. I'm not taking Ethan Burke off the field much on Saturday. And honestly, Zay, I know they're not going to give up on Trey Moore, and I'm not giving up on him either. But I just think Ethan Burke, Barron Sorrell, they push guys backwards, collapse the pocket, make it tough on the running game. And I expect to see 91 and 88 back out there in the starting lineup for this game. If not, I'm wondering what's going on here. Are we, because it was clear. Like, it was clear to me. And if people go back and watch the game, watch when 91 is in there. He just long arms people backward. He's got eyes on the quarterback the whole time. He knows, where the ball is. So need to see more from Trey Moore. His PFF rating wasn't very good either. So it's not just me. And we'll see. They moved Barron Sorrell inside. They brought their pass rush package. It was Colin Simmons. They'd take Alfred Collins off the field, move Barron Sorrell inside with Vernon Broughton. Trey Moore would stay on the field. And Colin Simmons would come in. And so
Simmons show flashes.
Yeah, Colin Simmons, he's got that dip. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting because they played Anthony Hill in the middle of the field, and he did well in his pass drops. So Anthony Hill, kudos to you. Bringing the thunder, had a tackle for loss. He was everywhere. It seemed like he had more than 5 tackles. That's all they credit him with. But Anthony Hill, oof. David Benda with his tackle for loss.
Whew, man.
Yeah. This can be fun. And Jay, what'd you think of Jahdae Barron at corner?
Oh my gosh. Terrific. He was on the inside too.
So he's on the boundary side on his interception. That receiver drops backwards and fakes like he's catching a screen. Jahdae immediately went to the center of the field and came all the way, kind of like Michael Griffin in the national championship game. He came all the way across to make that pick. And that's just good 5th-year senior ball hawking. And, Jalen Gilbo excellent game, 8 tackles, sure tackler. Taff was good. Makuba was good. Jelani McDonald was good. Derek Williams was good. The secondary was on point, and let's see what they have cooked up for Michigan. How much single high safety do we get to get another body down in the box? Who is that body? I've heard Jahdae Barron was absolutely going to play corner against Michigan because he's, one of the best tacklers in the DB room. So, yeah, I think this could be a really big game for the Texas defense against this Michigan offense because it looks like Michigan got caught in the quarterback recruiting cycle. It looks like they got caught without an answer. And the fact that you're still trying to figure it out. Eesh.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Jim Harbaugh's flirted with the NFL for a while now. So if you're a quarterback, like, how long are you going to be here, bruh? You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, they might have, again, Warren, Orgy, whoever's out there, they're both vulnerable. And you should be able to get some turnovers off both of those guys. But, yeah, I love what the secondary brought to the table on Saturday. I know it was against Colorado State, but Braden Fowler-Nicolosi, he looked uncomfortable the whole game. Like that interception that Jahdae Barron had, mentioned Barron Sorrell, he was all over that. That was almost a sack. Fowler-Nicolosi had to throw that thing off of his back foot, so he didn't really get to step into it, which forced Jahdae Barron to cover that much ground and come down with that interception. So, yeah, we knew the secondary should be improved. We saw a glimpse of that on Saturday. We're really going to see that this Saturday. And it's going to be interesting what they showed against Colorado State that hasn't, or, that we're not going to see, or that we are going to see. Excuse me, let me rephrase that. What they didn't show against Colorado State, it's going to be interesting what they do show on Saturday against Michigan. You mentioned Trey Moore. I think they're so deep, it's going to be one of those, it might not be his game. It might take him a little bit. It might take him to Oklahoma to figure out what his role is and what, Pete Kwiatkowski is asking for him and needs from him. And it might take the coaches that long to see where he fits more or what rotation and what downs and situations he fits more. Because it's still a learning process for a lot of guys. Like when you have Barron Sorrell in your program so long and Ethan Burke in your program so long, you know which buttons to press. Trey Moore, they're still figuring it out a little bit. Isaiah Bond, they're still figuring it out. Matthew Golden, even though he had 2 touchdowns, you're still figuring it out. Like, yeah, fall camp, that's cool. Spring camp is cool, but you never know until that game hits. So it's up to the coaches to make those things happen and get the most out of their players if they might have struggled here in game 1. So I'm not worried about Trey Moore one bit. He's going to have his time. He should stay patient, just like those other guys. We saw Leonga Lafau get out there a little bit. He mixed it up. I thought he was solid at the time he got out there. Gavin Holmes had a deflection. Like, they're just so deep in so many spots. They're always going to be fresh. So there's no excuse not to go all out.
Here are your best run defenders, according to Pro Football Focus, from Saturday's game. David Benda, number 1. Leonga Lafau, number 2. Jalen Gilbo, number 3. Michael Taft, number 4. Alfred Collins, number 5. Malik Muhammad, number 6. Ethan Burke, number 7. Jahdae Barron, 8. Marshall Landwehr. Let's go, Marshall Landwehr. Walk on. Got 6 snaps at the end of the game. Barron Sorrell, Colton Vasek. There's your top 10 run defenders. So Colton Vasek, heads up play, man. That punter bobbled the snap, tried to run. Colton Vasek gobbled him up. Mari Nyblack was right there, but Vasek made first contact. trying to sprinkle some sugar around to the guys who made plays that maybe aren't getting all the love, like Quinn and the receivers, they're going to get all the love. But that interception by Wardell Mack, that was the best interception. I mean, I was trying to Aaron Williams had a one-handed pick against OU in 2009 near the sideline that was ridiculous. Michael Griffin in the national championship game, but that was as good as either one of those because it was a layout toe tap interception to preserve a shutout. And Wardell Mack, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Because that was
seeing them do that and seeing what Florida did against Miami. Oh man, I know that hurts a little bit if you're a Gator fan, because they could use Wardell Mack right now, and he's over here on fourth, third string in the secondary room for the Horns. Not because he's a bad player, just because there's just so much talent in front of him, and he needs more experience. He's only a freshman, but you saw the flashes. Like, that pick was something serious. And, yeah, it just goes to show what Steve Sarkisian and this culture means and the faith that they have in guys that I can knock a little bit. Blake Gideon, Terrence Joseph, 2013 or 2023. Wasn't the best, bro. You were 116 when it came to, pass rated in the nation. Only about 133 teams in the nation. So that's not good at all. So, yeah, there should be a little pressure on your back. So, yeah, there has to be improvement. You got to get guys that can do it, that you feel confident in. And I'm glad third, fourth string guys could come in and make plays like that.
How many mentions have we had today in today's show to our incredible sponsors?
None yet. I was waiting on you.
Okay. Well, please take note of all these incredible sponsors around our faces. Passes.com, where you can go interact with your favorite athletes and celebrities, including 40 Texas student athletes. Texas One Fund is on passes.com. There's a new video up from Texas Sports Unfiltered that y'all should check out. Cover 3, your headquarters for football season. You got another game tonight, Florida State. Let's see how they bounce back. Get over to Cover 3. All night happy hour at Cover 3. Go get that Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. You're going to love it. Zay and I were in Vegas last week at the Circa Resort and Casino. Time's running out, folks. I mean, for the Survivor game, and you got to get to Circa in Vegas, cheap flights to make your initial bet. Here's what you can win.
Biggest pro football contests in Vegas are back. Circa Survivor and Circa Million are now up to a record $16 million in guaranteed prizes. 2 ways to win and no rate. Circa Survivor contestants select one team each week with no point spread. Last the longest to win it all with $10 million guaranteed. In Circa Million, make 5 picks against the spread each week for your share of $6 million guaranteed through quarterly and full season payouts. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere. Visit circusports.com for details.
Hey, and you've been thinking about getting that big screen. Only one place to go, AV Consultations. Write down this phone number, 255-8678.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Hey, and if you're craving some seafood, there is only one place to go in Austin, Texas. And that is the seafood restaurant of Jack Gilmore. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. How about this? All night happy hour today, 3:30 to close. And during happy hour, $1 raw oysters. So how about grabbing a date, heading over to Salt Traders today, Labor Day, enjoying $1 raw oysters. What better way to celebrate Labor Day than getting great seafood from our man Jack Gilmore, who also gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen. And my wife and I were talking about it. The crispy salmon, the seafood at Salt Traders is just unbelievable. The scallops, we love it. Check it out. You got the Zilker location at Mopac and Rolling Wood, and up north in Round Rock at Old Settlers. All right, Zay, let's get to the chip shot. And I'm gonna talk about I gave love to Michael Tath, and I said I need to see more from Trey Moore. A couple of early impressions from Saturday's game, but the thing that impressed me most about the 52-0 shutout is the team speed that Texas has. It's eye-popping. Like, they've been fast. Obviously, Xavier Worthy, A.D. Mitchell are fast. But my God, you see a healthy dose of Jaden Blue. You see all those receivers that we know are sub 1,100 guys in track. And today, DeAndre Moore, I asked him about the team speed. He goes, dude, we have 2 legit 4x1 teams on our team in the receiver room. And that is where Texas is going to beat the crap out of Michigan. Michigan's fast for a Big Ten team, but they're not Texas fast. And Will Johnson, I cannot wait to see how they attack Will Johnson, number 2 for Michigan. I think he's the best corner in college football until proven otherwise. That guy made play after play last year for a national championship, historic national championship defense, and he's still the man. And does Texas go away from him? Do they go right at him? How do they put him in conflict? I can't wait to see that, because Sarkisian's been thinking about it for months. He's been working on this game plan for months, and he said it. We've been practicing some plays in fall camp. The guys are probably now realizing, oh, these are the plays that we were working on. But Texas's team speed is off the charts. It's on defense. It's Anthony Hill. Colin Simmons. It's at every level of the Texas defense. It's at corner. It's on the perimeter. It's at tight end with Amari Niblack and Juan Davis, Jaden Blue, Trey Wisner. It's a lot, Zay. And Texas ran the ball okay. It wasn't, you're not going to, 41 carries, 190 yards, 4.6 a carry. Solid. The elite rushing teams are over 5 yards a carry. Let's see what Texas does in this game, because Texas ran it 41 times against Colorado State. They threw it 33. That's usually about where Sark is. It's usually a little bit more run than pass. But let's see what happens Saturday. Michigan's run defense is probably going to end up as one of the best, if not the best, in the country. And Sark knows how to spread those guys out, get the speed on the perimeter, the yo-yo motion, the little quick flips, speed sweeps that he used to run with Worthy. Can Kelvin Banks seal Josiah Stewart, who, wow, forget about Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant. If you watch that Michigan-Fresno State game, number 0 for Michigan was popping all over the place, and he's twitchy, and they've got him listed. They got him listed at 6'1", 245 is all.
Is all.
He hits you like a ton of bricks. So Zay, Texas's team speed will separate them on Saturday at the Big House.
I like it. Partner. Let's get
it.
Let's
Let's get to the right call.
Before we get to the right call, though, shout out to Covert Bee Cave, Covert Automotive Dealership that have been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. My wife and I are probably going to go to Covert Bee Cave this week. It's because they have a high-quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. We're going to look at Buick. We're going to look at Jeeps. We're going to look at Ram, Dodge, Chrysler, Cadillac, GMC, all 7 terrific brands to choose from. Go to covertbcave.com for all your latest specials and inventory. You will not be disappointed. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. We'll probably get to more of this week, but we could dabble with it for the next 8 minutes. Conor Weigman had a tough game Saturday night. Very tough game. 12 for 30, 100 yards, 2 interceptions. Threw up on himself and has been clowned all over Twitter from a video I am about to play. I'm just going to play a little snippet because College Game Day was down in College Station this past weekend. So they went behind the scenes with A&M, went behind the scenes with Notre Dame. They're going to do the same with Texas this week. That's just how it goes. But during the behind the scenes segment for A&M, they had a magician come in, did some tricks, used Conor Weigman as an example. And we got to see Conor Weigman talk and, just kind of how he carries himself with the team. It's a little awkward. I've heard Conor Weigman on Twitter. He's trying to be ghetto. He's trying to be black. He's trying to be cool. I don't know. I'm not going to put that on the dude. I don't know what race he is. He's, he kind of, if he has some black in him, that's fine, whatever. But he's just different. I didn't really see him speak. This is the first time I heard him speak. I kind of heard a little bit of his presser today, but I'm just going to show you a snippet of Conor Weigman during the Magician special, and his voice, it's different. He carries himself in a different way. Y'all check it out.
Let me see my shoe, man. Let me see my shoe, man, bro. Let me see my shoe, bro. Oh, bro. I swear to God, bro.
Is he trolling? Nah, bro. Nah, bro. Get my shoe back, bro. Get my shoe back. I think
the magician pulled off this insane trick where the card, ends up in Conor Weigman's shoe, and he's like, "No, man, no."
But do you think that's authentic? Do you think he's just being goofy? Or do you think this is him? Because again,
I'm with you.
A quarterback.
I'm with you 100%. I saw that on game day and I was like, oh God, this guy
something right.
He's on AM and everyone else is on FM. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was off.
Yeah, I don't think he's trying to be black or gay. I think he's trying to be cool. He's trying to fit in and, trying to be goofy there. I don't know what. It is off, though. And then he comes in against Notre Dame at home. A lot of people picking A&M to win that game. And he puts on that performance, throwing up on himself and stuff. It's like, okay, bro. I've been seeing A&M fans talking about, okay, if he's sick, why is he playing? I've seen plenty of guys yak on the field and then come back and have like their best game ever. I'm not saying he wasn't sick. We don't know. If you're out there and you're able to play, you're good to me. But yeah, him yakking on himself a little bit, that's not a good look for anybody. But yeah, Mike Elko, 0-1, his first game as the A&M coach. Riley Leonard did just enough. It was an ugly game. That game, that was a butterface, ugly-ass game.
An ugly game.
Like
I found myself watching the Michigan-Fresno State game more than the A&M Notre Dame game because it just was a tough watch.
Yeah.
But Mike Elko was right. He said Riley Leonard had an advantage after having practiced against the Elko defense at Duke for 2 years. Riley Leonard was the much better quarterback, and it wasn't like he set the world on fire, but he won.
Yeah, he did enough.
Elko was right. His concerns were legit. Did anything impress you about A&M, Zay?
I thought their defense was stingy and has a lot of potential. I don't know where they're going to find weapons for wide receivers. They seem very slim there. But, yeah, if Connor Wegman and Colin Klein don't get it together, it could be a long season. And that's a tough game. Playing Notre Dame, that's a tough first game for everybody. Mike Elko, Colin Klein, Connor Wegman adjusting to their system. That could be tough for anybody. So I want to give them the benefit of the doubt a little bit, but 12 for 30 is 12 for 30. Like, and it's hard to go 12 for 30.
And Notre Dame was flagged 11 times for 99 yards. Like, Notre Dame gave A&M opportunities to, they gave them opportunities.
Yep, you got to capitalize.
Yeah, I mean, that was – I'm looking – let's see, where were those interceptions? So he threw an interception.
Yeah, he had one that sailed like crazy. I don't remember the other one.
Yeah, he had an interception. Both of them were in the first half. Now, Notre Dame turned one of them into a field goal. The other one was right before the half. So, but yeah, I thought we would see more out of Connor Wigman and Colin Klein. And look, A&M, we'll see. They got all season. People are making Arkansas out to be world beaters. Let's see.
Some on them, boys.
But Florida, oh, good Lord. Yeah. No fan base panics and jumps into the swamp faster than the Gators. They want the AD fired. They want Billy Napier fired. Like, they better bounce back fast because that was rough. I didn't hear the SEC Unfiltered guys. I know Chris Phillips was in Florida with Gators for that Miami, Florida game. But you get stomped like that by the Hurricanes. That's in-state rivalry. That's panic button for Gator Nation. Let's see how they bounce back because Billy Napier, we knew this schedule. Yeah, this schedule is brutal. And let's see, Florida next week, they've got what'd you think of Tennessee?
Yeah,
I'm a
I'll
late.
tell you tomorrow. Let's keep that wrap tomorrow. We're back at 1 o'clock.
Okay. Yeah, Florida's going to play Samford.
That's fun.
They should be able to handle that business. All right. Thanks again to Cole Thompson for hanging out with Zay for the first hour of the show. We'll come back tomorrow with all kinds of goodies for you on Texas and Michigan. Everybody, appreciate you listening. Stay safe and keep the faith.
Y'all be cool.